Nearly 3,000 years ago, a blind poet named Homer composed two epic poems that would shape the course of Western civilization. Together, the Iliad and the Odyssey tell a single sweeping story that begins on the battlefields of Troy and ends on the shores of a small island called Ithaca. The Iliad plunges us into the final year of the Trojan War, a 10-year siege fought over Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. At its center is Achilles, the greatest warrior ever born, whose rage against his own allies nearly costs them everything. Opposite him stands Hector, Prince of Troy, a man fighting not for glory, but to protect his city, his wife, and his infant son. Their confrontation would decide the fate of two civilizations. The Odyssey follows what came after. When the war is won and the Greeks sail for home, one man is denied his return. Odysseus, the cleverest of the Greeks, the architect of the wooden horse that brought Troy to its knees, must face a decade of monsters, gods, and impossible choices before he can reach the wife and son he left behind 20 years before. But why did a wedding feast for the gods lead to 10 years of slaughter? How did Achilles, whose skin could not be pierced by any weapon, finally meet his end? Who was the Cyclops, whose curse doomed Odysseus to wander the seas? And how did he survive the Sirens, whose sweet songs no man had heard and lived to tell? I'm David Rintoul. This is Deep Dive History, the podcast where we explore the myths, the empires, and the people that have shaped our world. And you're listening to The Complete Works of Homer. Chapter 1: The Iliad. Part 1: The Curse of Troy. Long ago, when monsters still roamed the earth and gods walked among mortals, the great walls of Troy had not yet been built. The land where the city would stand was ruled by King Laomedon, a proud and ambitious man who dreamed of creating a kingdom that would rival the greatest cities of Greece. But Laomedon's ambitions far exceeded his means, with him lacking the resources and the manpower to build the magnificent city he envisaged. He dreamed of a great fortress with walls so strong that no army could breach them, a city so powerful it could dominate the Hellespont, the narrow strait where Europe and Asia almost touch. Control of this strait meant control of the richest trade route in the known world. But Laomedon had inherited little more than a hilltop settlement after his father's death. His dream seemed impossible, until fate intervened in the most unexpected way. High on Mount Olympus, trouble was brewing in the halls of the gods. Zeus, the king of the immortals, had grown tyrannical in his rule, his temper unpredictable and his punishments severe. He would strike down mortals with lightning for the smallest offences, transform nymphs into trees on a whim, and demand absolute obedience from gods and mortals alike. His behaviour became so erratic that even his own wife, Hera, the queen of the gods, could no longer remain silent. In the quiet corners of Olympus, away from Zeus's all-seeing eyes, Hera began to plot. She approached Poseidon, god of the seas and earthquakes, and brother to Zeus himself. Poseidon had long grown resentful of his younger brother's rule, remembering the days when the three brothers had drawn lots to divide the cosmos between them. He felt his domain of the oceans was no less important than Zeus's control of the sky, yet Zeus treated him as a subordinate rather than an equal. Hera also sought out Apollo, the god of the sun, music, and prophecy. Apollo was younger than the others, but his power was immense. He could see the future and shoot arrows that brought sickness and death, yet his extraordinary beauty and skill in music had also made him one of the most revered gods in all of Greece. He, too, had grievances. Zeus had recently humiliated him in front of the other gods, forbidding him from protecting a city that had worshipped him faithfully for generations, and Apollo's pride still burned from the insult. The three conspirators met in secret, in a cave deep beneath the earth where even Zeus's sight could not penetrate. There they made their plan. While Zeus slept, they would bind him with chains forged by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, chains so strong that even the king of the gods could not break them. Once he was restrained, they would force him to swear oaths limiting his power, creating a council of gods to rule Olympus together rather than submitting to one tyrant's whims. When the night came to put their plan into action, the three conspirators crept into Zeus's chamber as he slept. Hera moved quickly, her hands steady as she began to wrap the first chain around her husband's wrist. Poseidon secured his legs, and Apollo worked to bind his other arm, the chains clinking softly in the darkness. But they had underestimated Zeus's awareness. His eyes snapped open just as the final chain was being fastened. He saw Hera above him, Poseidon and Apollo at his sides, and he understood everything in an instant. His roar of rage shook the foundations of Olympus itself. The chains held him, but only for a moment. Thetis, the sea nymph who would one day bear Achilles, heard her king's cry and rushed to his aid. She summoned Briareus, a 100-handed giant from the depths of the earth who tore through the divine chains with ease. Zeus rose from his bed like a storm given form. Lightning crackled around his body and thunder rolled through the palace halls. The three conspirators fell back, knowing they had failed and that Zeus's vengeance would be terrible. Hera, as his wife, could not be punished too severely, although he hung her from the heavens in golden chains for a single day as a warning. But for Poseidon and Apollo, his brother and his son, he devised a punishment that would humble them completely. He stripped away most of their divine power, reducing them to little more than mortals, and cast them down from Olympus. "You will serve a mortal king as common labourers," Zeus declared. "For 1 full year you will know what it means to toil under the command of a lesser being. Perhaps then you will appreciate the burden of rule." As Zeus looked down upon the earth, searching for someone whose character would make the punishment most fitting, his eyes fell upon King Laomedon of Troy. Here was a man whose ambition and pride mirrored that of the gods themselves, but whose arrogance exceeded even his considerable abilities. And so Poseidon and Apollo found themselves standing before the gate of Laomedon's modest fortress, stripped of their divine radiance, appearing as two extraordinarily tall and powerfully built men. "Who are you?" Laomedon demanded as he emerged from his hall to meet these strangers. "We are builders," Poseidon said, carefully, the words bitter in his mouth. "We seek employment, and we hear you have need of strong workers." Laomedon's eyes narrowed with interest. He had been seeking labourers for months, trying to recruit men from across the region to help with his grand building project, but few were willing to work for the wages he offered. "I am building a great city," Laomedon said, gesturing to the rocky hill that overlooked the waters of the Hellespont. "A city with walls that will stand for 1,000 years, walls that no army can breach. I will make Troy eternal, a kingdom that will be remembered long after I am gone. Can you build such walls?" Poseidon and Apollo exchanged glances. They had built palaces on Olympus, had created mountains and carved rivers. Building walls for a mortal city would be simple work, even in their reduced state. "We can build your walls," Apollo said, "but what will you pay us for this labour?" Laomedon smiled, a thin expression that did not reach his eyes. "Build me walls worthy of the gods themselves, and I will give you 30 immortal horses from my stables, horses bred from the divine mares that Zeus gifted to my father. These animals are worth a king's ransom, and they will be yours when the work is complete." It was a generous offer, and the two former gods agreed. They did not need the horses, of course, but they needed employment to fulfill Zeus's punishment, and this task would at least be worthy of their skills. For an entire year, the two gods laboured without rest, working through both day and night. Each morning the citizens of Troy would wake to find that impossible progress had been made whilst they slept. Poseidon would call to the stones beneath the waves, and massive blocks would rise from the seabed, already cut and shaped to the necessary dimensions. Apollo, meanwhile, would sing as he worked, his beautiful voice guiding each stone into its perfect place, the walls rising higher with every note. Finally, after a full year of labour, the walls were complete. They stood, tall and proud, encircling the hill and the growing city within. Perfectly constructed, they curved at precisely the right angles to deflect siege weapons. Their height made scaling them nearly impossible, and into the stone itself the two gods wove the last remnants of their divine power, enchantments that would ensure the walls could never crumble with age, or crack from frost or heat. On the final day, as Apollo set the last stone in place on the great gate, the two gods approached Laomedon for their payment. The king stood on his new walls, guards flanking him, and laughed. "Payment?" Laomedon chuckled. "You expect payment for this work? Look at what you have built. You should be honoured to have contributed to Troy's greatness. That is reward enough. Now leave my city before I have my guards throw you out." The air itself seemed to grow cold. Poseidon and Apollo stood very still, and for a moment the light around them seemed to shimmer, divine power flowing back into them as their year of servitude came to an end. Poseidon's mortal disguise began to fall away, his body growing to great heights until the very ground trembled beneath his feet. Apollo's transformation was no less dramatic. Light radiated from his skin, bright as the sun itself, his beauty becoming almost painful to behold. "You dare to break an oath with gods?" Poseidon's voice boomed across the city. "You dare to cheat those who built your precious walls?" Laomedon fell to his knees, realizing too late the magnitude of his error. He opened his mouth to apologize, but the gods had no interest in his pleas. "These walls will stand," Apollo declared. "They will stand strong for generations, just as you wished. But they will not save you. Troy will know glory, yes, but it will also know ruin. Your bloodline will bring about this city's destruction, and these walls we built will watch as Troy burns." With that, the two gods vanished, returning to Olympus to reclaim their place among the immortals. 3 days later, their revenge began. Apollo sent a plague that swept through Troy, killing hundreds and filling the streets with the cries of the bereaved. Poseidon sent a sea monster from the depths of his domain that coiled around ships attempting to enter or leave Troy's harbour, dragging them beneath the waves along with their screaming crews, making both trade and fishing impossible. Laomedon, desperate for a solution, consulted his priests on how to calm the gods' wrath. The message they gave him was clear. He must sacrifice his beloved daughter, Hesione, to the sea monster or watch Troy die. With tears streaming down his face, Laomedon chained his own daughter to the rocks by the shore, where she waited to be devoured. But fate sent an unlikely saviour. The young hero Heracles, who was passing by on one of his labours, he heard of the monster and offered to slay it, but only if Laomedon would pay him with those same divine horses that he had promised to Poseidon and Apollo. Laomedon agreed, knowing he had little choice. Heracles slew the sea monster in a battle that shook the coastline for 3 days and 3 nights, diving into the creature's mouth and tearing it apart from the inside. But when he emerged, victorious and covered in the beast's blood, Laomedon once again refused to pay. Heracles left Troy in fury, but he did not forget. Years later, he returned with an army and a fleet of ships. He besieged the city, and, despite the magnificent walls that Poseidon and Apollo had built, he found a weakness in the fortifications. There was a single section that had been constructed by mortal hands when the gods had briefly rested, and it lacked the divine strength of the rest. Through this weak point, Heracles and his warriors breached the defences. The city fell. Heracles slaughtered King Laomedon and most of his sons in vengeance for the broken oath. Only the youngest prince, Odysseus, survived, and only because his sister, Hesione, threw herself at Heracles' feet and begged for his life, offering her own golden veil as ransom. Heracles accepted the payment and spared the young prince, but only on the condition that he take the throne and rule Troy more honourably than his treacherous father had. From that day forward, Odysseus took a new name, Priam, meaning the ransomed one, a constant reminder that his life had been purchased and that the throne was his not by right of birth, but by an enemy's mercy. And so Priam became king of Troy, inheriting a city with the most magnificent walls in the world, walls built by gods, but cursed by them. He rebuilt what Heracles had destroyed, repopulated the city, and ushered in a new era of prosperity. Under his rule, Troy flourished and grew wealthy from trade, becoming one of the most powerful kingdoms in the region. But no matter how much Priam honoured the gods, no matter how much of a better ruler he was than his father, Apollo and Poseidon had not forgotten Laomedon's betrayal. They were content to watch and wait as Priam's Troy grew rich and powerful, as its people forgot the old curses and believed themselves safe. The gods had time. They could afford to wait for the perfect moment to collect what they were owed. Part 2. The House of Priam. Priam married Queen Hecuba, a woman known for her wisdom and strength, and together they transformed the royal palace into a place of learning and culture. But more than anything, they filled it with children. Over the course of his long reign, Priam fathered 50 sons and 50 daughters, their voices echoing through the painted corridors, their footsteps racing across marble floors. The palace that had once stood half empty now overflowed with life. Of all Priam's children, the most admired was his eldest son, Hector. From his youth it was clear that he was destined for greatness. He grew tall and broad-shouldered, with his father's steady gaze and his mother's calm wisdom. By the time he reached manhood, he had become Troy's greatest warrior and the commander of its armies, with only a handful of warriors across the sea in Greece considered his equal in single combat. Yet, beyond his skills in combat, what truly set Hector apart was his character. He was brave without being reckless, fierce in battle, yet merciful in victory. He led his men not through fear or ambition, but through the respect they held for him. When he walked through Troy's streets in his magnificent armour, citizens would stop their work to watch him pass. Children would run at his side, trying to match his stride. When disease struck the lower quarters one winter, he was seen carrying water and firewood to the afflicted homes alongside the physicians. The citizens knew that when Hector stood upon the walls, those walls could never fall. However, greater than his devotion to his father, greater even than his loyalty to Troy itself, Hector's deepest love was reserved for his family. He had married Andromache, a princess from the city of Thebe, with their love renowned throughout Troy. When he returned from training his troops or inspecting the city's defences, he would make his way to their chambers, where his young son Astyanax waited. The child would reach up with small hands, and Hector would remove his bronze helmet so as not to frighten the boy, lifting him high and holding him close. In these quiet moments, away from the duties of a prince and a commander, Hector knew a simple truth. There was nothing he would not sacrifice to protect them, to keep Troy's walls standing between his family and the dangers that lurked beyond. But not all of Priam's children were welcomed into the world with celebration and joy. Before Hector's younger brother Paris was born, Queen Hecuba woke one night screaming, her body drenched in sweat, her hands clutching at the sheets. She had dreamt that she would give birth to a flaming torch that consumed all of Troy, reducing the great walls to ash and rubble, leaving nothing but smoke and silence where the city had stood. Terrified, she summoned the royal seers at dawn. They came to the palace and studied the omens, with each man coming to the same conclusion. The child she carried was cursed. He was destined to bring destruction upon Troy, to be the instrument of the city's downfall. The prophecy was clear. If the baby lived, Troy would burn. Priam listened to their words in silence, his face growing pale. He looked at his wife, feeling the weight of an impossible choice settle upon him. This was his son, his own blood. But he was also a king, with a kingdom to protect. He had 50 other children, a city full of people who depended on him. Could he sacrifice them all for one unborn child? When the baby was born, perfect and healthy with a crown of dark hair, Hecuba held him only once. Her tears fell on his small face as she handed him to a trusted servant, a shepherd named Achilles, with instructions that broke her heart. "Take him into the mountains," she commanded, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Leave him on Mount Ida, where the wolves and the cold will claim him. Do not kill him yourself, but do not bring him back. Let the gods decide his fate." The shepherd took the baby and left the city at nightfall. He climbed up into the rocky slopes of Mount Ida, where the wind howled through the pine trees and snow still clung to the highest peaks. He found a remote spot, far from any path, and prepared to lay the child down and walk away. But when he looked at the baby in his arms, at the small fingers curled against his chest, he could not do it. Perhaps he thought of his own children, grown and gone. Perhaps he simply could not bear to leave a helpless infant to die alone in the cold. Whatever his reasoning, the shepherd made a choice that would change the course of history. He carried Paris back down the mountain to his small stone hut. He told no one of the child's true identity, raising him as his own son among the flocks and pastures. Paris grew up, knowing nothing of palaces or prophecies, nothing of the family that had cast him out before he could even speak. He learned to tend sheep and read the weather, living a simple life in the mountains. He grew up to be both strong and handsome, beloved by the other shepherds for his skill with a sling and his fair judgement when disputes arose. Paris had been spared death. That single act of mercy, that moment of compassion in the face of an innocent child, would doom thousands to die in the great war to come. The torch from Hecuba's dream had not been extinguished. It had only been hidden in the mountains, waiting for the wind to carry its flames back to Troy. Part 3. Leda and the Swan. The shepherd's choice, however misguided, would not bring about Troy's destruction alone. For the prophecy to be fulfilled, another child needed to be born, one who would grow up to possess a beauty so extraordinary that it would launch 1,000 ships and plunge 2 great civilizations into war. Across the Aegean Sea, in the wealthy city of Sparta, Zeus had been watching Queen Leda. He observed her from his throne on Olympus as she walked through the palace gardens in the early morning light, then in the evening as she bathed in the river Eurotas that flowed through the city. The god's desire grew stronger with each passing day until finally he could resist no longer. Unable to approach her as himself, as his true form would incinerate any mortal who looked upon it, Zeus chose a different shape. He transformed himself into a magnificent swan, its feathers white as fresh snow. The great bird descended from the heavens one summer evening and appeared to Leda as she walked alone by the riverbank. What passed between the god and the queen that night became the subject of whispered tales throughout the land. However, that same night, Leda also lay with her mortal husband, King Tyndareus, and from these 2 unions she would conceive children unlike any who had come before. Some months later, when her time came, Leda gave birth not to ordinary children, but to 2 large eggs, each one smooth and warm to the touch. When the eggs finally hatched, out came 4 children, 2 mortal and 2 immortal, reflecting the 2 fathers from that night so many months ago. First were 2 sons, Castor, the mortal son of Tyndareus, and Pollux, the immortal son of Zeus, who would become legendary warriors and horsemen. Then came 2 daughters. The first was Clytemnestra, dark-haired and sharp-minded, who would one day marry Agamemnon, the most powerful king in Greece. But it was the second daughter, Helen, the other child of Zeus, who would change the fate of nations. From the moment she emerged from her shell, it was clear she was unlike any mortal woman who had ever lived. As a child, her beauty was remarkable. As she grew, it became something almost divine, a radiance that seemed to emanate from within. By the time Helen reached womanhood, her beauty had become legendary, spoken of in every Greek kingdom and sung about by travelling bards. Her hair fell like spun gold, her eyes held the colour of the Aegean at dawn, and her voice carried the music of the Muses themselves. Men would stop mid-sentence when she entered a room, their thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Women would lower their eyes, some in envy, others simply overwhelmed by the sight of her. When Helen came of age, suitors arrived from every corner of Greece. They came in such numbers that the palace courtyards overflowed with their tents and pavilions. Each morning brought new arrivals, their chariots raising clouds of dust on the roads leading to Sparta. Among them were the greatest names in all of Greece: Odysseus of Ithaca, intelligent and smooth with words; mighty Ajax of Salamis, who stood head and shoulders above other men; Agamemnon of Mycenae, already a king, with gold enough to buy a city; They brought gifts that filled the palace treasury, golden tripods, thoroughbred horses, and bolts of purple cloth worth more than a farmer would see in a lifetime. King Tyndareus watched this gathering of powerful men with growing dread. They included the most renowned warriors from across Greece, each with armies at their command. He knew that Helen's choice would leave all but one bitterly disappointed. Already fights had broken out in the palace grounds, with the old king all too aware of how easily any decision could lead to bloodshed. It was Odysseus, always the cleverest man in any room, who proposed a solution. One evening he approached Tyndareus privately, away from the other suitors. "My lord," he said, "I see your dilemma clearly. Let me offer you a path through this crisis. Make every suitor swear a sacred oath, witnessed by the gods themselves. Each man must vow to protect Helen's chosen husband against any who would challenge the marriage or steal her away. In this way, potential enemies will become her sworn protectors." One by one the suitors agreed, swearing what would become known as the Oath of Tyndareus, promising to defend Helen's husband with their lives, to bring their armies if called, and treat any threat to the marriage as a threat to themselves. With the threat of violence now removed, Helen made her choice. She selected Prince Menelaus, brother to the powerful Agamemnon who ruled Mycenae, a warrior famed for his red hair and honest dealings, known throughout Greece for his generosity and loyalty. The two were married in a ceremony that lasted for 9 days, with lavish feasts and celebrations that would be remembered for generations. Since Tyndareus had no sons, Menelaus inherited the Spartan throne through his marriage, and they became king and queen of Sparta, ruling from the palace where Helen had grown up. The disappointed suitors departed peacefully, returning to their own kingdoms, some to find other wives, others to pursue different glories. They rode away, believing the matter settled, the oath merely a formality that would never be called upon. But the fates, those 3 sisters who spin, measure, and cut the threads of mortal lives, were already at their work. That oath, sworn to prevent bloodshed, would become the very mechanism that would draw every one of those men into the greatest war the world had ever known. Part 4. The Judgement of Paris. While Menelaus and Helen settled into their life as king and queen of Sparta, high on Mount Olympus another marriage was taking place. The wedding of Thetis, the silver-footed sea nymph, to Peleus, the mortal king of Phthia, was an event that shook the very foundations of the heavens. For this was no ordinary union. The fates had foretold that Thetis would bear a son greater than his father, a prophecy that made even Zeus hesitate to pursue her. Instead, she was given to a mortal, ensuring that her mighty son would walk the earth rather than challenge the heavens. That son would be Achilles, the greatest warrior ever born. The wedding feast was held in the golden halls of Olympus itself. The pillars were wreathed in ambrosia flowers that never wilted, and nectar flowed freely from fountains that never ran dry. Every god and goddess had been invited, from mighty Zeus down to the minor deities of the streams and forests. The Muses sang hymns of such beauty that even the stars seemed to lean closer to listen. Apollo played his golden lyre, whilst the Graces danced, their white robes flailing behind them, each gesture flowing seamlessly into the next. But In drawing up the list of guests, Thetis and Peleus had made one deliberate and fateful omission. For among all the immortals, there was one goddess who was universally despised and feared, Eris, the goddess of discord and strife. Where she walked, friendships shattered and marriages fell apart. Her whispers could turn brother against brother, with her very presence known to cause conflict. Eris, however, had eyes and ears everywhere. From her dark dwelling at the edge of the world, she heard how the celebrations unfolded, of the laughter and joy, of how the gods toasted the happy couple whilst she sat alone, deliberately forgotten. The insult burned in her chest like a poison, and with each passing hour, her anger grew colder and more focused. If they wanted to exclude chaos from their perfect celebration, she would show them just how foolish that decision had been. As the evening progressed and the wedding feast reached its height, Eris materialized at the entrance to the hall. Before anyone could react, she pulled a golden apple from her robes, polishing and shining in the torchlight. Upon its surface was inscribed a simple phrase, "To the most beautiful." With a wicked smile, Eris rolled the apple across the marble floor. It came to rest in the center of the hall, spinning slowly. The music faltered. Conversations died. Every eye in the hall turned to watch the fruit as it came to rest. For a moment, silence held the hall. Then 3 goddesses moved toward the apple simultaneously. Hera, Queen of Olympus and wife of Zeus, whose regal beauty commanded respect from all who beheld her; Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, whose grey eyes held the depth of all knowledge; and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, whose very presence made hearts race and flowers bloom. Each goddess reached for the apple, but each pulled back her hand as the others approached. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop as 3 pairs of immortal eyes met, each certain that the prize belonged to her alone. Zeus, seated at the head of the table, closed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his temples. He would gladly have faced the Titans again, rather than deal with what was about to unfold. "Clearly it is meant for me," Hera declared, her voice carrying the authority of the Queen of Heaven. "There can be no question. As Zeus's wife, as the mother of gods, the apple is mine by right." Athena's grey eyes flashed dangerously. "Rights mean nothing here, stepmother. True beauty lies in wisdom and strength, not in crowns and marriages. The apple was meant for me." Aphrodite laughed, a sound like honey and wine that made every male deity turn to look at her. "Neither of you understands beauty as I do. I am beauty itself, its very essence made flesh. The apple could be for no other." Their voices grew louder, their words sharper. Other goddesses backed away, sensing the danger. Even the gods, who had seen thousands of wars play out across the eons, recognized this as something that could tear Olympus itself apart. The wedding feast had descended into chaos, exactly as Eris had intended. Finally, unable to reach any agreement, the 3 goddesses turned as one towards Zeus. "You will judge," they said, speaking as one. Zeus, who had overthrown his own father, who had defeated the Titans and ruled Olympus for countless centuries, felt his mouth go dry. For perhaps the first time in his immortal existence, he found himself truly trapped. To choose Hera would spare him centuries of domestic torment, but it would make eternal enemies of the other 2. To choose Athena, his favourite daughter, born from his own head, would be to betray his wife and invoke Aphrodite's wrath. And Aphrodite? Well, Aphrodite had ways of making even the immortals regret crossing her, as many unfortunate gods could attest. There was no winning. No matter which goddess he chose, his life would become a nightmare. The king of the gods, who had faced down cosmic threats without flinching, wanted absolutely no part of this decision. Zeus raised his hand for silence. "This decision," he declared, "requires a judge with no stake in the outcome, one whose judgment is pure and untainted by divine politics. A mortal must decide." He closed his eyes, casting his divine sight across the mortal world below, searching for someone suitable. His gaze swept over Greece, over the islands, across the seas, until, finally, it settled on the slopes of Mount Ida, above Troy. There was a shepherd there, a young man known among his people for fair judgment and honest character. "There," Zeus announced, relief evident in his voice, "a shepherd on Mount Ida. His name is Paris. He shall be our judge." Before Zeus had even finished his sentence, all three goddesses had vanished. Athena dove from Olympus's heights, plummeting like a hawk toward the earth below. Hera rushed to her golden chariot, her immortal horses already racing through the clouds, and Aphrodite raced across the sea itself, drawn by the winds toward Mount Ida. They arrived on the hillside within moments of each other, each determined to be first, none willing to let the others speak to the shepherd alone. They found Paris overlooking his flocks, playing a simple melody on his reed pipe as the sun began its descent toward the western sea. When the three goddesses materialized before him in a blaze of divine light, Paris dropped his pipe, the music dying mid-note. His sheep scattered in terror, bleating as they fled down the hillside. Paris himself fell to his knees, raising his hands to shield his face from the most magnificent beings he had ever seen. Each goddess was beautiful beyond mortal comprehension, each perfect in her own distinct way. Hera stepped forward first, the golden apple gleaming in her hand. "Shepherd," she said, "we have come to you with a matter of great importance. You must choose which of us deserves this prize." Paris looked from one goddess to another, his shepherd's hands trembling. How could any mortal make such a choice? As he hesitated, each goddess stepped forward in turn, offering gifts that would change the course of his life. Hera spoke first, offering to make him king of Europe and Asia in exchange for his vote, to give him power over vast territories and command over countless armies. Athena stepped forward next, promising him unrivaled skill in war, the ability to conquer any enemy and win glory that would echo through the ages. But when Aphrodite approached, she studied his face with a knowing smile. She saw something the others had missed, the loneliness in the young shepherd's heart. "I will give you the most beautiful woman in the world as your wife," she whispered, "a love that will surpass all others, a passion that will make kingdoms weep." Paris felt his breath catch. Power meant nothing to a man who had lived simply all his life. Glory in war meant nothing to one who had never held a sword. But love was something he understood. With trembling hands, Paris gave the golden apple to Aphrodite. The goddess smiled, pleased with her victory, and told him exactly what he must do. He must travel to Sparta, where Queen Helen ruled beside her husband. There, Aphrodite would use her divine magic to make Helen fall in love with him, to make her forget her vows and her duty, to make her willing to abandon everything for his sake. Hera and Athena said nothing, but their dark expressions promised retribution. They vanished in silence, leaving Paris alone with Aphrodite. The goddess touched his cheek gently. "You are no shepherd, Paris of Troy. You are a prince, and it is time you claimed your birthright. Return to your father's city, then sail to Sparta. Your destiny awaits." As she disappeared in a shower of rose petals, Paris stood alone on the hillside, the sheep bleating around him, his mind reeling. A prince of Troy? It seemed impossible, yet gods did not lie. He made his way down the mountain and confronted Achilles, who wept as he finally confessed the truth of that terrible day when he had saved the royal infant marked for death. Within days, Paris stood before the gates of Troy for the first time, staring up at the magnificent walls that Poseidon and Apollo had built. When he presented himself at the palace, claiming to be Priam's lost son, there was skepticism at first. But Queen Hecuba looked at his face and saw the infant she had given away decades ago. She rushed to embrace him. Priam, moved by his wife's recognition and swayed by certain birthmarks that matched the records, welcomed Paris back into the royal family. There was feasting and celebration, though not everyone shared in the joy. Hector watched his newly returned brother with concern, always wary of potential threats to his beloved city. But it was Cassandra, one of Priam's daughters, who reacted the most violently. The most tragic of Priam's children, she had been born with both beauty and intelligence, qualities that had turned out to be a curse, as she had caught the eye of Apollo when he visited Troy's temple during a summer festival. The god had pursued her relentlessly, appearing in her dreams, leaving gifts of golden laurel at her door. In his desire to win her affection, he bestowed upon her the divine gift of prophecy, the ability to see the threads of fate before they were woven. But when Cassandra still refused his advances, Apollo's love turned to bitter rage. He could not take back a gift once given, for even gods are bound by certain laws, but he could twist it into a curse. With a touch to her lips that burned like ice, he declared that while she would always speak the truth, while she would see the future with perfect clarity, no one would ever believe her prophecies. From that day forward, Cassandra would watch disasters approach like storms on the horizon, screaming warnings that fell on deaf ears. Even her own family would dismiss her visions as the ravings of a madwoman. Now she stared at Paris, this new brother, and the visions came like a flood. She saw fire consuming the palace, blood running in the streets, a great wooden horse standing in Troy's centre whilst the walls crumbled around it. Everyone she loved, dead. "No!" she screamed, rushing forward. "Send him away! He is the torch from Mother's dream. He will burn Troy to ashes." She grabbed at her father's robes, weeping. "Please, I beg you, believe me this once." But no one listened. They never did. The guards gently pulled her away as the feasting continued. Within weeks, Paris had assembled a crew and set sail across the Aegean for Sparta. He was desperate to meet the woman Aphrodite had promised him, the woman who was to be his wife. When his ship's prow finally touched the beach below Menelaus's palace, Paris emerged dressed in his finest Trojan robes, claiming to lead a delegation on a mission to strengthen ties between their two kingdoms. King Menelaus, unsuspecting and generous, welcomed them with the hospitality that Greek custom demanded. The palace halls were thrown open, and a great feast was prepared in honour of the guests. It was at that first dinner, as servants lit the oil lamps and the hall filled with a warm golden light, that Paris first laid eyes on Helen. She entered the hall at her husband's side, and every other source of light seemed to dim in comparison. Her beauty hit Paris like a physical blow, stealing the breath from his lungs. She was more beautiful than he had imagined possible, her presence filling the hall with a radiance that had nothing to do with lamps or firelight. Their gazes met across the crowded hall, and in that moment Aphrodite's magic took hold. A flush rose to Helen's cheeks. Her hand trembled as she reached for her wine cup. Throughout the feast, she found herself unable to look away from the young Trojan prince, drawn by a force she could neither name nor resist. She barely tasted her food, barely heard her husband's words, aware only of Paris watching her from across the table. In the days that followed, Menelaus, suspecting nothing, treated Paris as an honoured guest, showing him the palace's treasures and inviting him to hunt in the royal forests. But whenever the king's attention was elsewhere, Paris and Helen would find themselves drawn together, meeting in gardens where roses bloomed out of season, in corridors where servants mysteriously never ventured. Their conversations started formally, but grew more intimate with each passing day. Helen, who had been content as Sparta's queen up until the prince's arrival, suddenly found herself confessing feelings she had never acknowledged before, that she felt trapped, longing for something she could not name. Paris told her of Troy's distant shores, of walls that touched the sky, and a palace where she would be treasured beyond all others. On the 9th day of his visit, Aphrodite provided the opportunity they had been waiting for. Menelaus received word that his grandfather had died in Crete, requiring his immediate presence at the funeral. The night after Menelaus sailed for Crete, Paris came to Helen's chambers. Outside, a storm had rolled in from the sea, lightning illuminating the sky in brilliant flashes, thunder so loud it shook the floor beneath them. Helen stood at her window, watching the tempest. "We could leave tonight," Paris said softly. "My ships are ready. By dawn we could be beyond pursuit." Helen turned. For a moment she hesitated, thinking of her life in Sparta, of the husband who had trusted his guest. Then she looked at Paris and felt Aphrodite's pull like a current she could not fight. She took his outstretched hand. She followed him through the silent palace in the dark hours before dawn, wearing a dark cloak over her golden hair and carrying only a small chest of her most precious belongings. Paris led her to where his men waited with horses, their faces sullen with the knowledge of what they were about to do. The race to the ships was a blur of pounding hooves and driving rain. Behind them, alarm bells began to ring as guards discovered Helen's empty chambers. Spartan soldiers, roused from their beds, grabbed weapons and gave chase. On the beach, Paris's men had already pushed the ships into the shallows, oars ready. Arrows began to fall around them as Spartan archers reached the cliff tops above the beach. Paris lifted Helen into the lead ship as his warriors formed a defensive line, their shields locked together. "Row!" Paris shouted to his crew. "Row as if the Furies themselves chase us!" The Spartan guards crashed into the Trojan shields, with the beach becoming a battlefield. Men fell on both sides, their blood mixing with the rain and sand. But the Trojans were already backing into the waves, maintaining their shield wall until the last man could scramble aboard the departing ships. As the Trojan vessels pulled away from shore, disappearing into the storm, a Spartan messenger was already riding hard in the opposite direction. He carried news that would change the world. Helen was gone, stolen by a Trojan prince who had violated every law of hospitality. The message would reach Menelaus in Crete, and through him, every man who had sworn the oath of Tyndareus. That oath, made so many years ago to prevent bloodshed, would now be invoked to cause it on a scale the world had never seen. Part 5. The Gathering of Greeks. When Menelaus's ship reached Sparta, he went directly to the palace. He walked through the halls where Paris had been his guest, past the dining hall where they had shared wine, and finally to Helen's chambers. The room was exactly as she had left it. Her loom still held half-finished weaving, her jewellery box sat open on the table. For a moment he let his fury overtake him, kicking down doors, throwing furniture, and roaring his anguish to the empty halls. But only for a moment. He was a practical man, driven to a fault, and there was now just one thing on his mind. He would sail to Troy, kill Paris, and bring Helen home. But Menelaus knew he could not do this alone. Troy's walls were formidable, and Priam commanded considerable forces. He needed allies, and fortunately he had a powerful tool at his disposal, the oath of Tyndareus. Every man who had once sought Helen's hand had sworn to defend her chosen husband, to come to his aid if ever he was wronged. Now Menelaus would call in that debt. Messengers rode out from Sparta in all directions, carrying the same message to every corner of Greece. Helen had been stolen, and the oath must be honoured. The summons went to rocky Ithaca, to sandy Pylos and wealthy Mycenae, calling on the greatest warriors from across Greece. The first to answer was Agamemnon, and his response came not by messenger, but in person. The king of Mycenae arrived at Sparta's gates with 100 warriors at his back, wearing the golden breastplate that marked him as High King. He was Menelaus's older brother, and where Menelaus was lean and swift, Agamemnon was built like a bull, broad and powerful, with a voice that could command armies. The brothers met in Sparta's great hall, with Agamemnon's embrace nearly crushing Menelaus's ribs. "Brother," he said, his deep voice filling the space, "this insult to you is an insult to all of Greece. My armies are yours. My ships are under your command. We will bring such force against Troy that men will speak of it for generations." Agamemnon ruled Mycenae, the richest and most powerful of all Greek kingdoms. His treasury held gold enough to buy entire cities, gathered from the trade routes his armies protected and the mines his slaves worked. His palace sat atop a hill, surrounded by walls so massive that men whispered only the mighty Cyclopses could have built them. When he called for war, thousands of warriors answered. It was decided between the brothers that Agamemnon, with his greater resources and commanding presence, would lead the combined Greek forces. Menelaus accepted this without complaint. He wanted his wife back. His brother wanted glory. Together they would both get what they desired. Others soon followed. Great warriors arrived from across the Greek world, each bringing ships and men to honour the oath they had sworn. Nestor came from Pylos, ancient and wise, a man of nearly 80 years who had sailed with Jason and the Argonauts in his youth and fought alongside Heracles himself. Young Diomedes arrived from Argos with 80 black-prowed ships, favoured by Athena and already renowned for his skill in battle. From Salamis came Ajax, son of Telamon, a giant of a man who towered over his companions and wielded a shield no other warrior could even lift. His namesake, Ajax of Locris, brought 40 ships and a reputation for speed and precision with his spear. Dozens of other kings and princes answered the call, until the beach at Aulis, where the fleet was assembling, transformed into a city of its own, tents covering the sand as far as the eye could see. But of all those bound by the oath, the most difficult to recruit was Odysseus, king of Ithaca. He was known throughout Greece as the wisest and most cunning of all men, with the same mind that had devised the oath of Tyndareus, now seeking to evade it. For Odysseus had no desire to leave his rocky island kingdom, no wish to abandon his wife Penelope and their infant son Telemachus for a war across the sea. When Agamemnon's envoys arrived at Ithaca to call him to honour his oath, they found Odysseus in his fields, apparently mad. He had yoked an ox and a donkey together, two animals that should never be paired, mumbling and raving as he scattered salt into the furrows instead of seed. He appeared completely insane, his gaze unfocused, his words nonsense. But Palamedes, one of the envoys, and no fool himself, suspected deception. He knew Odysseus's reputation for trickery and reasoned that madness was a convenient escape from an inconvenient oath. To test his theory, Palamedes did something shocking. He took Telemachus, Odysseus's infant son, and placed the child directly in the path of the plough. Without hesitation, Odysseus yanked the plough aside, dropped the reins, and scooped up Telemachus, holding the boy close to his chest. The madness had vanished in an instant. Odysseus stood there, his expression shifting from panic to resignation. He had been exposed, his deception revealed. A truly mad man would not have stopped the plough. Palamedes smiled knowingly, and Odysseus knew he had no choice. He would honour his oath. Within a week, 12 ships from Ithaca were ready to sail, with Odysseus at their head, already calculating strategies for a war he had hoped to avoid. Even with Odysseus secured, even with Agamemnon's vast army assembled, the Greeks knew their expedition remained incomplete. There was one warrior whose absence made victory uncertain, one name that could tip the balance of any conflict. Without him, the conquest of Troy was considered impossible. His name was Achilles, and he was the greatest warrior who had ever lived. Achilles was the son of Peleus, the mortal king of Phthia, and Thetis, the silver-footed sea-nymph whose wedding had been disrupted by Eris's golden apple. From his father he inherited mortality and kingship. From his mother he inherited something far more valuable, near invulnerability. When Achilles was born, Thetis had carried him down to the underworld, to the banks of the river Styx, whose black waters granted immortality to anything they touched. She had submerged her infant son in those waters, holding him by his heel, and when she lifted him out, his body had become impervious to weapons. No blade could cut him, no arrow could pierce him, with his skin stronger than any armour. Only his heel, where her grip had prevented the waters from reaching, remained vulnerable and mortal, the single weakness in an otherwise invincible body. As a child, Achilles had been given to Chiron, a wise centaur who dwelt in a cave on Mount Pelion. Chiron had once tutored the great hero Heracles as a youth, and now taught young Achilles the arts of music, speech, and warfare. The boy learned to play the lyre as skillfully as he wielded the spear, to speak with eloquence, and to fight with unparalleled skill. He grew into a young man of extraordinary beauty and even more extraordinary talent, beloved by the gods and feared by those who faced him in combat. But Achilles possessed one flaw that would define his life: his temper. Chiron had seen it before in Heracles, the same ungovernable rage that had destroyed the greatest of heroes. Pride and fury lived in Achilles like twin flames, quick to ignite and impossible to control. When insulted, he would not forgive. When challenged, he would not yield. It was a trait that would bring him into conflict throughout his short life, and ultimately it would shape the course of the Trojan War itself. As Achilles grew under the tutelage of Chiron, his mother Thetis had consulted every oracle, prophet, or seer who might tell her of her son's future. The answer was always the same, delivered in different words, but carrying identical meaning. "Your son stands at a crossroads," the oracle at Delphi had told her, the Pythia's voice rasping from the sacred vapours. "One path leads to a long life, peaceful and forgotten. He will die in his bed as an old man, surrounded by grandchildren who will forget his name within a generation. The other path leads to immortal fame, his name sung until the world ends. But that path ends at Troy, cut short in youth, his life measured in glory rather than years. When news reached Thetis that the Greeks were gathering for war against Troy, she moved swiftly. She appeared to Achilles as he practiced combat with Patroclus, his closest companion, on the training grounds. Both young men were stripped to the waist from their exertions, laughing together as they sparred. "My son," Thetis said, and both warriors immediately knelt at the goddess's appearance. "You must come with me, now." She took him to the island of Skyros, ruled by King Lycomedes, who owed her a favour from ancient times. There she dressed Achilles as a woman, teaching him to walk with smaller steps, to keep his voice soft, and to sit with his legs crossed delicately. She dyed his golden hair darker and placed jewellery around his neck to distract from his throat. "You will be called Pyrrha," she told him. "Live among Lycomedes' daughters. The Greeks will never find you here." Meanwhile, Odysseus and Diomedes had been sent to find Achilles. They searched first at his father's palace in Phthia, then at Chiron's cave on Mount Pelion, but found no trace. It was Odysseus's network of informants, traders, and travellers who owed him favours who finally brought useful news. King Lycomedes of Skyros had recently gained a new daughter, unusually tall, who had appeared suddenly and never left the palace. "He hides among the women," Odysseus said to Diomedes as their ship approached Skyros. "Clever Thetis, but not clever enough." They arrived at Skyros as merchants, their ship loaded with goods. Odysseus had planned every detail. They were welcomed into the palace, and soon the women's quarters buzzed with excitement as the merchants unpacked their wares, bolts of silk from the east, alongside jewellery of gold and silver. The women gathered around, excited over each treasure. Odysseus watched them all carefully, noting each reaction. One woman, taller than the rest, showed polite interest in the jewellery, but seemed distracted, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Then Odysseus unveiled his plan. Among the various treasures, he had placed a sword and a shield, the bronze worked with scenes of battle. Most of the women barely glanced at these items, but the tall one's focus locked onto them immediately. It was then that Odysseus gave his signal. Outside, Diomedes sounded a war horn, its call echoing through the palace. His men clashed swords against shields, creating the sound of sudden attack. The women screamed and fled, seeking shelter within the palace, but the tall one moved with an entirely different purpose. In one fluid motion, he seized the sword and shield, dropping into a combat stance, ready to face whatever threat approached. The disguise was shattered, and there stood Achilles, son of Peleus, the greatest warrior of the age. For a moment no one moved. Then Achilles lowered the sword, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Odysseus," he said, his natural voice replacing the false tones he had maintained for weeks. "I should have known it would be you." "Your mother tried to hide you well," Odysseus replied, "but you cannot hide a lion among sheep. Greece needs you, son of Peleus. Troy awaits." Achilles looked at the sword in his hand. He thought of his mother's tears, of the prophecy that promised either long obscurity or short glory. But in his heart the choice had already been made long ago. He was not meant for a quiet life. "Let me gather my things," he said, "and send word to Patroclus. If I go to war, he goes with me." Patroclus was more than just Achilles' companion. They had been raised together since childhood, when Patroclus had been exiled to Phthia after accidentally killing another boy during a game of dice. The bond between them was deeper than friendship, being as unbreakable as any blood tie. Where Achilles was fierce and prideful, Patroclus was gentle and wise. They balanced each other perfectly. When Patroclus arrived at Skyros and saw Achilles in his warrior's gear, he simply smiled and clasped his friend's shoulder. "I knew your mother's plan would not hold you for long," he said. "Where you go, I follow, to Troy or to Hades itself." As the ships prepared to depart Skyros, Achilles stood at the prow, the sea wind blowing around him. The greatest warrior of the age was going to war. And though he knew it meant his doom, he sailed toward it with a smile on his face. Part 6. The Sacrifice. The greatest warriors from across Greece had assembled at Aulis, with Agamemnon commanding a fleet of over 1,000 vessels, the largest armada Greece had ever seen. The beach camp stretched for miles, and when the order came to embark, the men loaded their supplies, said their prayers to the gods, and prepared to sail for Troy. But when the fleet attempted to depart, the ships barely moved. The sails hung limp against their masts. Not a whisper of wind stirred the air. Day after day the fleet sat motionless, whilst supplies dwindled and the men grew restless. Agamemnon consulted the seer Calchas, a prophet who could read the will of the gods in the flight of birds and the patterns of smoke. Calchas studied the signs, and what he saw made him hesitate before speaking. "The goddess Artemis has stolen the winds," Calchas announced to the assembled kings. "You killed one of her sacred deer whilst hunting, great Agamemnon, and she will not allow you to sail until you have paid the price." "What price?" Agamemnon demanded. "I will sacrifice 100 bulls. I will build her a temple of marble and gold." Calchas shook his head slowly. "The goddess demands something far more precious. She requires the sacrifice of that which you hold most dear. Your eldest daughter, Iphigenia, must die upon her altar. Only her blood will restore the winds." Complete silence followed. Menelaus looked at his brother with horror. Odysseus closed his eyes. Even Achilles, who feared nothing, felt cold at such a demand. "No," Agamemnon finally whispered. Then louder, "No, I will not. There must be another way." But there was no other way. For 3 days Agamemnon raged and pleaded, threatened and bargained. Meanwhile, thousands of men waited, idle, consuming provisions that would be needed for the siege of Troy. Fights broke out daily. The alliance Agamemnon had built threatened to dissolve as minor kings grew impatient and began talking of going home. Not only Agamemnon's pride, but his very kingship hung in the balance. That night, Agamemnon did not sleep. He paced his tent like a caged animal, wrestling with a choice no father should face. By dawn, his decision was made, though it would haunt him for the rest of his days. He sent a messenger to Mycenae with a letter for his wife, Clytemnestra, sealed with his royal ring. The message was brief and false. Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, had asked for Iphigenia's hand in marriage. She should come to Aulis immediately for the wedding. Come quickly, he stressed, as they were soon to depart for Troy. Iphigenia arrived within the week, filled with excitement. 16 years old, she came dressed in wedding finery, imagining her life with the greatest warrior in Greece. Clytemnestra held her daughter's hand as they walked through the camp, both women smiling at the future that awaited. "Father!" she called out, seeing Agamemnon waiting by what she took to be a wedding altar. The marble platform had been decorated with flowers, priests standing ready in their ceremonial robes. "Where is noble Achilles? I confess I am nervous to meet him." Agamemnon could not speak. He stood at the altar, his expression unmoving, the ceremonial dagger hidden in the folds of his robe. As Iphigenia approached, her joy began to fade. She noticed the strange silence of the watching soldiers. She saw tears on some of their faces. She noticed that what she had taken for wedding decorations were actually wreaths meant for the dead. "Father?" Her voice grew uncertain as she climbed the altar steps. "Father, what is happening?" It was only when she saw the rope in the priest's hands, when she felt them grab her arms, that she understood. Her screams pierced the air. "Father, no, please! I am your daughter, your little dear, you used to call me." She struggled against the priests, but they were too strong. Agamemnon moved as if in a trance. Some later claimed Artemis clouded his mind to make the deed possible. Others would say that his ambition simply outweighed his love. He raised the dagger high. "For Greece," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Forgive me." The blade fell. Iphigenia's scream cut off abruptly as blood spread across the white marble. The deed was done, and the moment Iphigenia's body went still, the wind returned. First a whisper rustling through the camp, then stronger, setting the ship's rigging singing. Within minutes a powerful breeze filled every sail, the perfect wind to carry them to Troy. Artemis had her sacrifice, and Agamemnon had his winds. But he had lost something far more valuable. Clytemnestra, held back by guards as her daughter was murdered, looked at her husband with such hatred that men turned away from her gaze. She would return to Mycenae alone, and there she would wait, nurturing her rage and planning her vengeance. Agamemnon had chosen glory over his own child, a choice that would ultimately be his undoing. But for now, the fleet sailed east, towards war, death, and the destiny that the gods had woven for them all. Behind them, smoke rose from the funeral pyre where Iphigenia's body burned, a dark omen of all the death that was to come. Part 7. 9 Years of War. The Greek fleet appeared on Troy's horizon at dawn, 1,000 black sails spreading across the sea. Watchmen on Troy's towers rang the alarm bells until their arms ached, the sound rolling across the waking city. Citizens rushed to the walls and felt their breath catch, the sight before them unlike any they had seen before. It was as if the sea itself had turned black. Ships beyond counting, stretching from one end of the horizon to the other, all bearing down on Troy like a great wave. Mothers grabbed their children. Old men who had survived past wars felt their resolve weaken. King Priam stood upon the walls, one hand gripping the battlements as he watched his soldiers prepare for battle on the plain below. Hector commanded the Trojan forces, his deep voice bellowing across the city as he tried to maintain order and organize his soldiers for the defense. Paris stood nearby, looking pale and small in comparison, the young prince exchanging worried looks with his new bride. The Greek ships approached the shore, their oars churning the water white, but as the fleet drew closer to land, the pace slowed. No ship moved to the beach itself. The warriors sat at their benches, weapons ready, but no one gave the order to disembark. Thetis, the mother of Achilles, had received a prophecy. The first Greek to set foot on Trojan soil would be the first to die. Every man in that fleet understood what stepping off a ship first would mean. Glory, yes, but death before the war had barely begun. Tens of thousands of warriors sat frozen on their benches, each waiting for another to claim the fatal honour. The Trojans, assembled on the beach in their bronze armour, shields locked in a defensive formation, watched in confusion as the mighty Greek army came to a standstill. Then one man stood. His name was Protesilaus, lord of Phylace, one of Helen's former suitors who had sworn the oath to defend her marriage. He was not the strongest warrior, nor the most famous, but in that moment he proved to be the most courageous of them all. "Forward!" he shouted to his oarsmen. The ship surged ahead of the others, its prow grinding into the sand. Before anyone could stop him, before his men could even lower the ramp, Protesilaus leapt over the side, his sandals striking Trojan earth. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then he charged the Trojan line alone. His spear found its first target before the men could react, punching through armour and leather into flesh. A second Trojan fell, then a third, then a fourth. For a few glorious moments, one Greek warrior drove back an entire army. But then Hector arrived. Troy's greatest warrior pushed through his own lines, his horsehair plume nodding above the crowd. He had watched this lone Greek's suicidal courage with something approaching respect. When their eyes met across the blood-soaked sand, both men knew how this would end. Hector's spear flew straight and true. It caught Protesilaus just below the throat, in the gap between his armour and helmet. The Greek warrior dropped to his knees, blood pouring onto the sand that he had been first to claim. As his vision faded, Protesilaus saw the rest of the Greeks finally pouring from their ships, inspired by his sacrifice. Greek vessels beached all along the shore, ramps crashed down, and thousands of warriors flooded onto the sand. The prophecy had been fulfilled. Now the war could truly begin. The first day's fighting was savage. The Greeks, inspired by Protesilaus' courage, drove the Trojans all the way back to Troy's gates. Bodies carpeted the plain between the beach and the city. As the sun set, both armies pulled back, exhausted, to count their dead. The Greeks established their camp on the beach where they had landed, dragging their ships onto the sand and building a wall of timber and earth to protect them. From this base they launched attack after attack against Troy's walls, but the fortifications that Poseidon and Apollo had built held firm. Siege towers were constructed and burned. Battering rams were brought forward and shattered against gates that would not yield. Scaling ladders were raised only to be pushed back, sending men tumbling to their deaths on the rocks below. The Trojans, for their part, could not drive the Greeks back into the sea. Whenever they sallied out of the gates to attack the Greek camp, Achilles, Ajax, and the other great warriors would push them back, leaving the plain littered with Trojan dead. The war settled into a brutal stalemate, neither side able to gain the advantage, both bleeding themselves dry in the struggle. High on Mount Olympus, the gods watched the war unfold, and they too chose their sides. Hera and Athena, still furious after Paris's judgment, threw their support behind the Greeks. They whispered in the ears of Greek commanders, strengthened their warriors' arms, and turned aside Trojan spears in battle. Meanwhile, Aphrodite, who had promised Helen to Paris and had therefore begun this whole conflict, supported Troy, protecting Paris when he fought and blessing the Trojan women with courage. Apollo, the patron god of Troy, whose temple stood within the city walls, defended his chosen people, though his support was complicated by his lingering anger at Laomedon's ancient betrayal. Poseidon, jealous that the Trojans worshipped Apollo rather than him, despite his role in building their walls, sided with the Greeks, sending favourable winds to their ships and strength to their sailors. And Ares, the god of war himself, cared nothing for justice or ancient grudges. He simply craved battle and bloodshed, and so he supported whichever side would create the most carnage, often fighting for Troy simply to prolong the conflict and ensure the killing would continue. Day after day, month after month, the war raged on, until 9 brutal years had passed. Boys who had sailed from Greece without ever seeing combat had transformed into scarred veterans. In the Greek camp, the Grand Alliance began to fray. Supplies ran thin. The surrounding countryside, stripped bare by both armies, could no longer sustain them. It was then that Achilles proposed a new strategy. If they could not take Troy by force, they would starve it into submission. But to do that, they needed to cut off Troy's supply lines and secure resources for their own army. Achilles would lead raiding parties south along the coast of Asia Minor, taking the cities and towns that supplied Troy with food, gold, and fighting men. The Trojan allies, scattered across the coast without Troy's walls to protect them, fell one after another. Achilles led the raids personally, accompanied by the Myrmidons, his elite warriors from Phthia. These men were absolutely loyal to Achilles alone, the finest fighters in the Greek army, and they moved through the region like a scythe through wheat. The island of Lesbos fell first, its harbours seized and its ships captured. Lyrnessus, a prosperous trading town, was sacked and burned, while Hypatia, a fortified settlement in the hills, was besieged and conquered. Thebe, the city where Hector's wife Andromache had been born, was destroyed utterly, its king killed and its treasure stolen. From these conquered cities, the Greeks took everything of value. Gold and silver filled their coffers, grain and livestock fed their armies, and women captured in the raids were divided among the warriors as prizes. Yet, despite appearing powerless, it would be 2 of these captured women who would change the course of the war. The first, a woman called Briseis, was claimed by Achilles. The daughter of a local priest, she became the war prize of Greece's greatest warrior, assigned to his tent by right of conquest. The second woman, Chryseis, was taken by Agamemnon, who quickly became infatuated with her. He kept her in his personal quarters and treated her more as a concubine than a slave, showering her with gifts even as he held her captive. Agamemnon's prize, however, came with unexpected consequences. Chryseis was the daughter of Chryses, a priest of Apollo, a man whose long years of service had earned him the god's favour. When Chryses came walking across the plain toward the Greek camp one morning, carrying a small fortune in gold and silver to ransom his daughter, he set in motion events that would nearly destroy the Greek alliance from within. Here, the Iliad, the great song of Achilles' rage, would begin, not with Helen's abduction or the gathering of ships, but now, in the 10th year, with a quarrel over a captured woman that would doom them all. Part 8. The Wrath of Achilles. Chryses arrived at the Greek camp at midday when the sun beat down on the canvas tents. He was an old man, his hair white and back bent from years of service to Apollo, but he walked with purpose across the open plain, alone and unarmed, carrying a chest in one hand and Apollo's sacred staff in the other. The Greek guards watched him approach with curiosity. An old priest carrying treasure presented no threat. They let him pass through the timber walls, and he made his way toward Agamemnon's tent, the largest structure in the camp. Word spread quickly. Soldiers emerged to watch. By the time Chryses reached Agamemnon's quarters, a crowd had gathered. The priest knelt before the entrance, placing the chest on the ground and holding up his sacred staff. Great Agamemnon, King of Kings, he called out, his voice carrying across the assembled warriors, and all you Greeks. May the gods grant you victory and a safe return home. But I beg you, accept this ransom and release my daughter. Have mercy on an old man who has served the gods faithfully all his life." The crowd murmured. The ransom was substantial, and many of the watching Greeks nodded in agreement. It seemed a fair exchange, and besides, the priest had invoked the gods. To refuse would be to invite their anger. Agamemnon emerged from his tent. He looked at the old man kneeling before him, at the treasure chest, and his face darkened with contempt. "Old man," he said, his voice cold, "my answer is no. Now leave before I lose my patience. The girl is mine. She will grow old in my house in Argos, far from her homeland, working at my loom and sharing my bed. Now get out of my sight before I forget the customs of hospitality entirely." The crowd fell silent. Chryses remained kneeling for a moment, as if unable to believe what he had heard. Then, slowly, painfully, he rose to his feet. He picked up his chest of gold, his hands shaking, and turned away. As he walked back across the plain toward the sea, many Greeks watched him go with unease. They had just witnessed their commander insult a priest of Apollo, and such insults did not go unpunished. When Chryses reached the shore, far from the Greek camp, he knelt in the sand and raised his hands to the sky. "Hear me, Apollo," he prayed, his voice breaking with grief and rage. "If I have ever pleased you, if I have ever built your temples or burned offerings in your honor, grant me this prayer. Let the Greeks pay for my tears with your arrows." Apollo heard him. The god descended from Olympus with his silver bow, his quiver full of plague-bearing arrows. For 9 days he sat upon the cliffs above the Greek camp, invisible to mortal eyes, shooting his arrows. First the mules died, then the dogs, then the men themselves. The sickness came suddenly. A man would be speaking one moment, then clutch his stomach the next, doubling over as fever took him. Within hours he would be dead, his skin covered in dark spots, blood leaking from his nose and mouth. The funeral pyres burned day and night, their smoke darkening the sky. The Greeks huddled in their tents, terrified, as Apollo's plague consumed their army. On the 10th day, with hundreds dead and hundreds more dying, Achilles called an assembly. The greatest warriors gathered in the central square of the camp, keeping their distance from one another, fearful of contagion. Agamemnon sat on his throne, pale and drawn, whilst Achilles stood before him. "King Agamemnon," Achilles said, his voice carrying across the assembly, "this plague will destroy our army before Troy's walls ever do. We must consult a prophet, discover which god we have offended and how we might appease them. Otherwise we should load our ships and sail for home whilst we still have men to row them." There were murmurs of agreement. Agamemnon gestured irritably towards Calchas, the same seer who had demanded Iphigenia's sacrifice. Calchas was pale, his expression uneasy as he stepped forward towards the king. "It is Agamemnon who has brought this plague upon us. He angered Apollo when he dishonored his priest. Apollo will not lift the plague till Chryseis is returned to her father, given freely and without ransom." The assembly erupted in shouts. Some men turned to Agamemnon, waiting for his response. Others looked at the funeral pyres still burning in the distance, fearing they would be next. Agamemnon rose slowly from his throne, his face flushed with rage. "You prophet of evil!" he roared at Calchas. "You have never spoken a favourable word to me. First my daughter, and now my prize." He turned to address the whole assembly. "But yes, I will give the girl back if that is what Apollo demands. I would rather have my men alive than keep one slave girl." He paused, his jaw clenched tight, then continued, "But I will not be the only leader here to lose his prize. If I give up Chryseis, then someone must give up their trophy to me. It is not right that I, the king of all Greeks, should go without while lesser men keep their spoils." Achilles stepped forward, his temper flaring. "So this is your solution? You insult Apollo's priest, bring plague upon us all, and now you would steal from your own men to soothe your wounded pride?" Agamemnon turned on Achilles, his voice rising. "Yes, I will return Chryseis, and since you are so concerned with what is right and proper, Achilles, you can provide her replacement. I will come to your tent personally and take Chryseis, your prize. Let everyone see what happens when someone challenges my authority." The assembly went deathly quiet. Every man there understood what Agamemnon had just threatened. To take another warrior's prize was the greatest insult, a complete denial of his honor and his achievements in battle. Achilles' face flushed red with rage. His hand moved to his sword. Every Greek in the assembly held their breath. They all knew what Achilles was capable of. They had seen him kill dozens of men without taking a scratch. If he drew that blade now, Agamemnon would die, and the Greek alliance would shatter before Troy ever fell. Achilles gripped the hilt and began to pull. The blade was halfway from its sheath when suddenly everything slowed. The assembly seemed to freeze around him. Men who had been shouting fell silent. Warriors reaching for their weapons stopped mid-motion. The entire world became still and muffled, as though Achilles stood under water. Then a hand seized his hair from behind, yanking his head back violently. He spun around in shock, ready to strike whoever had dared touch him, and then he saw her. Athena, the grey-eyed goddess, towering over him. She had descended from Olympus at Hera's command, sent to prevent the catastrophe that was about to unfold. Her presence was overwhelming, her divine power radiating from her like heat from a forge. "Do not draw that sword," she said, her voice quiet but carrying absolute authority. "I know your rage, Achilles. I know how deeply this insult cuts, but if you kill Agamemnon now, you destroy everything your people have worked for. The war ends, the alliance breaks, and you gain nothing but blood on your hands." "He dishonors me in front of the entire army," Achilles hissed, his voice low and filled with anger. "He takes what is mine by right of conquest. How can I let such an insult stand?" "You will have your revenge," Athena said, "but not with violence. Not today. Wound him with words instead. Humiliate him before his men. Then withdraw from this war. Let him see what happens when he tries to fight without you. The day will come when the Greeks are dying by the hundreds, when Hector drives them back to their ships in terror, and Agamemnon will beg you to return. That will be your victory, far sweeter than his death." Achilles stood there, his legendary temper threatening to overwhelm him even now, despite the command of a goddess. Then, slowly, he pushed his sword back into its sheath, a soft click audible as the hilt returned to its resting place. Athena vanished, with the assembly coming back to life around him. Achilles turned to Agamemnon, and when he spoke, his words cut deeper than any blade could. "You drunken fool! You have the face of a dog and the heart of a coward. You never lead men into battle yourself, Never risk your own life in combat. You sit in your tent, growing fat on the spoils of war, whilst better men do the fighting." The watching Greeks shifted uncomfortably. No one had ever spoken to Agamemnon this way, not in public, before thousands of witnesses. "Take, Briseis," Achilles continued. "Take her, and know this. I will not lift another finger to help you. When Hector comes, when the Trojans drive you back to these ships and burn them, do not come begging for my help. I will sit in my tent and watch you fail." He turned and walked away, pushing through the stunned crowd. Patroclus followed without a word, and the Myrmidons, loyal to Achilles alone, fell in behind their leader. The assembly slowly dispersed, men whispering amongst themselves, casting nervous glances toward Agamemnon, who stood rigid on his throne, his face contorted with rage. That afternoon, heralds came to Achilles' tent. They were young men, clearly terrified of upsetting him, with none wanting the job that had been assigned to them. "We have been sent by King Agamemnon," one of them stammered, to take the woman Briseis." Achilles looked at them for a long moment. They were just messengers following orders, and his quarrel was not with them. "Patroclus," he called into the tent. "Bring her out." Patroclus emerged, leading Briseis by the hand. She had clearly been crying, her face streaked with tears. Without a word, she went with them, walking back toward Agamemnon's tent, whilst Achilles watched, his anger barely contained. When she was gone, Achilles walked away from the camp, alone, down to the edge of the sea. He stood on the beach, looking out at the grey water, and raised his hands to the sky. "Mother," he called, "Thetis, hear me." The sea began to stir. Mist rose from the waves, coalescing into the form of the silver-footed goddess. Thetis emerged from the water and came to her son, seeing the pain and rage on his face. "My child," she said softly, touching his cheek. "What has happened?" Achilles told her everything: the plague, the assembly, Agamemnon's insult, and the theft of Briseis. As he spoke, his mother listened, her hand tightening on his shoulder. "She has dishonoured you," she said when he had finished, "and for that he must pay. I will go to Olympus. I will speak to Zeus himself. The Greeks will suffer for this insult to my son. They will lose battle after battle until Agamemnon understands what he has done, until he comes crawling to you, begging for your return." She kissed his forehead and vanished back into the sea, leaving Achilles alone on the beach. Behind him, the Greek camp continued its business. Soldiers sharpened weapons and prepared for the next day's fighting, but the greatest warrior in their army would not be joining them. Achilles returned to his tent, sat down, and picked up his lyre. Here he would wait until Agamemnon learnt the cost of his arrogance. Part 9. The Duel for Helen. Thetis rose from the sea at dawn and ascended to Olympus, where Zeus sat upon his throne overlooking the world. The other gods fell silent as she approached, for they all knew why she had come. Word of Achilles' withdrawal had already reached their divine halls, with the implications all too clear. Thetis knelt before Zeus and grasped his knees in the ancient gesture of supplication. "Great Zeus," she said, "remember how I once saved you, when Hera, Poseidon, and Apollo bound you in chains? The debt you swore to repay, I claim it now." Zeus's eyebrows, dark as storm clouds, drew together. He knew what she would ask before the words left her lips. "Let the Trojans push the Greeks back to their ships," Thetis pleaded. "Let them feel terror without my son's protection. Let Agamemnon watch his men die, knowing his pride caused their destruction. Only when he crawls to Achilles, begging forgiveness, will my son return to battle." Zeus sat silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. The other gods watched, tense. Hera especially looked displeased, for she still hated the Trojans after Paris's choice and had no desire to see their success. But Zeus owed Thetis a debt, and he never forgot those who helped him. "I will grant your request," Zeus said finally. "The Greeks will suffer. They will learn the cost of dishonoring the son of a goddess." Hera rose from her throne, her face flushed with anger. "Husband, you cannot!" Zeus's gaze silenced her. "I have made my decision. Let no god interfere in this war. Not for the Greeks, not for the Trojans. This conflict will proceed as I decree, and any immortal who defies me will be hurled into the darkest depths of Tartarus to join the Titans in their prison." Thunder rolled across the heavens, and the gods bowed their heads in submission. Even Hera said nothing more. Zeus turned his gaze earthward, toward Troy, and the scales of war began to tip. The change was felt immediately on the battlefield. The next morning, when the Greeks formed their lines, something was different. Their spear thrusts that should have found their marks went wide. Their shields seemed heavier, their legs slower. The Trojans, meanwhile, fought with renewed vigour, as if the gods themselves were guiding their hands. Hector led the Trojan forces with growing confidence. Without Achilles to face, he became the dominant force on the battlefield, cutting through Greek ranks with ease. By the third day of Zeus's intervention, Greek bodies littered the battlefield. The Trojans had driven them back, step by bloody step, until the fighting raged within sight of the beached ships. Agamemnon's face had grown gaunt with worry, and whispers of retreat began to spread through the Greek camp. On the fourth morning, both armies assembled once more. The Trojans advanced in formation, their confidence visible in every step. The Greeks formed their lines, shields locked, but their movements were weary and defensive. Then, before the armies could clash, a single figure stepped out from the Trojan ranks. It was Paris. He wore a set of magnificent armour, more decorative than functional, with a leopard skin draped across his shoulders. For the last 9 years he had largely managed to avoid combat in the war that he had started, usually shooting with his bow from afar when he dared to venture outside the walls. But now, with the Greek army faltering like never before, he saw his opportunity for glory. "Greeks!" he shouted across the battlefield. "I, Paris, son of Priam and prince of Troy, challenge any man among you to face me in single combat. Let us settle this war as warriors should, one against one, rather than hiding behind our armies like frightened women." The Greek ranks stirred. Some men muttered angrily at his arrogance. Others laughed, knowing exactly who would step forward to accept his foolish challenge. Menelaus had been waiting in his chariot amongst the front ranks, and the moment he heard Paris's voice, his head had snapped up like a hunting dog catching a scent. For 9 years he had dreamed of this moment. For 9 years he had imagined what he would do when he finally faced the man who had stolen his wife and drawn him into a decade-long war. He leapt down from his chariot, landing heavily on the ground, and began walking toward Paris. He said nothing. He didn't need to. His intention was written in every step he took. The change in the Trojan prince was instantaneous. His confident smile vanished. His face went pale. Menelaus was not some anonymous Greek soldier he could defeat with a lucky spear throw. Menelaus was a veteran warrior whose single purpose in life was to kill him. The Spartan king continued forward, closing the distance between them with steady, confident strides. Paris took a step backward, then another. Then he turned and ran, scrambling back toward the safety of the Trojan lines, tripping over his own feet as he did so. A roar went up from the Greek lines, some laughing, others mocking and shouting insults. Even some of the Trojans looked away in shame. Hector, standing at the front of the Trojan formation, watched his brother's flight with disgust. For nearly a decade he had defended Paris, protected him, as families should, but he had also watched his people die in a war his brother had started, all for a stolen woman. Every day that Troy suffered, Hector's disdain had grown. Now, watching Paris flee like a frightened child, something in him snapped. "Paris!" Hector bellowed. "Stop, you coward!" Paris froze, caught between his brother's command and his terror of Menelaus. Hector strode forward, and when he spoke, his voice was loud enough for both armies to hear. Every word was designed to shame. "You vain, woman-stealing coward! You challenge the Greeks to single combat, and the moment one accepts, you run and hide behind better men. I wish you had never been born. I wish the shepherd had left you on the mountain to die as he was supposed to." Paris flinched as if struck. Around them the Trojan warriors shifted uncomfortably. No one met Paris's eyes. "You seduced another man's wife," Hector continued as he towered over his brother. "You started this war that has killed thousands of our people, and now, when given the chance to end it with your own courage, you flee like a child. Where is your honor?" For a long moment, Paris said nothing. Then slowly he straightened. When he spoke, his voice was quiet but steady. "You are right, brother. Everything you say is true. I have no defense." He looked toward the Greek lines, where Menelaus still stood waiting, his sword half drawn. "I will fight him. Arrange the combat properly, with oaths and witnesses. I will face Menelaus, and we will let the gods decide my fate." Hector looked at his brother, and for once found no sign of falsehood or cowardice. "Very well. At least you can manage this much courage." Heralds moved between the armies, making arrangements. A lamb was brought forth and sacrificed to Zeus, as both Agamemnon and Priam swore binding oaths. The armies would honor the result. The war would end today. Both armies formed a great circle on the plain, Greeks to the south, Trojans to the north, with open ground between them. Paris stood in the Trojan ranks, accepting his plumed helmet and shield from his attendants. He still wore his magnificent armor, but his hands, the Greeks noted with satisfaction, were trembling. Menelaus, by contrast, stood perfectly still. He wore simple, practical armor, battle-worn and dented from 9 years of fighting. Unconcerned with how he looked, he was a warrior who had killed many men and was prepared to kill one more. The two men faced each other across 20 paces of open ground. For a moment, neither moved. Then Hector raised his arm and dropped it. "Begin!" he roared, as thousands of cheers went up in both camps. Paris raised his spear first. He took 3 quick steps and hurled it with all his strength, the bronze point striking Menelaus's shield dead center before falling harmlessly to the ground. The Spartan king didn't even flinch. Now it was Menelaus's turn. He lifted his spear, and for a moment he stood perfectly still, taking aim. Then he moved. His throw was not hurried like Paris's had been. It was controlled and powerful. The spear struck Paris's shield with such force that it punched straight through, throwing the shield from his hand and leaving him defenseless. Before the prince could recover his footing, Menelaus drew his sword and charged. He closed the distance in heartbeats, with Paris barely managing to draw his own blade in time. Bronze rang against bronze as Menelaus struck again and again, driving Paris to one knee with the strength of his blows. Then Menelaus's sword shattered. The bronze blade, weakened by the violent impacts, snapped at the hilt. Menelaus stood there for a heartbeat, staring at the broken weapon in his hand. Then he threw it aside and lunged forward with his bare hands. He caught Paris by his helmet's horsehair plume and yanked him forward. The helmet's chin strap dug into the Trojan prince's throat, choking him as Menelaus dragged him across the ground toward the Greek lines, hauling him like a fisherman dragging a large catch to shore. Paris's hands clawed at the strap, cutting into his throat. His face was turning purple. The Greeks were roaring with triumph. The Trojans watched in horror as their prince was strangled before their eyes. But they were not the only ones watching. High on Olympus, the gods had gathered to see the duel play out, with Aphrodite watching with growing panic. Paris had given her the golden apple, declaring her the fairest of all goddesses, and she had promised him protection in return. To let him die now would be to break her own word. Sneaking out of the hall while the other gods were distracted, she quickly descended to the mortal world. Menelaus, dragging Paris behind him, suddenly felt the weight behind him disappear, causing him to stumble forward, an empty helmet now the only thing in his hand. He threw it aside in frustration and looked for Paris. But Paris was gone. Where the Trojan prince had been lying moments before, there was only a faint shimmer in the air, like heat rising from desert sands. "Where is he?" Menelaus roared, spinning around. "Where is he?" The armies murmured in confusion. One moment Paris had been there, being dragged to his death. The next he had simply vanished. In his bedchamber in Troy, Paris was equally confused. One moment he had been dragged through the dirt, and the next he lay on his silk sheets, still gasping for air, his throat bruised and raw. Through the window he could hear the distant sounds of confused shouting from the plain below. Above him he made out the faint image of Aphrodite smiling down at him, still as beautiful as the day he had gifted her the apple, before she vanished completely. Before he could regain his bearings, Paris's door swung open. There stood Helen, fury written across her face. Her love for Paris, while still held together by Aphrodite's magic, had withered over 9 years of war. She had watched thousands die because of their choice. In Troy's streets, people spat when she passed, blaming her for every son and husband lost to Greek spears. The passion that had driven her to abandon everything now felt like madness, and the man before her looked less like the prince who had swept her away and more like a coward hiding from consequence. "So," she said, watching her husband tremble on his silken sheets, "this is how the great prince of Troy fights his battles? Saved by a goddess because he could not face the man whose wife he stole?" Paris reached for her, but she stepped back. "I wish Menelaus had killed you," she said quietly. "At least then you would have died with some fragment of honor. The goddess made me your prize, Paris, like a piece of cattle awarded at a contest, and you took me without thinking of the consequences. Now thousands are dead because of it." "Helen," he croaked, "no." She turned toward the window, where the sounds of shouting were growing louder. "They will fight again, because of us, because of you, and you lie here on perfumed sheets whilst Hector faces death to clean up your mess." Her words rang true. On the battlefield below, a great cheer erupted from the Greek lines. "Menelaus has won!" Agamemnon cried out, his voice carrying across both armies. "Paris has fled! The victory belongs to Sparta!" Another cheer went up before he continued. "The oaths were sworn. Helen must be returned, and Troy must pay compensation. The war is over!" The Greeks erupted in celebration, but the Trojans stood silent, looking at one another uneasily. Their prince had lost. The gods, it seemed, had intervened to save him from death. What did that mean? Should they honour the oaths and surrender Helen? High in the halls of Olympus, the gods were asking the same question. Zeus sat upon his throne, watching the battlefield with a satisfied expression. The duel had been fought, a victor declared. Perhaps this war could end without further divine meddling. But Hera rose from her seat, her face flushed with anger. "Husband, you cannot allow this. Aphrodite has broken your decree. You commanded that no god interfere, yet she snatched Paris from the battlefield and made a mockery of the sacred oaths." Athena stepped forward, sharing the fury of her stepmother. "The Trojans stand there debating whether to honour their word. After everything, after 9 years of Greek blood spilled, you would let Aphrodite's interference end it? Let Paris escape justice because a goddess favours him?" Zeus's expression darkened. "I am aware of what Aphrodite did," he said with more than a hint of irritation. "Then you must allow us to act as well," Hera pressed. "If one goddess can save her favourite, why should we not protect ours?" Zeus felt the eyes of every god upon him, watching to see what he would decide. He had promised Thetis that the Greeks would suffer, but beyond that he had forbidden divine interference, a command Aphrodite had just violated. "Very well," Zeus said finally. "Athena, go, but the blood that follows will stain your hands as much as any mortal's. I grant you this, but remember, you chose this path." Athena descended immediately, already planning how she would restart the war. Searching through the Trojan ranks, she began looking for the right tool to shatter the fragile peace. Her gaze fell upon Pandarus, a skilled archer from Lycia, standing with his bow in hand. She appeared beside him, taking the form of a Trojan warrior he trusted. "Pandarus," she whispered, "do you see Menelaus standing there, exposed and unarmoured? One shot, one arrow. You could strike down the Spartan king and win glory beyond measure. Paris would reward you with gold and treasures. Your name would be sung in Troy's halls for generations." Pandarus hesitated, thinking of the oaths they had sworn, of the opportunity for peace. But the voice beside him was persuasive, and the target was tempting. Menelaus stood in the open ground, celebrating his victory, his guard down. "The war will resume eventually anyway," the voice whispered. "The Greeks will never truly leave. Why not strike now, whilst you have the chance? Why not be the hero who saved Troy?" Pandarus drew his bow. Nocking an arrow, he drew back the string and took aim. The goddess guided his hand, ensuring the shot would find its mark. The arrow flew. It crossed the space between the armies in a heartbeat, cutting through the air with a whisper. Menelaus, turning to address his brother, never saw it coming. The Spartan king gasped and stumbled, his hand going to his side, where blood was already pouring from the wound. For a moment, The battlefield froze in shock. Then chaos erupted. "Treachery!" Agamemnon roared, rushing to his brother's side. "Someone fetch a healer! They have broken the sacred oaths! To war, brothers! To war!" The Greeks exploded with rage. Both armies charged. The plain between them disappeared under a flood of warriors. The fragile hope of peace shattered as quickly as it had arrived. Part 10. When Mortals Wound Gods. The fighting that followed Pandarus's arrow was savage beyond anything the war had yet seen. Both armies threw themselves at each other with renewed fury, the Greeks enraged by the broken oaths, the Trojans desperate to drive them back. Zeus watched from Olympus and kept his word to Thetis. Although Athena had restarted the war, he would still ensure the Greeks suffered. The Trojans fought with divine favour at their backs, and again the Greeks found themselves being pushed back. But Athena would not accept defeat so easily. If Zeus limited what she could do directly, she would work through a mortal champion. Her gaze fell upon Diomedes, king of Argos, fighting in the front ranks of the Greek army. Diomedes was young for a king, barely 30 years old, but he had already earned a reputation as one of Greece's finest warriors, being second only to Achilles. Athena had watched him since childhood, recognizing in him a warrior worthy of her divine patronage. Now, as the Greeks faltered under Zeus's decree, she descended to the battlefield. She appeared beside Diomedes, invisible to all but him, and placed her hand upon his shoulder. Immediately, an otherworldly strength flooded through his limbs. His exhaustion vanished. His wounds ceased to hurt. Most remarkably, a mist cleared from his eyes, and suddenly he could see what no other mortal could. He could distinguish gods from men on the battlefield. He saw Apollo striding among the Trojans, turning aside Greek spears with invisible hands. He made out Ares in the distance, his divine form towering above the fighters, laughing as men died. The gods were everywhere, their hands influencing every kill, and suddenly Diomedes understood why the Greeks were losing. "Fight, King of Argos," Athena whispered. "I give you my blessing. Strike down any Trojan who stands before you, but hear my warning. Do not face any of the immortal gods in combat, save one. If Aphrodite enters the battle, if she dares to protect her favorites again, you have my permission to wound her. Show her that even goddesses can bleed." Diomedes felt the divine power flooding his limbs and understood his purpose. Athena had given him the strength to turn the tide. He raised his spear and charged back into the fray. What followed was destruction unlike anything seen since Achilles left the battlefield. Diomedes tore through the Trojan ranks, his spear finding throats and piercing hearts. Men who had fought bravely all morning took one look at the Argive king and fled, recognizing something inhuman in the way he moved, seeming to know where every blow would come from before it was struck. The Greeks, seeing Diomedes' success, rallied and pressed forward with renewed courage. The tide of battle was turning. Then Aeneas entered the fray. Son of the goddess Aphrodite and the mortal Anchises, Aeneas was Troy's second greatest warrior after Hector. His mother had given him strength beyond normal men, though not the invulnerability that Achilles possessed. Aeneas had watched Diomedes' rampage with growing alarm. Someone had to stop the Greek king before he broke the entire Trojan line. He called to Pandarus, the archer who had shot Menelaus, to join him. "We'll take him together," Aeneas said, climbing into his chariot. "You with your bow, I with my spear. Between us we can bring him down." They drove towards Diomedes, Pandarus standing in the chariot drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow that struck Diomedes square in the shoulder, with Pandarus letting out a triumphant shout. "I hit him!" he cried out in astonishment. "I struck the mighty Diomedes!" But Diomedes did not fall. Athena's blessing still burned in his blood, with him reaching up, snapping the arrow shaft off and throwing it aside as if it were nothing. Pandarus's triumph turned to horror. "Impossible," he whispered. Diomedes responded by hurling his spear with such force that it went straight through Pandarus's face, shattering his skull and sending his body flying from the chariot. The horses panicked, running madly across the battlefield until the chariot struck a heavy boulder and flipped onto its side, throwing Aeneas hard to the ground. Wasting no time, Diomedes charged forward and wrenched one of the wheels free from the wrecked chariot, hurling the massive disc at his fallen opponent with superhuman strength. The wheel struck Aeneas's hip with a sickening crack. Bone shattered. The Trojan prince cried out in agony, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle. He would have died there, helpless and broken, if his mother had not been watching. Seeking to intervene yet again, Aphrodite descended from Olympus, invisible to mortal eyes, all except Diomedes, who saw her as clearly as daylight thanks to Athena's blessing. The goddess of love was not dressed for war. Her loose robes were made of the finest silk, her hands soft as rose petals. She bent over her wounded son, trying to carry him away as she had done with Paris. This was the moment that Athena had prepared Diomedes for, a god taking the field, not fearsome gods like Apollo or Ares, but Aphrodite, the one goddess he was permitted to wound. He charged forward, spear raised, and struck. The sharp point caught Aphrodite's wrist, slicing through her divine flesh. Ichor, the golden blood of the gods, sprayed across the battlefield. Aphrodite shrieked, a sound of pure shock and pain unlike any she had made before. She had lived for eons without experiencing mortal suffering, and now a human, a mere mortal, had cut her. She dropped Aeneas and clutched her wounded wrist, staring at Diomedes with wide, disbelieving eyes. "You dare!" she screamed. "Flee, goddess of love," Diomedes said coldly, "before I show you what war truly means." Aphrodite fled, tears of gold streaming down her divine face as she flew back towards Olympus. Behind her, she left Aeneas lying helpless on the ground. But before Diomedes could strike, he would find himself confronted by a far more powerful god. Apollo, god of prophecy, materialized over Aeneas's body, his divine form blazing with power, far more terrible than Aphrodite's beauty had been. He lifted the wounded Trojan prince and held him close. Diomedes, still drunk on his god-given power, took a step forward, then another. He raised his spear toward Apollo himself. "Diomedes!" Apollo's voice boomed across the battlefield, making the earth tremble. "Think carefully about what you do next. Aphrodite is the goddess of love and beauty, soft and unused to war. I am not. I am Apollo, far striker, god of plague and prophecy. I have destroyed armies with disease. I have slain mortals by the thousand. Stand down, or I will end you where you stand." The madness of battle cleared from Diomedes' mind. He looked at Apollo, truly looked at the god's power, and understood that Athena's blessing had its limits. Slowly, Diomedes lowered his spear and stepped back. Apollo vanished with Aeneas, leaving Diomedes standing alone on the battlefield, his spear dripping with the golden blood of a goddess. But while Apollo was content to show mercy, there was another god who was not. Ares, god of war and Aphrodite's lover, had watched as a mortal wounded the goddess he loved. His rage, barely contained at the best of times, boiled over. "You dare!" he screamed from across the battlefield. "You insignificant insect! I will peel the flesh from your bones! I will make you beg for death!" The god began to charge across the plain towards Diomedes, every step shaking the earth, crushing Greek and Trojan alike in his fury. Diomedes, even with Athena's blessing running through him, felt fear grip his chest. "Goddess!" he cried out. "Please, I need your aid. Your brother comes for me." The goddess appeared beside him, her face tight with anger. "Yes, I see him, the fool. He sides with the Trojans, has always sided with them, simply because Hera and I favor the Greeks. His pride will not allow us even the smallest victory." "What can I do?" Diomedes asked. "You told me not to face the gods. Surely Ares is beyond even your blessing." Athena watched Ares charging towards them. "I told you not to face the gods alone, but you will not be alone. Come, it is time that I taught my brother a lesson." She placed both hands on Diomedes' shoulders, and the power that had been flowing through him doubled, then tripled. His limbs burned with strength, his vision sharpened until he could count the individual links in armor from 100 paces away. "I will guide your chariot," Athena said, climbing in and taking the reins herself. "You will hold the spear. Together we will show the god of war that mortals are not as helpless as he believes." They thundered across the battlefield, Athena driving the horses with inhuman skill, weaving between fighters and corpses. The god of war saw them coming and raised his spear, ready to obliterate the mortal who had dared wound Aphrodite. Athena's hand closed over Diomedes' on the spear. Together, mortal and goddess, they thrust the weapon forward. The point struck Ares in the lower belly, below the edge of his breastplate, and tore through his divine flesh. Ares screamed. The sound was like 1,000 men crying out at once, a roar of pain and outrage that made the air itself tremble. Golden ichor gushed from the wound. The god staggered backwards, clutching his stomach, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You will pay for this, mortal," he snarled through the pain. "I will find you again, and when I do, you will beg for death." But even as he spoke, the god of war was retreating. Ares, who had laughed at the suffering of millions, could not bear his own agony. He fled, shooting upward into the sky like a meteor in reverse, leaving a trail of golden blood behind him. Bursting into the halls of Olympus, Ares ran over to Zeus, collapsing before his throne. "Father!" he roared. "That mortal Diomedes has dared to wound me. He struck me with his spear, and Athena guided his hand. This is an outrage. You must punish them both." Zeus looked down at his son with undisguised contempt. Of all his children, Ares was the one he found hardest to love. The god was useful in war, necessary even, but his constant whining and lack of self-control made him tiresome. "You dare complain to me?" Zeus said coldly. "I told all of you to stay out of the fighting. You ignored me, and now you weep because a mortal bested you?" Ares opened his mouth to protest, but Zeus's expression silenced him. "If you were not my son, if any other god had birthed something as troublesome as you, I would have cast you down to the depths of Tartarus long ago. Now go, and stop your crying. You shame yourself." Dismissed and humiliated, Ares limped away, muttering curses under his breath, while Zeus returned his attention to the battlefield. The king of gods allowed himself the smallest smile. Athena had been clever, finding a way to counter Ares without openly defying Zeus's command. He had told the gods not to interfere. He had not said mortals could not strike them down if they were foolish enough to take the field themselves. Part 11. Hector and Andromache. As the day's fighting came to an end, Hector returned to Troy with a heavy heart. The war had been so close to finishing when Paris fought Menelaus, so much so that he had allowed himself to hope. But then, as had happened so many times over the last 9 years, his hopes were dashed. He knew he could not go on fighting forever, that one day his luck would run out. As the sun set and the funeral pyres burned, Hector made a decision. He needed to see his family, not tomorrow, not after the next battle, but now, whilst he still could. He called for his chariot and drove through the mighty Scaean gates into Troy. As his chariot clattered through the streets, people stopped to watch him pass, their faces a mixture of hope and fear. He was their champion, the man who stood between them and destruction. The weight of their expectations pressed down on him more now than ever. Climbing the city's famous walls, he found his wife looking out over the battlefield, a small bundle held against her chest. Even from behind, Hector recognized the set of her shoulders, the way she held herself. Andromache was the daughter of a king, raised in wealth and comfort, but the war had taught her to stand like a soldier's wife, always watching, always waiting. Above the Aegean, the full moon rode high in a cloudless sky, turning the water to silver. Its light fell across Troy's ancient walls, across the plain below where tomorrow men would bleed again, across the distant shore where Greek ships sat like dark scars against the beach. The wind off the sea was cool, carrying salt and the smell of smoke from 1,000 campfires. Far below, waves broke against the rocks with steady rhythm, the same sound that had been Troy's lullaby before the Greeks came, and would remain long after. "Andromache," he called softly. She turned sharply, and when she saw him, her whole face transformed, relief and joy and terror all mixed together in a single moment. She hurried down the steps from the wall, her free hand gathering her skirts to keep from tripping, the baby clutched protectively in her other arm. "Hector!" She reached him and stopped, breathing hard from her rush down the steps. "I saw the fighting today. I saw you in the center of it, and I thought this would be the day you didn't come back to me." He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her and their son, pulling them both close. She smelled of olive oil and wool, familiar and safe. The baby made a small noise between them as he sensed his father's return. "I am here," he said into her hair. "I am with you." They stood like this for a long moment, Hector feeling the warmth of his wife and child, memorizing every second he could. Then Andromache pulled back slightly and looked up at him. Her eyes were fierce and desperate. "Do not go back," she said. "Please, Hector, stay here. Let the others fight tomorrow." "You know I cannot do that," Hector responded. "You can." Her hand gripped his arm tightly. "You are the prince. You could order others to take your place. You could stay and help defend the walls, fight from safety." "I cannot hide behind walls whilst my men die," Hector said while shaking his head. "What kind of man would that make me? What kind of example would I set for our son? A living one." The words came out sharp. "Astyanax needs a father, Hector. I need a husband. You can't keep throwing yourself into the front lines of every battle as if you're trying to die." "I am not trying to die," Hector said gently. "I am trying to protect this city, to protect you." "Then protect us by staying alive." Andromache's free hand came up to his face, forcing him to look at her. "Fight from the walls. Use archers and be strategic. You do not have to be the first man into every battle. Let Diomedes or Ajax or whoever leads the Greeks tomorrow come to you. Make them fight uphill from behind defences, please." Hector caught her hand and held it against his cheek. "That is not how war works. If I hold back, if I fight carefully whilst my men take the risks, what message does that send? They follow me because I lead from the front, because I ask nothing of them that I would not do myself." "Your honour will get you killed," Andromache said, and now there were tears in her eyes. "Your honour will make me a widow and your son an orphan." "My honour is all I have," Hector said quietly. "Take that away and I'm nothing, just another coward hiding behind walls." "You think I care about honour?" Andromache's voice cracked. "You think I care what songs they sing about you after you're dead? I want you alive, Hector. I want you here with us, growing old and safe." "I want that too," Hector said, and his voice was rough. "To watch our son grow, to teach him to ride and fight, to wake beside you every morning, and see peace return to Troy." "Then stay!" Her hand clutched at his arm. "I have no one else." The words burst from her louder than she intended. The guard on the wall looked away, uncomfortable. "Do you understand that? My father is dead. Achilles killed him when he sacked our city. My 7 brothers, all dead, killed by Achilles on the same day. My mother died of illness soon after. You are all I have left in this world, Hector. You and our son. If you die out there, we have nothing." Hector pulled her close, feeling her trembling against him. He knew, with a certainty that settled heavy in his chest, that he would never have the life he wanted. But he could not tell her that. "I know what you have lost," he said quietly. "I know what you carry." "Then stay alive," she whispered against his chest. "Please, be a little more careful. Fight defensively. The war doesn't need you to be the greatest hero. Troy just needs you to survive." They stood there in silence, holding each other whilst the night deepened around them. The baby began to fuss, and Andromache shifted him in her arms. Hector looked down at his son for the first time since arriving. Astyanax was only a few months old, still small enough to cradle in one arm. He had his mother's dark eyes, visible even in his infant face. "Let me hold him," Hector said. Andromache started to hand the baby over, but Astyanax took one look at his father and began to wail. The child thrashed in his mother's arms, turning his face away from Hector, screaming in terror. For a moment Hector didn't understand. Then he realized what the baby was seeing. A stranger, in full battle armor, his face shadowed by a helm topped with a massive horsehair plume that nodded and swayed with every movement. To infant eyes, Hector must have looked like some kind of monster. Despite everything, despite the weight of the conversation they'd just had, Hector laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised and genuine. Andromache looked at him in confusion. Then understanding dawned on her face, and she laughed too. "He does not recognize me," Hector said, reaching up to remove his helmet. The bronze was warm from his body heat, and his hair was damp with sweat beneath it. He set the helmet on the ground and held out his arms again. "Come here, little one. It is only your father." This time, when Andromache transferred the baby, Astyanax settled against Hector's chest. The crying stopped, replaced by small, confused sounds, as the infant looked up at his father's face. Hector held his son carefully, this tiny, fragile thing that depended on him for everything. "Look at you," Hector said softly, So small, so perfect. He lifted the baby slightly, looking into those dark eyes. You will not remember this moment. You will not remember your father holding you before battle. But I will remember. I will carry this with me, whatever happens. He raised his voice slightly, speaking to the baby, but also to the gods, wherever they were watching. Zeus, and all you gods who live forever, hear my prayer. Grant that this boy, my son, may grow to be as I am, or greater. Let him rule Troy with strength and wisdom. Let men say, he is better than his father ever was. Andromache made a small sound, something between a laugh and a sob. Hector looked at her and saw that she understood. He was praying for something he knew he would never see. He was asking the gods to let his son have the life that he himself would not. He held Astyanax for a long moment more, memorizing the weight of him, the warmth. Then he handed the baby back to Andromache. I have to go, he said. I know. Her voice was steady now, though tears ran down her face. I have always known. Hector picked up his helmet and settled it back on his head. The horsehair plume swayed. He looked at his wife and son, trying to burn the image into his memory. If I do not, he began, then stopped. Just know that I love you both, more than anything. Do not say goodbye, Andromache said. Do not make this a farewell. Just go. Fight your battle and come home. He reached out and touched her face once, gently. Then he turned and walked away, down the steps from the wall, toward where his chariot waited. The next morning he found Paris waiting near the gates, armoured and ready. His brother looked uncomfortable, shifting from foot to foot like a boy awaiting punishment. I am ready, Paris said. Hector looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Good. Stay close to me. Fight like you actually care about the men dying around you. They passed through the Scaean gates together, and the Trojan soldiers who saw them let out a cheer, Priam's sons, both of them, marching out to battle. It lifted the spirits of men who had spent the previous day being slaughtered by Diomedes and watching their comrades being dragged away for burial. When the combat began, Hector and Paris fought side by side. Whatever else could be said about Paris, he was skilled with a bow. He stayed behind Hector's shield, loosing arrow after arrow into the Greek ranks. His shots were precise, finding gaps in armour, striking throats and eyes. Men fell with his arrows in them, and for once Paris was pulling his weight. Hector fought next to him like a man possessed, the memory of Andromache's tears driving him forward. The Greeks fell back, step by step, dying as they went. Another day of slaughter, another day of the war that would consume them all. But for now, for this moment, Hector was alive, he was fighting, and somewhere behind the walls of Troy, his wife held their son and prayed to gods who had long since stopped listening. Part 12. The Trojan Assault. That evening, as the sun set over the bloodied battlefield, Priam called a council in Troy's great hall. The day's victory had lifted spirits throughout the city, but now the question was what to do next. The Trojan commanders gathered around the long table, torches casting shadows across their faces. Hector stood at his father's right hand, still in his battle armour, while Paris sat further down, quieter than usual after a full day of hard fighting. Priam spoke first, his old voice steady. "We have pushed them back to their ships. We have shown them that Troy still has strength. Now we must decide our next move." Polydamas rose to speak. He was Hector's age, born on the same night, and had fought beside him since they were boys. However, where Hector was bold and courageous, Polydamas was cautious, trusting in careful strategy over reckless action. "My king, noble Hector, captains of Troy," he began, choosing his words carefully, "today we won a great victory. The Greeks are wounded and pressed back against their ships. Their morale has been broken." A great cheer went up around the table, with Polydamas waiting until they had quietened until he continued. "I would caution, however, that we should not mistake today's success for tomorrow's certainty." He looked around the table, making sure he had their attention. "I propose we do not press the attack. Let us withdraw behind our walls tonight. Let the Greeks sit out there, cold and afraid, wondering when we will strike next. Let them lose hope slowly. Let dissent grow in their ranks. Eventually they will sail home on their own, and we will have won without risking everything on one final assault." Murmurs of consideration ran around the table. It was sensible advice, the kind that saved lives and won wars through patience rather than bloodshed. But Hector was already shaking his head. It was the same advice his wife had given him yesterday, and if her words had not persuaded him, no words would. "No." His voice cut through the murmurs, silencing them. "We will not hide behind our walls now, not when victory is within reach. The Greeks are broken. One more push and we can burn those ships and end this war forever." Polydamas tried again. "Hector, please listen. Achilles still lives. He has not fought in days, but he remains dangerous. If we press too hard, we cannot be certain." "I am certain of this." Hector stood, his presence commanding the room. "I am certain that tomorrow we will drive the Greeks into the sea. I am certain that my name will be remembered forever as the man who saved Troy, who defeated the greatest army Greece has ever assembled. And I am certain that if we retreat now, if we show weakness when we have them beaten, we will lose everything we have gained." His passion filled the hall, and the other commanders began nodding. This was the Hector they followed, the warrior who had held Troy's walls for 9 years. Priam, watching his eldest son, said nothing. He had learned long ago that once Hector set his mind on something, no words would turn him aside. The old king simply nodded his consent, and the council was dismissed. As the commanders filed out, Polydamas lingered for a moment, catching Hector's arm. "Brother, I beg you, think about what you are risking." Hector pulled away gently. "I am thinking of it. I am thinking that my wife and son deserve to live in a city that is free, not one that cowers behind walls forever. Go home, Polydamas, and rest. Tomorrow we win." Polydamas left, but his words lingered in Hector's mind. In his heart he knew his friend was right to be cautious, but he also knew that caution would not save Troy. He touched the sword at his side. Tomorrow he would prove that Troy's champion was greater than all of Greece's warriors combined. Tomorrow he would burn their ships and send them home in disgrace. Dawn broke cold and grey over the plains of Troy. The Greek sentries, who had spent a sleepless night watching the Trojan campfires burning on the field they had held just days before, saw the enemy forming up in the pale light. But this was different from previous mornings. This was not the usual battle lines, the careful positioning of troops. This was the entire Trojan army, every man who could hold a spear assembled for one overwhelming assault. They came forward like a wave. They did not stop to exchange insults or wait for the Greeks to form proper lines. They simply charged, thousands of men crashing into the fortifications around the Greek ships. The Greeks fought desperately to hold their wall. Ajax, son of Telamon, tried to hold the centre. The largest man in the Greek army, standing half a head taller than any other warrior, he defended the main gate like a living wall, his great shield turning aside the dozens of stones and spears that were launched at him. Diomedes fought on the left flank, while Odysseus was on the right, yet even with their combined might, without the strength of Achilles, the Greek lines began to crack under the Trojan assault. Sensing the Greeks' desperation, Hector ran towards the centre. Lifting one of the massive stones that littered the beach, he hurled it at the main gate with all his strength. The gate exploded inward, wood splintered, the crossbar shattered. Greek defenders were thrown backwards by the impact, and through the broken gate, Hector came, his sword red with blood. "To the ships!" he roared. "Burn them all!" The Trojans poured through the gap behind their champion. Before them, Greek warriors were slaughtered by the hundred, with the survivors retreating back to where the ships lay vulnerable. From Achilles' tent at the far end of the camp, Patroclus watched it all. He stood at the entrance, his hands clenched into fists, watching his friends die. He saw Odysseus limping from a wound. He saw Diomedes still fighting despite bleeding from a dozen cuts. Everywhere he looked, there were Greek warriors he had known for 9 years falling with Trojan spears in their backs. Behind him, inside the tent, Achilles sat at his table, quietly humming as he polished the breastplate of his armour. He had not looked up once. "They are dying," Patroclus said quietly. "The men who fought with us at a dozen battles. They are being slaughtered." "They made their choice," Achilles said without looking up. "They sided with Agamemnon." "They are our friends," Patroclus said. "Men who have fought beside us for 9 years." Achilles finally glanced up, and there was no warmth in his face. "Agamemnon humiliated me before the entire army. He took what was mine as if I was some common foot soldier, and not one of them spoke in my defence. Not Odysseus with all his cleverness, not Ajax with all his honour. They simply watched. So now they can fight their war without me. Let them learn what it costs to lose Achilles." Patroclus looked back towards the fighting. Hector's distinctive plume was visible even from this distance, towering above the melee as he carved through the Greek lines. The Trojan champion seemed unstoppable. "They will burn the ships," Patroclus said quietly. "If Hector sets one aflame, the whole fleet will catch. We will be trapped here with no way home. Then perhaps Agamemnon will finally understand the value of his greatest warrior." Achilles set down his polishing cloth and stood, though he made no move towards his weapons. "Perhaps he will come crawling to this tent and beg for my help, and perhaps I will refuse him again." Patroclus said nothing more. There was nothing left to say. He had known Achilles since they were boys and had followed him to this war without question, but in moments like this he barely recognized the man his friend had become. Back on the battlefield, Hector had reached the first of the ships, seizing a torch from one of his men. The wood was soaked in pitch, burning hot and bright, and he held it high above his head. "Burn them!" he roared. "Burn the ships! End this war!" He hurled the torch onto the deck of the nearest vessel. The dry wood caught immediately, flames racing up the mast, spreading across the deck. Black smoke began to rise into the morning sky. Agamemnon stood near his own vessel, surrounded by his personal guard, and watched his army disintegrate. "Prepare my ship," he said quietly to his captain. "We may need to launch." "My lord?" The captain looked shocked. We cannot abandon. Prepare the ship, Agamemnon repeated, his voice now angry. If the Trojans cannot be stopped, we will have no choice. Word of the king's command spread through the Greek ranks within minutes. Agamemnon, the great king of Mycenae and commander of the Greek forces, was preparing to flee. The knowledge shattered what little morale remained. Odysseus heard the whispers and felt a cold rage wash over him. He forced his way through the fighting to where Agamemnon stood, his voice raised in anger. "You cannot do this," he said, not bothering to hide his contempt. "If you launch that ship, every man here will panic. The army will break completely." "The army is already broken," Agamemnon said tiredly. "Look around you, Odysseus. We have lost. Without Achilles, we cannot win. Then swallow your cursed pride and beg him to fight." Agamemnon's face hardened. "I have already humiliated myself enough for that man." Odysseus grabbed the king's arm. "Send an embassy. Offer him anything, everything. Give him back the girl. Give him gold, bronze, horses, slaves. Give him your own daughter in marriage if you must. But get him back on this battlefield, or we are all dead." For a long moment Agamemnon said nothing. Around them men were dying. More ships were starting to burn, the smoke rising in thick columns. The Trojans were pushing deeper into the Greek camp, and there was nothing to stop them. Finally, Agamemnon nodded. "Very well," he said, his voice bitter. "Go now before I change my mind." Odysseus left immediately, taking with him both Ajax and Phoenix, Achilles' old tutor, one of the few men that Odysseus hoped could still reason with him. The three men made their way through the chaos of the camp towards Achilles' tent, carrying with them the last hope of the Greek army. They found Achilles inside, playing a lyre. The music was soft and peaceful, completely at odds with the sounds of slaughter outside. Patroclus sat nearby, his face drawn and pale. Achilles looked up as they entered. "Odysseus, Ajax, Phoenix, come to beg me to save you?" "Yes," Odysseus said simply. There was no point in pretending otherwise. "We have come to beg." Achilles set down his lyre. "Then beg." Phoenix spoke first, the old tutor appealing to the boy he had raised, reminding Achilles of the values he had been taught. Ajax followed, blunt and direct, speaking of the men dying on the beach, warriors who had fought beside Achilles for 9 years. Finally, Odysseus laid out Agamemnon's offer. The treasure, the women, the cities, the marriage alliance, wealth beyond measure, more than any man had ever been offered. Achilles listened to all three in silence, his fingers occasionally plucking a string on his lyre. When they finished, he stood, and there was something terrible in his calm. "Not if he gave me gifts as numerous as the grains of sand on the shore, or the dust on the earth," Achilles said. "Not if he offered me 10 times what he has, 20 times. I will not fight for Agamemnon, not now, not ever." He walked to the entrance of his tent and looked out at the burning ships. "My mother told me I have 2 fates before me. If I stay here and fight at Troy, I will win glory that lasts forever, but I will die young. Or I can sail home to Phthia, and I will live a long, comfortable life, but my name will be forgotten. For 9 years I chose glory. I fought and bled for Agamemnon's war. And what did it earn me? Dishonor and humiliation." He turned back to face them. "So I choose life. Tomorrow I will launch my ships and sail home. I will live long in my father's halls, and I will forget that Troy ever existed. Let Agamemnon save his own army." "You cannot truly believe this," Phoenix whispered, his voice breaking. "Go," Achilles said. "Tell Agamemnon that his gifts mean nothing. Tell the army that Achilles will not save them." Odysseus studied Achilles and saw no room for negotiation. The mission had failed. He nodded slowly and turned to leave, Ajax and Phoenix following. The three men walked back through the camp in silence. When they reached Agamemnon's tent, the king looked up with desperate hope in his face. "Well?" Agamemnon asked. Odysseus shook his head. "He refuses. He says he will sail home tomorrow." The king sat down heavily. Around them his commanders stood in silence, understanding what this meant. Without Achilles, they would lose. The Trojans would burn their ships, and the greatest army Greece had ever assembled would die on foreign soil, their bones left to bleach in the sun. Ajax broke the silence, his voice bitter. "Then we die tomorrow. We die because two kings could not put aside their pride for the sake of their men." No one contradicted him. Outside, another ship caught fire, the flames climbing into the night sky, painting the beach in shades of orange and red. The end was coming, and there was nothing any of them could do to stop it. Part 13. Patroclus. Patroclus did not sleep that night. He stood outside Achilles' tent, watching the fires burn, listening to the screams of wounded men being carried back from the fighting. The embassy had failed. Achilles would not return. Although the Trojans had pulled back for the night, they would return tomorrow and finish what they had started. The Greek army would be destroyed. When morning came, he found Achilles inside the tent, preparing his breakfast as if this were an ordinary morning. The sounds of renewed fighting were already rising from the beach. "Achilles," Patroclus said. His voice was rough, strained from a night without sleep. "Please, I am begging you, come back to the fight." Achilles continued eating, breaking a fresh loaf of bread in half. "We discussed this last night. My answer has not changed." "Then let me go," Patroclus said, his words coming in a rush. "Let me wear your armor. Let me lead the Myrmidons. If the Trojans see your armor, they will believe you have returned. It might be enough to save the ships." Achilles set down the bread and met Patroclus's gaze. "No, the Myrmidons are fresh," Patroclus continued. "They have not fought in weeks. They are ready. And if something happens to you?" Achilles' voice was edged with the first hint of emotion. "If you're killed out there while pretending to be me?" Patroclus stepped closer. "I would do anything to stop watching our friends die. You taught me to fight. You made me a warrior. Now let me use what you taught me." For a long moment Achilles said nothing. Outside, the sounds of battle grew louder. Men were dying whilst they stood here talking. Finally, Achilles nodded. "Very well. Take my armor and lead the Myrmidons. Drive the Trojans from the ships." Relief flooded through Patroclus, but before he could speak, Achilles grabbed his arm, his grip tight. "Listen to me carefully," Achilles said, his face grave. "You drive them from the ships, and then you come back. Do you understand? You do not pursue them across the plain. You do not chase them to Troy's walls. You save the ships and return immediately. The moment the Trojans retreat, you stop." "But if we have them running," Patroclus began. "No," Achilles interrupted, his voice firm. "You are not me, Patroclus. You're brave and skilled, but you're not invulnerable. The gods favour the Trojans. If you push too far, they will kill you. Promise me you will come back." Patroclus met his friend's eyes and saw genuine fear there. It was perhaps the first real emotion Achilles had shown since Briseis was taken. "I promise," Patroclus said quietly. "I will come back." Achilles held his gaze for a long moment, then turned and began gathering his armour from where it hung in the tent. He helped Patroclus put it on, piece by piece, his hands gentle as he fastened the straps. When it was done, Patroclus looked like Achilles, the same height and build, in the same armour that was famed across the battlefield. When he stepped out of the tent, fully armed, he found the Myrmidons waiting. 50 ships' worth of warriors, all of them fresh and eager to get back to the fight. When they saw their commander emerge in Achilles' armour, a roar went up. "Achilles!" they cried. "Achilles returns!" Patroclus did not correct them. He raised his spear and shouted, "Myrmidons, to battle! For Greece! For glory!" They answered with a roar that shook the air, charging with Patroclus towards the sounds of battle. Hector had been about to throw another torch onto a Greek vessel when he heard the war cry. He turned and saw what every Trojan feared most, Achilles' unmistakable armour, and behind it the Myrmidons in full battle formation. "Achilles!" someone screamed. "Achilles has returned!" Panic rippled through the Trojan ranks, with many already beginning to flee. The Myrmidons crashed into those that remained like an avalanche, tearing through the terrified front line in seconds. Patroclus fought with everything he had. He'd spent years watching Achilles fight, and now he used every lesson, cutting down Trojan after Trojan and driving them back from the ships. Hector tried to steady his warriors, shouting that it could not possibly be Achilles, that the great warrior would never fight for Agamemnon again. But fear had taken hold, and his men were no longer listening. They saw the armour and ran. The Greeks pressed after them, reclaiming the ground they had lost and extinguishing the fires on their vessels. The ships were saved. This was the moment Patroclus should have stopped. This was the moment he should have remembered Achilles' warning and turned back. He did not. Caught up in the intoxication of victory, Patroclus threw caution to the wind. He had spent so long watching from the sidelines, and now, finally, he was making a difference. "Forward!" he shouted to the Myrmidons. "Drive them back to their walls! Do not let them regroup!" Among those fleeing was Sarpedon, king of Lycia and a son of Zeus himself. He was one of Troy's most important allies, a warrior whose skill was matched only by Hector's. Seeing his men running in panic, Sarpedon knew someone had to make a stand or the entire army would be destroyed. Turning around, he charged back towards Patroclus, calling to his Lycian warriors to follow him. "Achilles!" Sarpedon called out. "Face me! Let's see if you're as dangerous as they say." Patroclus didn't hesitate. He charged forward, driving his spear at the son of Zeus. Sarpedon's shield caught the thrust just in time, barely deflecting what would have been a fatal blow. Sarpedon went to draw his sword, but he had given Patroclus an opening. Before the Lycian king could steady himself, Patroclus drove forward with his spear again, putting all his weight behind the thrust. The bronze point caught Sarpedon just below his ribs, driving up into his chest. Sarpedon gasped, blood flooding his mouth, and fell to the ground, his life extinguished. Patroclus stood over Sarpedon's corpse and felt pride surge through him. He had killed a king, a son of Zeus. The Greeks were cheering his name. He was a hero. Somewhere in the back of his mind he remembered Achilles' warning that he should not push too far or risk disaster, but just like before, he was swept up in his own victory, feeling as invincible as the warrior whose armour he wore. He led the Myrmidons forward, toward Troy's gates. He was going to breach the walls and be remembered as the one who ended this cursed conflict that had dragged on for 9 years. Then Apollo appeared before him. The god materialized out of thin air, blocking the path to the city. His form blazed with divine light, too bright to look at directly. His voice boomed across the battlefield. "Go back, Patroclus, son of Menoetius. Troy is not fated to fall to you. Turn back now, whilst you still can." But Patroclus was beyond hearing. The battle fury had consumed him completely. He charged forward, his spear aimed at the god's chest. Apollo simply stepped aside and let him stumble past. "This is your final warning. Leave now or face the consequences." Patroclus turned and charged again, convinced that not even a god could stand in his way. Apollo's hand shot out and struck him in the chest. The blow didn't feel like much at first, just a push, nothing more. But suddenly Patroclus couldn't breathe. His vision swam, his legs buckled beneath him. He fell to his knees, gasping, and realized that something was very wrong. His helmet fell from his head, his shield slipped from his fingers, the straps of his breastplate loosened, and the armor fell away piece by piece, clattering to the ground. He was exposed and defenseless, kneeling in the middle of the battlefield. Euphorbus, a young Trojan warrior, saw his opportunity. He drove his spear into Patroclus's back, between the shoulder blades. Patroclus cried out and fell forward onto his hands. Blood poured from the wound. He tried to stand, but his body would not obey him. Then Hector stepped forward. Troy's greatest warrior had seen Achilles' armor fall, leaving the man inside exposed and wounded. He had watched Euphorbus strike, and now he moved in to finish what the younger warrior had started. He drove his spear through Patroclus's stomach. The point went deep, tearing through organs, and Patroclus felt his life beginning to drain away. He fell onto his side, gasping, his hands clutching uselessly at the spear shaft. Hector stood over him, breathing hard, and pulled off his own helmet, ready to gloat about killing Greece's greatest warrior. But when he looked down at the dying man's face, the horrible truth was suddenly revealed. It was not Achilles, the invincible warrior who had terrorized Troy for 9 years. It was just a man. Around him, Trojans were cheering, celebrating what they thought was the greatest kill of the war. Hector felt their eyes on him, waiting for him to claim his victory. He planted his foot on Patroclus's chest and raised his voice so all could hear. "You thought you could sack our city? You thought wearing Achilles' armor made you Achilles?" He pulled his spear free. "You were wrong. Troy still stands, and you die here in the dust like any other Greek fool who thought he could breach our walls." The Trojans roared their approval, but Hector's eyes stayed on the dying man's face. Patroclus looked up at him, blood frothing at his lips. "You have no idea what you have just done." Hector leaned closer despite himself. "Who are you?" he asked. "Patroclus." Each word was an effort. "You think you have won something here, but you've just released something you cannot stop. He will come for you now, and there's nothing you or your walls can do to stop him." Patroclus felt the last of his strength leave him. His eyes glazed over, his head dropped forward, and he was still. Hector bent down and began stripping the armor from Patroclus's body. Achilles' divine armor, feared across the known world, now belonged to Troy's champion. But even as he removed the breastplate, he heard the shout go up from the Greek lines. They had seen their champion fall, and now they were coming, charging forward in a desperate attempt to reclaim the body before the Trojans could drag him away and desecrate the corpse. Menelaus reached the body first. The king of Sparta threw himself over Patroclus like a lion protecting its kill. His spear lashed out, catching a Trojan warrior in the throat, and he roared a challenge to any who would try to take the body. Ajax arrived moments later, his massive frame becoming a wall between the Trojans and their prize. More Greeks poured in behind them, forming a protective circle round Patroclus's corpse. For hours the battle raged around the body, with the news of Patroclus's death soon making its way back to the Greek camp. Antilochus, one of the younger Greek warriors who had fought beside Patroclus that day, ran to Achilles' tent, his face streaked with tears and blood. He found Achilles sitting outside, staring towards the battlefield. "Achilles," Antilochus said, his voice breaking, "I bring terrible news." Achilles looked at him, and knew immediately that something was wrong. "Patroclus," Antilochus forced the words out. "He is dead. Hector killed him. The Trojans have taken your armor." For a moment, Achilles did not move. He simply stared at Antilochus, as if the words made no sense, as if they were in some foreign language he could not understand. Then he threw his head back and howled. Part 14. A Grief Beyond Measure. The sound that tore from Achilles' throat was barely human. He collapsed to his knees, his hands clutching at the ground, digging his fingers into the earth until they bled. He began to tear at his own clothing. His tunic came away in shreds. He grabbed handfuls of ash from a nearby fire pit and poured it over his head, covering himself until he looked like a corpse himself. The Greeks who had gathered nearby began to back away. This was not the grief of a normal man. This was something more, something terrifying. His screams carried across the battlefield, all the way to the sea, where they sank down to the depths below. In the silver caves, where the Nereids made their home, Thetis heard her son's cry. She rose and shot upward through the water, her silver feet barely touching the currents as she flew towards the surface. She found him in the darkness outside his tent, covered in ash and blood and dirt, his beautiful face transformed into something haggard and wild. When he looked up and saw her, fresh tears cut tracks through the ash on his cheeks. "Mother," he said, his voice broken, "he is gone. Patroclus is gone." Thetis knelt beside him and pulled him into her arms, the way she had when he was small. He collapsed against her, this warrior who had killed hundreds, and wept like a child. "I know," she murmured, stroking his hair. "I know, my son. I heard you. I came as fast as I could." Achilles pulled back to look at her, and what she saw in his face frightened her. The grief was still there, but something else had joined it, a cold, terrible rage that made him barely recognizable. "I am going to kill Hector," he said. "I will make him suffer as I am suffering now. I will make him pay for what he has done." "My son," Thetis interrupted. She took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. "Listen to me carefully. If you kill Hector, your own death follows soon after. That is what the prophecy decrees." Achilles met her gaze without flinching. "Then I will die. But Hector dies first." I will not live whilst my friend's killer walks the earth." Thetis looked at her son and saw that there would be no changing his mind. He had one purpose now, and nothing she could say would sway him from it. "Then you will need armor," she said quietly. "The Trojans have yours. I will go to Hephaestus and ask him to forge you new armor greater than any mortal has ever worn. You will have 1 day to prepare. Do not try to fight before I return, or you will die pointlessly." "1 day," Achilles agreed. "But first, Hector must answer for what he has done." Thetis left, rising into the night sky. She flew toward Olympus, ascending through the clouds until she reached the mountain's peak where the gods made their homes. The sound of hammer on anvil led her to Hephaestus's forge, where she found the divine blacksmith at his work, flames reflecting off his sweat-covered face. He looked up as she entered. "Thetis," he said, limping towards her, "what brings you to my forge?" "My son needs armor," she said, "the greatest armor you have ever made. He goes to face Hector tomorrow, and I would have him protected when he enters battle." Hephaestus met her gaze and saw the weight of what she was asking. He understood. He owed Thetis more than he could ever repay. Long ago, when his mother Hera had thrown him from Olympus in disgust at his twisted leg, Thetis had been the one to find him, broken on the rocks below. She had taken him in, cared for him, given him shelter when no other god would. That kindness had never been forgotten. "For you, Thetis, I will make armor that will be sung about until the end of time. I will forge it this very night, and by dawn your son will be armed like a god." He set to work immediately. The divine forge roared to life, flames hotter than any earthly fire. Hephaestus took the bronze and tin and gold and silver, precious metals that sang as they melted in his crucible. His hammer rang against his anvil, shaping the molten metal with skill no mortal smith could match. He made a breastplate that would turn aside any spear, greaves that would protect Achilles' legs, and a helmet with a crest of gold that would strike terror into anyone who saw it. But the greatest work was the shield. It was massive, 5 layers thick, being decorated with scenes of such intricacy and beauty that the entire world seemed captured upon its surface. On it he crafted the earth, the sky and the sea. He made the sun and moon, along with hundreds of stars. He depicted 2 cities, one at peace, with weddings and festivals and courts of law, and one at war, besieged and burning. He showed farmers ploughing fields, shepherds tending flocks, dancers celebrating a harvest. He crafted the entire world onto that shield, life and death, peace and war, all of human existence captured in bronze and gold, pouring all his skill into this final piece. When the armor was finally complete, Hephaestus laid it out for Thetis to see. He had forged countless weapons for gods and heroes across the generations, but nothing came close to what he produced that night. It was, and forever would be, his finest work. Back in the Greek camp, Achilles had spent hours staring out over the battlefield. His friends were dying out there, fighting to recover Patroclus's body. Although it pained him to do so, he kept his promise to his mother and stayed put until her return. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, shimmering in the air. It was Iris, goddess of rainbows and messenger of the gods. She had been sent by Hera, who could not bear to watch the Greeks lose Patroclus's body to the Trojans. "Achilles," Iris said, her voice urgent, "the Trojans are on the verge of taking Patroclus's body back to their city. Ajax and Menelaus fight to hold them off, but they cannot last much longer. You must act." "My mother forbade me to fight without armor," Achilles said, his voice hoarse. "She said I would die pointlessly." "Then do not fight," Iris replied. "Go to the trench and show yourself to the Trojans. Let them see that you have returned. Your presence alone may be enough to turn them back, but go now before it is too late." She vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Achilles strode out towards the edge of the Greek camp, where a great trench had been dug as a defence. Men parted before him, seeing the terrible purpose in his face. He was unarmed, unarmoured, covered in ash and earth, but every man on the battlefield recognized him. The fighting slowed as men turned to stare at the figure standing by the wall. Athena, who had been watching from Olympus, flew down to join him, gifting some of her divine power. Around his head she kindled a golden flame, so bright that it reached up to the heavens. When he opened his mouth to shout, she magnified his voice 100-fold, with it booming across the plain like the war cry of a god. The sound was so loud that men dropped their weapons to cover their ears. Horses reared and bolted. The very air seemed to shake with the force of it. He shouted again and again, each cry like a physical blow to everyone who heard it. 3 times he screamed his rage and grief across the battlefield, and 3 times the Trojans felt terror slam into them. They fled in panic, abandoning the fight over Patroclus's body, trampling each other in their desperation to reach the safety of Troy's walls. Some threw down their shields to run faster. Others were crushed in the stampede as thousands of men tried to force themselves through the Scaean gates at once. As the Trojans fled, Menelaus and Ajax finally had their chance. They lifted Patroclus's body between them, the corpse heavy and stiff, and began carrying it back towards the Greek lines. When they reached the camp, Achilles knelt beside the body and looked down at his friend's face, tears streaming down his cheeks. He gathered Patroclus's body into his arms, pulling the corpse against his chest, and began to rock back and forth, weeping openly for his lost companion. The funeral was held that evening. They built a great pyre on the beach, then prepared Patroclus's body, cleaning away the blood and dirt and dressing him in fine robes. When the pyre was ready, they laid Patroclus on top. Achilles cut off a lock of his hair and placed it in Patroclus's hand, with other warriors coming forward with their own offerings. But Achilles wasn't finished. He had his men bring forward 12 Trojan prisoners, young men captured in raids over the years. They were bound and terrified, not understanding what was happening until it was too late. "For Patroclus," Achilles said simply. Then he cut their throats himself, one after another, letting their blood spill over the pyre. The Greeks watched uneasily. This was barbaric, even by the standards of war, but no one dared to stop him. No one dared to even speak. Finally, when everything was ready, Achilles lit the pyre himself. The flames caught quickly, with black smoke rising into the morning sky, carrying Patroclus's spirit to the world beyond. Achilles stood watching until the fire burned down to embers. He didn't eat, didn't drink or sleep. He simply stood there, keeping vigil, until there was nothing left but ash. As the sun began to rise, Thetis returned. She came up from the beach, carrying the armour Hephaestus had forged, and when the Greeks saw it, they gasped. Even in the dim morning light, it shone so bright that every intricate scene was visible from across the camp. Achilles turned from the cooling pyre and saw his mother approaching. She laid the armour at his feet without a word. He knelt and began to examine it. The breastplate fit him perfectly, as if it had been moulded to his exact form. The greaves were lighter and stronger than any he had ever seen. And then there was the shield. Achilles studied the scenes Hephaestus had crafted. The peaceful city, and the city at war, the fields and the dancing floor, the whole world in miniature, everything he was about to abandon in his pursuit of vengeance. "It is yours," Thetis said quietly. "Use it well, and remember that once you kill Hector, your time is short." Part 15. The Return of Achilles. As morning came, the Trojan sentries manning the great walls began to notice movement from the Greek camp. A few warriors emerged at first, then more, and then a great flood pouring out through the broken gates. The mass was so vast the sentries could scarcely believe what they were seeing. The entire Greek army had taken the field, thousands upon thousands of men forming up in perfect ranks, the fierce Myrmidons at their head. And leading them was what looked like a god, a man dressed in armor that blazed with divine power, too bright to look at for more than a few moments. The sentries knew immediately who it was. Achilles had returned. Alarm bells began ringing across Troy. Citizens who had been preparing their morning meals dropped what they were doing and rushed to the walls. Warriors grabbed their weapons and armor, running for their positions. Hector was already armored and had been since before dawn. He had not slept, knowing this day would come. He led his men outside the city, the Trojan army forming up outside their walls to meet the Greeks. Hector knew that letting the enemy reach the gates unopposed would be a disaster. Better to fight them in the open air, where Troy's cavalry could maneuver and their archers could find targets. Within minutes, the armies met on the plain with the usual crash of shields and screaming men. But this battle was different from all the others that had come before. Achilles, armed by a god and fueled by his rage, tore through the enemy lines with a speed and fury that seemed inhuman. His spear found throats before men could raise their shields. His sword opened bodies from neck to groin. Men fell before him in dozens and then hundreds. Warriors charged at him, only to be killed within seconds. Then more came, then more still. Achilles killed them all, his divine armor turning aside every blow. Men who had fought bravely throughout the war took one look at Achilles and ran. They fled toward the river Scamander, desperate to put water between themselves and the unstoppable force pursuing them. Instead, the river became their grave. The Scamander was running high from spring rains, its current strong enough to knock men off their feet. The fleeing Trojans splashed into the water, their movements slowing as they struggled to wade across. Achilles came after them without hesitation. The water rose to his waist, but he strode through the powerful current as if it were nothing. Young Trojans begged for mercy, offering ransom, pleading that their families would pay any price. But when Achilles looked down at them, all he saw was Patroclus lying dead in the dust. Grief had drowned every thought of mercy or honor. He dragged men under the water and held them there until they stopped struggling. Blood turned the Scamander red, bodies piled up against the rocks, creating dams of flesh and armor that forced the current around them. The river itself began to choke on the dead, struggling to carry away the corpses faster than Achilles could create them. After several minutes of the slaughter, the river decided it had endured enough. The water began to rise, not gradually, but suddenly, surging upward in a wave that should not have been possible. The current, which had been flowing steadily toward the sea, reversed itself and came roaring back upstream. A voice boomed from the water, ancient and terrible. "Enough! You fill my streams with corpses. You choke my flow with the bodies of the dead. I am Scamander, and I will not be made to suffer for your revenge." "I will stop when Hector is dead," Achilles shouted back. "Not before!" The river god's anger erupted. The water rose higher, becoming a wall that towered over Achilles. He looked up at it and raised his shield, but even armor forged by a god was no use against a river. The wave crashed down on him with the force of a collapsing mountain. Water filled his mouth and nose. The current grabbed him and pulled him under, leaving him spinning without any sense of direction. He tried to find purchase on the riverbed, but the stones were slick, and he slipped with every attempt to stand. Achilles, the greatest warrior to have ever lived, was being drowned by an angry river, the weight of his divine armour dragging him down. On Olympus, Hera saw what was happening and called out in distress, "Hephaestus, the river god attacks Achilles! Will you let the armour you forged sink into the mud?" Hephaestus did not need to be asked twice. He descended to the battlefield in a column of flame and heat. Landing next to the river, he raised his hands. Flames poured from his palms, divine fire that burned hotter than any earthly forge. The river's commander began to boil. Fish died in the sudden heat. The reeds on the banks burst into flame. The river god screamed as his waters evaporated, his power diminishing with every gallon that turned to mist. "Stop!" Scamander cried. "Hera, call off your smith! I yield! Hephaestus's flames died down, and the river god retreated into what remained of his waters, crying out in pain. The water level dropped. The current weakened. Achilles burst from the water, gasping, and staggered onto the bank. His armour was blackened from the heat, steam rising from its surface. But he was alive. He looked at Hephaestus, gave a single nod of acknowledgement, and then continued his advance toward Troy. But the battle between god and river had not gone unnoticed on Olympus. With Hephaestus having intervened so directly, the other mortals could no longer hold back. They descended to the battlefield, Greeks and Trojans forgotten, as the gods themselves began to fight. Apollo faced off against Poseidon. Hera and Artemis exchanged blows. Ares, still angry from his earlier humiliation, spotted Achilles cutting through the Trojan ranks and saw his chance for redemption. "Enough!" Ares bellowed, charging across the battlefield. "I will end this mortal myself!" But Athena was faster. She materialized between Ares and Achilles, blocking his path with her shield. "You dare threaten my champion?" she said. "You who fled crying to father after a mortal wounded you?" "Get out of my way, sister," Ares growled. "Make me, brother," Athena replied. "Let us see how that ends for you." Ares lunged at her with his spear. Athena sidestepped easily and struck him across the face with the haft of her own weapon. The blow sent the war god sprawling into the dirt, his armour clattering against the stones. "Pathetic," Athena said, standing over him. "Even Aphrodite fights better than you." As if summoned by her name, Aphrodite appeared, rushing to her lover's aid. Without even turning, Athena swatted her aside with her shield, sending the goddess of love tumbling through the air to land beside Ares in the dust. The two lay there, humiliated, while Athena towered above them. "Stay down," she said, "or the next blow will not be so gentle." On Olympus, Zeus watched and laughed, his children brawling like mortal warriors over a mortal war. It amused him, though he knew it could not continue. If the gods truly went to war with each other, the world itself might not survive. "Enough!" he cried. The word carried such power that fighting stopped across the entire battlefield. Mortals and immortals alike looked up. "I commanded you to stay out of this war. Yet here you are, brawling in the dirt like children. Return to Olympus immediately before I make you regret your disobedience." No god dared speak. Zeus's anger was a terrible thing. They withdrew, reluctantly but obediently, ascending back to the halls of Olympus. The war between mortals would continue, but the gods would interfere no more, at least not openly. But the damage was done. The Trojans had seen gods fight and flee. They had seen their river god defeated. It seemed as if nothing, not water nor divine intervention, could stop Achilles. The Trojan army broke completely. They ran for the city gates, streaming back towards Troy's walls in a panicked mob. Achilles pursued them, killing any who fell behind, his armour dripping blood and river water. The Trojans poured through the sky and gates, pushing and trampling each other in their desperation to reach safety. The gates began to swing closed behind them, but one man remained outside the walls. One man who turned to face the approaching storm when all others fled. Hector. He now stood alone between Achilles and the city he had sworn to defend. Part 16. The Fate of Hector. Priam stood on the battlements and watched his people flee. Mothers screamed from the walls for their sons. Old men wept as they watched the army disintegrate. Then he saw his son, still standing outside the gates, and felt his heart break. "Hector!" Priam's voice cracked as he called down. "Come inside, please, my son! Come inside before it is too late!" Hector looked up at his father, but did not move. "That man will kill you," Priam continued, his hands gripping the stone wall until his knuckles went white. "He has already taken so many of my sons. Do not let him take you too. I can bear losing more sons, but not you, not my firstborn. If you die out there, what happens to Troy?" Beside him, Hecuba clutched at the wall, tears streaming down her face. "Hector, my son," she called, her voice desperate. "I gave you life. I raised you to be the man you are. Do not throw that away for pride. Your father and I are old. We will not survive seeing you killed. Have mercy on us, if not on yourself. Come inside." Hector heard every word. Part of him wanted to obey, wanted to turn and walk back through those gates, to hold Andromache one more time, to see his son again. But he did not move. He had brought this on himself. He knew that now. When Polydamas had advised caution, suggesting that they pull back behind the walls, Hector had refused. He had chosen glory over safety, believing he could burn the Greek ships and win the war with courage alone. Hundreds were dead because of it. If he ran inside now, if he hid behind his father's walls whilst his people suffered the consequences of his decisions, what would that make him? Just another coward who sent men to die whilst he stayed safe. Just another Paris. He looked up at his parents one last time. "Forgive me," he called, "but I cannot come inside. This is my doing. I must answer for it." Priam sagged against the wall, and Hecuba began to wail. But Hector had already turned away, looking toward where Achilles was approaching across the plain. The Greek warrior came on like death itself, a god in mortal form. Hector watched him come, and felt something he had never felt before on a battlefield: absolute, paralyzing terror. He had fought Achilles once before, years ago in the early days of the war. Even then, before Patroclus's death, Achilles had been terrifying. But there had been honor in that fight, mutual respect. The thing approaching him now was no longer a warrior. It was vengeance and rage given form, and Hector knew with cold certainty that he was about to die. Hector's nerve broke. He turned and ran. It wasn't a tactical retreat. There was no strategy. It was pure primal panic. He ran along the wall of Troy, his armor clanking, his breath coming in gasps, with Achilles pursuing behind him like a hunting hound after a deer. They ran past the fig tree where Hector used to play as a boy, the watchtower where he'd stood guard as a young warrior, and then finally they passed the springs, one warm, one cold, where the women of Troy had washed clothes in peacetime, laughing and talking whilst their children played. All of it flashed by in a blur, places that held memories of a happier time, the treasured pieces of his home. Once around the walls they ran, then twice, then 3 times. On Olympus, Zeus looked down at the chase with a grave look on his face. "It grieves me to see this," he said to the other gods who had gathered to watch. "Hector has always honoured me, and now he runs for his life whilst we watch." Zeus lifted his golden scales, the ones he used to weigh the fates of mortals. On one side he placed Hector's fate, on the other Achilles'. For a moment the scales balanced perfectly. Then the scale holding Hector's fate sank down towards the underworld. The scale holding Achilles' fate rose up, light as air. "It is decided," Zeus said. "Hector dies today. Apollo, you must leave him now. I forbid you to interfere further." Apollo, who had protected Hector throughout the war, looked down at his champion and felt genuine sorrow. But Zeus's word was law. The god withdrew his presence. Hector was alone. As the third circuit was coming to an end, Hector could feel his strength failing, his legs growing heavier with each step. He could not run forever. Better to choose the moment himself than collapse from exhaustion. Then a voice called out behind him, "Brother, wait!" Hector risked a glance back and saw Deiphobus, his younger brother, running to catch up. He was fully armed and ready to fight. "Deiphobus," Hector gasped, slowing slightly. "What are you doing out here?" "I could not watch you face him alone," Deiphobus said, pulling alongside him. "Our parents begged me not to come, but you are my brother. We will fight him together." Hope flared in Hector's chest. With Deiphobus beside him, maybe he could survive this. Maybe there was a way out after all. "Thank you," Hector said, and meant it with his whole heart. He stopped running and turned to face Achilles, his brother at his side. Achilles approached and stopped a few paces away. He looked at Hector with a cold stare. "No more running?" Achilles asked. "No more running," Hector agreed. He straightened, trying to regain some dignity. "Achilles, I know you mean to kill me, but let us at least make an agreement. If I kill you, I will return your body to the Greeks with honor. Promise me you will do the same." "There will be no agreements," Achilles said. "There will be no honor. You killed Patroclus, and for that I am going to kill you, and then I will feed your corpse to the dogs. Your parents will watch from those walls as animals tear you apart." Hector felt rage kindle in his chest, burning through the fear. "Then we fight." He hefted his spear, judged the distance, and threw it with all his strength. It was a perfect cast, aimed at the center of Achilles' chest. But Achilles simply raised his shield, the spear bouncing off the divine metal harmlessly, as if Hector had thrown a child's toy. "Deiphobus!" Hector called, reaching back for another spear. "Give me your weapon!" He turned to take it from his brother's hand. No one was there. Hector spun in a circle, searching. The plain was empty behind him. Deiphobus was gone, almost as if he had never been there at all. Understanding crashed over Hector like cold water. It had been Athena, disguised as Deiphobus, drawing him into this confrontation. The gods had tricked him, had stripped away his divine protection, and led him into a trap he could not escape. So, "This is how it ends," Hector said quietly. "Betrayed by gods and men alike." He drew his sword. "I will not die running. I refuse to die begging. If I am going to die, it will be with a weapon in my hand." He charged. They fought across the plain, Hector attacking with increasing desperation as every one of his strikes was turned aside. Every time he thought he saw an opening, Achilles closed it in an instant. Achilles' spear darted out, seeking gaps in Hector's defences. Once, twice, testing, learning. The armour Hector wore, Achilles' old armour, taken from Patroclus' body, protected him from most strikes, but Achilles knew that armour. He had worn it for years and knew where it was vulnerable. At the throat, where the collarbone met, there was a gap, just a small space where the breastplate and helmet didn't quite meet. Achilles had always been careful to guard it. He feinted low. Hector's shield dropped to block. In that instant, Achilles' spear shot upward and found the gap. The point went through Hector's throat, through his windpipe, and out the back of his neck. Hector fell to his knees, both hands clutching at the spear in his throat. Blood poured between his fingers. Achilles stood over him, watching him die slowly, and felt no satisfaction. Killing Hector did not bring Patroclus back. It did not ease the grief. It changed nothing. Hector tried to speak, barely managing to force words past the blood in his mouth. "Please," he gasped, "my body. Return it to my family. My father will pay any ransom." "I do not want his gold," Achilles said. "I want you to die knowing you'll be dishonoured. I want your last thought to be of how your corpse will rot in the sun while your family weeps." Tears mixed with the blood on Hector's face. "You will die soon." Hector's voice grew stronger, as if seeing some prophecy in his final moments. "Paris and Apollo, the Scaean gates, you will fall there." His eyes glazed over. Hector, defender of Troy, greatest of Priam's sons, died in the dust outside his own city, whilst his family watched from the walls above. The wailing that rose from Troy's battlements was like nothing Achilles had ever heard. Priam collapsed, held up only by his attendants. Hecuba tore at her clothes and hair, screaming her son's name over and over. Andromache, who had been inside the city, heard the cries and came running to the walls. When she saw her husband's body lying in the dust, she fainted, falling into the arms of her servants. Achilles felt nothing. He bent down and began stripping the armour from Hector's corpse, his old armour that Patroclus had died in. Other Greeks came running up, and they stabbed at Hector's body, kicked it, spat on it, taking their revenge on the man who had killed so many of their friends. Then Achilles did something that made even his own allies uncomfortable. He took strips of leather and tied them around Hector's ankles. He attached the other ends to his chariot and climbed aboard. He whipped his horses into motion. The chariot jerked forward, and Hector's body began to drag behind it, bouncing and tumbling across the rocky ground. Achilles drove around the walls of Troy slowly so that everyone could see what he had done. Dust rose in a cloud behind the chariot as Hector's head dragged in the dirt. The Trojans watched in horror. This was beyond the normal brutality of war. This was desecration, a violation of everything sacred. Even the Greeks, who hated Hector, looked away, ashamed of what their champion was doing. Achilles drove back to the Greek camp, still dragging the body. He tied it behind his tent, leaving it in the dirt like a piece of discarded meat. For the next 11 days, Achilles' grief consumed him. Every morning he would harness Hector's body to his chariot and drag it 3 times around Patroclus's burial mound. Every evening he would throw the corpse back into the dust and return to his tent, where he would sit and stare at nothing, refusing to eat or sleep. The body should have been torn to pieces, but Apollo, who had loved Hector, could not bear to see him desecrated so completely. The god spread his golden aegis over the corpse, protecting it from decay and keeping the skin from tearing, despite being dragged across the dirt. Still, the desecration continued. Achilles' rage would not be satisfied. Every dawn, the chariot, every evening, the corpse thrown aside. Day after day, whilst Troy mourned and the gods watched, wondering when this madness would end. Part 17. Priam's Ransom. On Olympus, the gods watched Achilles drag Hector's corpse for the 12th day and felt their patience wearing thin. Apollo spoke first, anger clear in his voice. "How long will we allow this? Hector honored us. He made sacrifices at our altars, burned the fat of oxen in our names, and now his body is dragged through the dirt whilst we do nothing?" Hera, who had supported the Greeks throughout the war, shifted uncomfortably. Even she could not defend what Achilles was doing. "The man grieves for his friend. Perhaps we should allow him time to—" "Time?" Apollo interrupted, his anger flaring. "It has been 12 days! How much time does grief require before it becomes madness, before it becomes an offence against the natural order?" Zeus listened to the argument, his expression thoughtful. Finally he raised his hand for silence. "Apollo speaks truth. This cannot continue. Achilles has had his revenge. Hector is dead. Now the body must be returned to Troy for proper burial." He turned to Thetis, who stood at the edge of the gathering. "Go to your son. Tell him he must give up the body. This is not a request. It is a command from the king of the gods." Thetis bowed her head and descended to the Greek camp. She found Achilles sitting alone outside his tent, staring into the darkness. Hector's body lay nearby in the dust, still uncorrupted, despite the abuse it had suffered. Her son looked like a ghost himself, hollow and empty. "Achilles," she said softly, sitting beside him, "the gods are angry with you." When he gave no response, she continued, "They demand you return Hector's body to his family. Zeus himself commands it." Achilles finally looked at her. "Why should I? He killed Patroclus. He stripped his armor and tried to take his body. Why should his family mourn over his body when they tried to deny me the same?" "Because you have had your revenge," Thetis replied. "Patroclus was recovered and honored with full rights, and Hector is dead." She took his hand. "Even in grief, even in rage, there are laws that govern how men should behave. My son, you have become something terrible, something even I barely recognize. Let this go. Return the body. Do not let grief and rage destroy what remains of you." For a long moment Achilles said nothing. Then he nodded, a silent acknowledgment of her words. "Priam will come tonight," Thetis continued. "He will bring ransom for his son's body. Zeus commands that you accept it. Return Hector to his father. Let Troy bury their dead, and then—" She paused. "And then prepare yourself. Your time is short now. Hector's death has sealed your fate." "I know," Achilles said. "I've known since the moment I killed him. I do not fear it." Thetis kissed his forehead. "That is what frightens me most." In Troy, Priam sat in his empty palace and made a decision that would either save his son's honour or end his own life. Hecuba found him gathering items for a journey: gold cups, fine robes, and bronze tripods, the treasures that had survived 9 years of war. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I am going to the Greek camp," Priam said calmly. "I will ransom Hector's body." "You will never make it past their sentries," she tried to reason with him. "They will kill you on sight." "Perhaps," Priam replied, "but I cannot sit here doing nothing whilst my son is dishonoured. I will not let Hector's spirit wander the underworld, homeless for eternity." "Let someone else go," Hecuba replied, her voice desperate. "Send a herald." "No." Priam's voice was gentle but final. "This requires a father. Only a father can speak to what Achilles feels, can appeal to whatever humanity remains in him." He kissed her forehead for what could be the last time. Waiting until the city was asleep, Priam slipped out of the palace through a side entrance. He climbed onto a wagon and rode out of the Scaean gates, an old man, alone, driving a wagon full of treasure into enemy territory. It was madness, but he kept going. As he neared the enemy camp, a figure appeared beside the wagon, walking alongside as if he'd been there all along. A young man, handsome, wearing the simple clothes of a Greek soldier. "Lord Priam," the young man said cheerfully, "you should not be out here alone. This path is dangerous." Priam nearly jumped out of his seat. "Who are you?" "Just a soldier, but I can help you. I know where Achilles' tent is. I can guide you there safely if you would like." Priam studied the young man's face and saw nothing but open friendliness. "Why would you help me?" "Because I admire courage," the young man said with a smile. "And it takes courage to do what you are doing. Come, I will make sure you reach Achilles." He was Hermes, of course, sent by Zeus to ensure Priam's safety, but the god kept his disguise, playing the role of a helpful Greek soldier, guiding the old king through the maze of tents and campfires. When sentries approached, Hermes would gesture and they would turn away. When dogs began to bark, he would speak softly and they would quiet. They reached Achilles' tent without incident. Hermes helped Priam down from the wagon and began unloading the ransom. "I leave you here," Hermes said. "Go inside and speak from your heart. He will listen." "Thank you," Priam said. "I do not know who you are, but thank you." Hermes smiled, and, just for a moment, his mortal disguise slipped, and Priam saw the god beneath. Then he was gone, vanished into the night, and Priam was alone outside Achilles' tent. He took a deep breath and pushed through the entrance. Achilles sat at a table, picking at food he had no appetite for. When Priam entered, he looked up in surprise. Before Achilles could react, before he could reach for a weapon, Priam crossed the tent and fell to his knees. He took Achilles' hands in his own and brought them to his lips. He kissed the hands that had killed Hector, the hands that had killed so many of his sons. "Achilles," Priam said, his voice breaking, "remember your father." Achilles went very still. "Think of Peleus," Priam continued, still holding those murderous hands. "He is old, like me. He waits in his palace for news of you, hoping you will return home safely. Every day he wonders if you're still alive. Every day he fears the message that will tell him of your death." Tears ran down Priam's face. "I had 50 sons, 19 from my wife, the rest from other women. Most of them are dead now, many by your hand. But Hector was the best of them. He was the one who held this city together, who kept us safe, who loved his wife and child, and tried to do right by everyone." Achilles' hands began to tremble in Priam's grasp. "You killed him," Priam said. "You had every right to. He killed your friend. But please, I beg you, let me take his body home. Let me give him the funeral rites he deserves. His wife weeps for him. His son will grow up never knowing his father. His mother tears her hair in grief. And I—" His voice broke completely. "I have kissed the hands of the man who killed my child. I have degraded myself in ways no king should, but I would do worse, far worse, if it meant I could bury my boy." The tent was silent, except for Priam's quiet weeping. Then Achilles began to weep as well. All the emotion he had been holding back came pouring out. He wept for Patroclus, the friend he would never see again. He wept for his father, Peleus, knowing now that he would never return home. He even wept for Hector, a good man who had deserved a better death. They wept together in that tent, an old king and a young warrior, each destroyed by the same war for different reasons. Finally Achilles stood and gently pulled Priam to his feet. "You are right," he said, his voice hoarse. "You remind me of my father, and if I were dead, I would want someone to show him mercy." He turned to his servants. "Wash Hector's body, clean away the dirt, and dress him in fine robes. Make him look like the prince he was." Whilst they worked, Achilles led Priam to his table and had food brought. They ate together in silence, sharing bread and wine like they were guests at a feast rather than enemies in a war. "How long do you need for the funeral?" Achilles asked finally. 12 days, Priam said. 9 for mourning, 3 for the funeral rites." "Then you will have 12 days, Achilles replied. "No Greek will attack Troy in that time. You have my word." "Thank you," Priam said. "Thank you." Priam drove his wagon back to Troy as dawn was breaking. The sentries on the walls saw him coming and raised the alarm. Cassandra, who could see the future, was the first to cry out, "Father returns! He is bringing Hector home!" The gates opened and Priam drove through to find the entire city waiting. Andromache came first, running despite her servants trying to hold her back. When she saw Hector's body, she collapsed beside the wagon, pulling her husband's head into her lap as she cried out in grief. Hecuba stood beside her, aged a decade in less than 2 weeks. Helen was there too, although she stood in the shadows, guilt written on her face. They lifted Hector's body from the wagon with great care and tenderness, and carried him to the palace. There they laid him out in state, and for 9 days the people of Troy came to mourn their prince. On the 10th day, they built his funeral pyre in the centre of the city. Andromache spoke first, summoning all her courage that remained. "Hector," she said, looking down at his pale face, "you were everything to me. Now you are gone, and I am nothing. Our son will grow up without you. He will never hear your voice, never learn the things a father should teach. And I told you not to fight. I begged you to stay behind the walls, to choose life over honor. But you could not. Honor was too important to you. And now honor is all I have left of you. That and memories that will never be enough." She placed her hand on his cold chest. "I will love you until I die. And when I reach the underworld, I will find you there, and we will be together again. Wait for me, my husband. Wait for me." Hecuba spoke next, her words brief but heavy with sorrow. She mourned not just Hector, but all her sons, all the young men she had raised and lost. Helen spoke last, and her words surprised everyone. She thanked Hector for never blaming her, never treating her with cruelty, even though the war was fought because of her presence. "You were kind to me when no one else was," she said quietly. "You treated me like family when I deserved only hatred. I hope you find peace in death, because you found none in life." Then they lit the pyre. The flames rose high into the sky, carrying Hector's spirit from this world to the next. The Trojans stood watching until the fire burned down to embers. They gathered his remains in a golden urn and buried him with all the honours due to a prince. Then they feasted, as custom demanded, celebrating the life of a man who had died trying to save his city. The Iliad, the great song of Achilles' rage, ends here, with Hector buried and mourned, with Achilles having found a moment of humanity before his own death. Troy was still standing, but the war was not over. The dying had not finished. The greatest city in the world would fall, and the age of heroes would end with it. Part 18. Achilles' Heel. The 12 days of truce ended, and with them any hope of peace. Hector had been honoured, the dead had been buried. Now the war would continue until one side or the other was destroyed completely. Achilles knew his own time was near. He could feel it, the way a man feels winter coming in his bones. But death no longer frightened him. He had lived longer than his mother's warnings had promised. Each morning he woke felt like borrowed time, and he meant to spend it finishing what he had started. The war resumed. The Greeks formed up on the plain, the Trojans emerged from their gates, and men began dying again. But something had changed. Hector was gone, and without him Troy's defence crumbled. Day after day Achilles drove them back, slaughtering any who dared face him. Soon Trojan morale had all but collapsed. They retreated behind their walls, and this time they did not come out. Their walls remained, but something inside them had already fallen. Achilles pressed the attack, driving the Greeks forward, pushing towards Troy's walls. He had sworn he would take the city, and he meant to keep that oath, even if it killed him. When he reached the gates themselves, the same place that he had struck down Hector, Achilles looked up to the walls and saw a row of terrified faces staring back at him. "Open these gates!" he roared. "Send out that coward Paris to face me, or I will break these gates down and kill everyone inside." The Trojans on the walls stared down at him in horror. Paris, however, was calm. For the first time in the war, perhaps in his entire life, he felt the weight of responsibility bear down on him. Hector was dead. If he could not find a way to stop Achilles, the whole city would be next. He took up his bow and nocked an arrow, taking aim at Achilles' face beneath the helmet. As he drew back the string, he heard a whisper in his ear. "Not there, Prince of Troy. Your target is far closer to the ground." An invisible hand pushed his bow downward until the arrow pointed at Achilles' heel. "Now," the voice whispered. Paris released. The arrow struck and punched through flesh and tendon. Achilles felt a sharp pain, then a strange coldness spreading up his leg. He looked down at the arrow protruding from his heel, and for a moment felt only confusion. An arrow had never harmed him before. They bounced off his skin, shattered against his impenetrable flesh. He was invulnerable, everyone knew that. But his leg buckled. He fell to one knee, then both. The coldness was spreading rapidly, climbing through his body like ice in his veins. His hands went numb, his chest felt tight, his heart was slowing. "So this is how I die," he thought, more fascinated than anything else. He had known death was coming. Hector had prophesied it. His mother had warned him, but he had never understood how death could claim him. How could an invulnerable man die? Now he knew. His mother's voice came back to him from childhood. "When you were a baby, I held you by the heel and dipped you in the river Styx. The waters made you invulnerable, divine. But the heel I held, that one place the waters never touched, all your mortality remained there, concentrated. If that spot is ever pierced, it will be as if every part of you was mortal and wounded at once." By piercing his heel, the arrow had struck the only place where death could reach him, the single point where all his human vulnerability had been compressed. And now that mortality was flooding through him, claiming what the river Styx had tried to deny. He looked up at the walls and saw Paris standing there with his bow, and beside him, visible now in Achilles' final moments, stood Apollo. The god met his eyes across the distance, his expression neither triumphant nor apologetic, simply satisfied. Hector had been avenged. Achilles tried to laugh, but could not draw breath. After everything, after killing hundreds of men, after facing gods and dragging Hector's body around the city in his fury, he had been killed by Paris, the cowardly prince. His vision darkened. His body felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. He fell forward onto the ground, his limbs no longer responding to his commands. The pain was fading now, replaced by a strange, almost peaceful numbness. "Patroclus," he whispered, though whether anyone heard him he did not know. "I am coming." Achilles, son of Peleus and Thetis, the greatest warrior Greece had ever known, was dead. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Greeks and Trojans alike stared at the fallen warrior, unable to believe what they had just seen. Achilles was gone. The man who had seemed immortal had been felled by a single arrow. Then chaos erupted. The Trojans let out a roar and poured out from the gates. They wanted Achilles' body so they could desecrate his corpse the way he had desecrated Hector's. The Greeks rushed to protect him, horrified at the thought of their greatest champion being dishonored. The fighting was savage. Men died by the dozen trying to either take or protect the corpse. It would take the combined strength of both Ajax and Odysseus to finally drag the body away through the chaos, managing to get it back to the camp as the sun began to set. The Greek army was in shock. Even the bravest among them openly wept. Achilles had been arrogant, proud beyond measure, but he had also been their champion, the man who had carried them through the darkest moments of this war. They dressed Achilles in clean robes and laid him upon the wood with his weapons beside him. The flames rose high into the darkness, visible even from Troy's walls. When the fire burned itself to ash, they gathered what remained and placed the bones in a golden urn beside Patroclus's ashes. The two would be buried together, their bones mingled, united in death, as they had been in life. Part 19. The Trojan Horse. With Achilles dead, the Greeks faced a terrible truth. They could not take Troy by force. They had tried for 10 years. Their greatest warriors were dead or exhausted. The walls still stood, and the Trojans, though weakened, could hold out indefinitely behind those fortifications. The Greek commanders gathered to discuss their options. Some wanted to continue the siege, to starve Troy into submission. Others argued for sailing home and admitting defeat. But Odysseus, cleverest of the Greek kings, had another idea. "We cannot break their walls," he said to the assembled leaders, "so we must make them open their gates willingly. We must make them bring their own destruction inside." The other commanders stared at him. "You are proposing treachery?" Menelaus said. "I'm proposing cunning," Odysseus replied. "The Trojans have us beaten in an honest fight, so we stop fighting honestly. We give them a gift, something so magnificent that they can't resist bringing it inside their walls." "What kind of gift?" Diomedes asked. He had always preferred honest combat to schemes, but even he could see they had no other choice. Odysseus smiled. "A horse. A giant wooden horse, large enough to hold armed warriors inside. We build it, we hide our best men within it, and we leave it outside Troy's gates. Then the rest of the army sails away. The Trojans will think we have given up. They will see the horse as a peace offering, a tribute to their gods, and they will bring it inside." "That is madness," Agamemnon said. "Why would they fall for that?" "Because they want to believe the war is over," Odysseus said. "They are as exhausted as we are. They have lost Hector and buried thousands of men. If we give them a reason to believe we have surrendered, they will take it. And once the horse is inside their walls, once night falls and the city sleeps," he paused, "the men inside emerge. They open the gates from within, the fleet returns, and we take Troy whilst they're still celebrating their victory." The tent was silent. The plan was audacious, deceptive, and completely unlike the honest warfare the Greeks had been waging. but it might just work. Who would hide inside? Menelaus asked. Odysseus had already considered this. Our best warriors, men who can fight in close quarters, who can hold their nerve whilst trapped in darkness for hours. I will go. Diomedes. Menelaus, you should be there when we find Helen, and others, enough to open the gates and hold them until the army arrives. Agamemnon looked around at his commanders. He saw exhaustion in every face, but also something else, hope. For the first time in months, they had a plan that might actually work. How long to build this horse? He asked. A few weeks if we strip timber from the ships, Odysseus said. We have carpenters, it can be done. Then do it, Agamemnon said. Build your horse, Odysseus, and pray to the gods that the Trojans are as desperate for peace as we are. The construction began the next day. The Greeks pulled apart 3 of their ships, harvesting the timber, and began building something the world had never seen before, a horse, massive and hollow, standing nearly 30 feet tall. Its exterior was polished and carved with intricate details. Its interior was empty, with space for armed men to crouch in the darkness. The work took 3 weeks. The Trojans watched from their walls, confused by the strange construction, but they did not attack. They were content to let the Greeks waste their time on whatever madness this was. When the horse was complete, Odysseus selected his men. 30 warriors, all volunteers who understood that they might die trapped inside a wooden statue if the plan failed. They armed themselves lightly, swords and daggers, no spears or heavy armor that might make noise. Then, one by one, they climbed inside through a hidden door in the horse's belly. Among them was a new face, Neoptolemus, who had arrived at Troy only weeks before. He was Achilles' son, born on the island of Skyros to one of the young women Achilles had hidden amongst when his mother tried to keep him from this war. The boy had been raised never knowing his father, but when news reached him of Achilles' death, he had sailed to Troy immediately, demanding to avenge the father he had never met. The Greeks had welcomed him, though they quickly realized this youth had inherited all of his father's worst traits. Sadistic and cruel, he had Achilles' capacity for violence, while lacking the complexity that had made his father human. Odysseus found the youth disturbing, but he was undoubtedly useful in a fight, and for what was coming, they would need men who could kill without hesitation. With the warriors hidden inside the horse, the rest of the Greek army began their performance. They burned their camp, destroyed anything they could not carry, and loaded their ships. As the sun rose, the entire Greek fleet sailed away from Troy's shore, disappearing beyond the horizon. The Trojans on the walls watched in disbelief. After 10 years, the Greeks were leaving. The war was over at last. They poured out of the gates, thousands of them, rushing to the abandoned Greek camp to see if it was real. They found only ashes and refuse, and the enormous wooden horse standing alone on the beach. People gathered around it, staring up at the massive structure. It was beautiful, a masterpiece to match any of the structures within Troy itself, but while all agreed it was magnificent, none could agree on what to do with it. "We should burn it," said Laocoon, a priest of Poseidon. He was an old man, cautious and suspicious. "This is Greek work. Nothing they leave behind can be trusted. I fear the Greeks, even when they bear gifts." "But it is only wood," a younger man protested. "What harm could it do?" "Unknown harm," Laocoon said. "That is precisely what makes it dangerous. We cannot know what lies inside it. We cannot know why they built it. The safest thing is to destroy it now." But the crowd was against him. The horse was magnificent. It would be sacrilege to destroy such a thing, They should bring it inside the city and place it in a temple as a monument to their victory. Whilst they argued, soldiers found someone hiding near the Greek camp, a young man, Greek by his clothing, who claimed to have been left behind when his comrades sailed. They dragged him before King Priam in chains. The young man's name was Sinon, and he had a story to tell. "Please," Sinon begged, tears streaming down his face, "do not kill me. I am not your enemy. I was left here to die by my own people." "Why?" Priam asked. "The horse," Sinon said, gesturing toward where it stood outside the gates. "It is an offering to Athena. The Greeks built it to appease her so she would bless their passage home. The prophet Calchas said it had to be huge, too large to fit through your gates. That way you couldn't take it into your city and claim Athena's protection for yourselves." Priam leaned forward. "And what of you?" "I was chosen as a sacrifice," Sinon said, weaving his false tale effortlessly. "Odysseus hated me. He convinced the others that the gods required a blood offering before they could leave. They were going to kill me on the beach, but I escaped and hid. When I came out, they were gone." He looked up at Priam with desperate eyes. "I speak the truth, my lord. That horse is sacred to Athena. If you bring it inside your walls, her protection would shift from Greece to Troy. That is why they made it so large, to keep you from claiming that blessing." The Trojans whispered among themselves, many thinking the story made sense. If they brought the horse inside, they would gain divine protection for years to come. Laocoon stepped forward again. "This is a lie, a trick. Everything about this reeks of deception." He grabbed a spear from a nearby guard and hurled it at the horse. The weapon struck the wooden side with a hollow thud, and from inside came a faint sound, perhaps just the echo of the impact, or perhaps something else. "You see," Laocoon shouted, "it is hollow. There could be anything inside." But before he could say more, something terrible happened. 2 enormous serpents emerged from the sea and began slithering up the beach with horrifying speed. The crowd scattered, screaming, but the serpents were not interested in them. They went straight for Laocoon and his 2 sons. The priest tried to run, but the serpents were too fast. They wrapped around all 3, crushing and squeezing, their coils tightening until bones cracked. Laocoon's screams were cut short as he and his sons died in agony, strangled by the divine serpents. Then, as quickly as they had come, the serpents slithered away, disappearing into the temple of Athena on the far side of the beach. The message was unmistakable. Laocoon had tried to destroy Athena's offering, and the goddess had punished him for it. The crowd's mood shifted immediately. Laocoon had been wrong. The horse was sacred. They had to bring it inside without delay, or more divine wrath might follow. Only one voice still spoke against it. Cassandra, daughter of Priam, pushed through the crowd. "No!" she screamed. "Father, do not bring it inside! I see fire! I see death! The horse is filled with warriors! They will destroy us all! Please, you must believe me!" But no one did. They never did. Apollo's curse had seen to that. Her family looked at her with pity and embarrassment. Poor Cassandra, they thought, mad as always, seeing doom where there was only hope. "Take her inside," Priam said quietly to his servants. "Make sure she does not hurt herself." They dragged her away, still screaming and crying as the horrific visions of Troy's future filled her head. As her screams faded into the distance, the Trojans began the work of bringing the horse inside. It was too large for the gates, so they partially dismantled a section of the wall, creating a gap wide enough to pull the massive statue through. It took hundreds of men with ropes and levers working through the afternoon, but finally, as the sun began to set, the wooden horse stood in the center of Troy. The Trojans celebrated into the night. Wine flowed freely. People danced in the streets. After 10 years of war, of fear and loss, they finally had peace. They finally had victory. As midnight approached, the celebrations died down, the people stumbling home, drunk and happy. It was only then, as the city finally fell silent, that the hidden door in the horse's belly swung open. Odysseus emerged first, climbing down a rope ladder into the darkness. Menelaus followed, then Diomedes and Neoptolemus, then 26 others, descending into the city in silence. They had been cramped in that wooden prison for hours, barely able to breathe. Now, finally, they could move. They split into groups. One headed for the gates to open them. Another went to light signal fires to call the fleet back. The others began moving through the sleeping city, swords drawn, ready to kill anyone who raised the alarm. The gates opened, with barely a sound. The guards were drunk or sleeping. Outside on the plain, torches appeared as the Greek fleet beached, and thousands of warriors poured onto the shore. They had been waiting all night for this moment. The army poured through the gates, thousands of warriors flooding into Troy's streets. The slaughter began. Part 20. The Sack of Troy. The Trojans woke to screams and the smell of smoke. By the time they understood what was happening, it was too late. Greek soldiers were everywhere, breaking down doors, dragging people from their homes. Those who tried to fight were cut down. Those who tried to flee found every street blocked, every escape route sealed. Fire began to spread. The Greeks set houses alight as they moved through the city, and the flames caught quickly on the dry wooden buildings. Soon entire districts were burning, the smoke rising into the night sky like a beacon. Priam, woken by the chaos, tried to arm himself despite his age. His hands shook as he strapped on armor he hadn't worn in years. Hecuba begged him not to go, but he refused to hide whilst his city burned. "I am still king," he said. "I will die as one." He made his way to the courtyard where an altar to Zeus stood. If he was going to die, it would be in a sacred place, under the protection of the gods. His remaining sons and a few loyal guards gathered around him, forming a final defense. They did not have to wait long. Neoptolemus came through the palace gates, drenched in blood. Achilles' son had been killing since the gates opened, soldiers who fought back, civilians who didn't. The distinction meant nothing to him. Now he had come to claim the greatest prize of all, the head of a king. "Old man," Neoptolemus called out, "my father killed your son. Now I am going to kill you." One of Priam's sons, Polites, stepped forward to defend his king. Neoptolemus cut him down without even breaking stride. The young prince fell at his father's feet, bleeding out on the sacred ground. "You are Achilles' son?" Priam asked, his voice steady despite his fear. "I am," Neoptolemus replied. "Then you have your father's courage, but none of his honor." Priam straightened, standing tall despite his age. "Kill me if you must, but know that you're murdering an unarmed old man at an altar. The gods will remember this." "The gods can watch," Neoptolemus said. He grabbed Priam by his grey hair and dragged him across the courtyard. The old king's guards tried to intervene, but Neoptolemus killed them all, barely slowing. He pulled Priam through his own son's blood, across the stones, and threw him down at the base of Zeus's altar. Then he drove his sword through the old king's chest. Priam died, staring up at the sky, at the gods who did nothing to save him. The king who had ruled Troy for decades, guiding it through both prosperity and hardship, died like a common soldier on the floor of his own palace. Hecuba, watching from the palace entrance, let out a wail and collapsed to the floor. She had lost her husband, her sons, and her city. Everything was gone. Elsewhere in Troy, Andromache was being dragged from Hector's house by Greek soldiers. She fought them, screaming, but they were too strong. They pulled her into the street where other Trojan women were being gathered, sorted like livestock to be divided among the victors as slaves. It was not long before Neoptolemus found her too. He came, blood still fresh on his arms from killing Priam, and tore Astyanax from her arms. The child began to cry, terrified by the noise and smoke, and the stranger holding him. "No!" Andromache lunged forward, but the soldiers holding her dragged her back. "Please, he is just a child. He has done nothing wrong." Neoptolemus looked at her with cold eyes. "He is Hector's son, and I am here to finish my father's work." "He is innocent!" Andromache screamed. "I beg you, spare him!" But Neoptolemus had already turned away, carrying the crying child toward Troy's walls. Andromache knew where he was going. She screamed, fought against her captors with all her strength, but they held her fast. They made her watch. Neoptolemus climbed to the top of the wall, the same wall where Andromache used to stand watching for Hector to return from battle. He held Astyanax up briefly, the child silhouetted against the burning city. Then he let go. The boy's screams stopped abruptly when he hit the stones below. Something inside Andromache died in that moment. She stopped struggling. The fight left her body completely. She just stood there, empty, while the soldiers bound her wrists. Everyone was gone. Her father, her brothers, her husband, and now her son. All that remained was a future as Neoptolemus's slave, the property of the man who had murdered her only child. In the temple of Athena, Cassandra had taken refuge, clinging to the goddess's statue. She had known this would happen. She had seen it in her visions for years. Now Troy burned exactly as she had foreseen, and she could do nothing but pray. Ajax the Lesser found her there, not the great Ajax who had carried Achilles' body, but a lesser warrior from Locris. He was drunk on victory and looted wine, and when he saw Cassandra clutching the statue, something dark stirred in him, with no care that he was on sacred ground. He tore her from the statue and violated her there on the temple floor, beneath the goddess's stone gaze. It was sacrilege of the highest order, an act so profane that even the other Greeks would be horrified when they learned of it. But Ajax had made a fatal mistake. Athena had been watching from Olympus, and her fury was absolute. She marked not just Ajax, but the entire Greek fleet for punishment. They would all pay for what he had done. Throughout the city, the slaughter continued. Greek soldiers killed any man who could fight and enslaved the women and children. 10 years of pent-up rage was unleashed in a single night. But not everyone joined the violence. Menelaus moved through the burning streets with a single purpose: finding Helen. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times over 10 years. He would find her, see that beautiful face one last time, and then kill her, strangle her with his bare hands for the humiliation she had caused him. He found her in Paris's chambers, alone. The room was in disarray. Paris had died 3 days earlier, struck down by a poisoned arrow just before the horse had been completed. Helen had watched it happen. The last illusion that this war had any purpose died with him. Now she stood by the window, looking out at the burning city, her face hollow. She turned when Menelaus entered, and their eyes met for the first time in a decade. "Menelaus," she said quietly, I wondered when you would come." He raised his sword to strike her down. But as he looked at her, something in him faltered. She was still beautiful, yes, but it wasn't that. It was the profound sadness in her eyes, the weight of guilt she carried. She did not try to defend herself or beg for mercy. She just stood there, waiting for whatever he decided. "I am sorry," Helen said, "for leaving you, for the war that followed. I wish I had died in Sparta before any of this happened." "You destroyed everything," Menelaus said, his voice thick with emotion. "Our home, my honor, thousands of lives. All for what? For Paris?" "No," Helen said, "not for Paris. For nothing. I was Aphrodite's pawn, a prize in the games of gods. But that does not absolve me. I made choices. I could have refused. I could have thrown myself from the walls. But I did not. So their blood is on my hands as well." Menelaus stood there, his sword still raised, and felt the rage that had sustained him for 10 years begin to crumble. He had loved her once, and, despite everything, some part of him still did. He lowered the sword. "Come home," he said. "Come back to Sparta. We will never speak of this again." Helen looked at him with those sad eyes. "Why? Why would you take me back after everything I have done?" Menelaus was silent for a moment. "Because I am weary of war and death and revenge. I want to go home, and I want you there." Helen nodded slowly. She would go with him, not out of love, that had died years ago, but because she had nowhere else to go. She was the cause of this war, hated by both sides. The only safety left to her was returning to the man she had betrayed. They left the burning city together, Menelaus's hand on her arm, both of them carrying scars that would never fully heal. By dawn, Troy was gone. The walls still stood, blackened by smoke, but everything within them was ash. Bodies lay in the streets. The great palace of Priam was a smoking shell. 10 years of war had ended in a single night of destruction. The Greeks gathered their plunder and their captives. Hecuba, once Troy's proud queen, was now property, led away in chains. Andromache became Neoptolemus's slave, a mother forced to serve her son's murderer. Cassandra was claimed by Agamemnon. She foresaw death for them both, a fate that she knew would arrive in a matter of weeks. But, as always, no one would believe her. The fleet prepared to depart. Warriors who had fought for 10 years finally turned their ships toward home. But the war's end was not the end of their stories. Far from it. The gods were furious. Athena's temple had been defiled. Sacred oaths had been broken. What awaited these warriors on their journey home would be even more harrowing than anything they'd faced at Troy. Ajax the Lesser would face divine wrath for his crimes. Agamemnon would return to a wife who had spent a decade plotting revenge. And Odysseus, the most cunning of the Greeks, the man whose wooden horse had finally won the war, would face the longest and most brutal journey of them all, For 10 more years, the gods would keep him from his home, driving him across unknown seas, past monsters and enchantresses, through the land of the dead itself. He had survived Troy. Surviving the journey home would prove far harder. But before we follow Odysseus, this is where the Trojan War ends. Troy, which had stood for generations, was now nothing but smoke and memory. The warriors who had fought there would become legends, their names sung by poets for thousands of years. Chapter 2. The Odyssey. Part 1. Telemachus. For 20 long years, Telemachus had waited for his father to return from Troy. Every night, as the sun sank behind the western mountains, the boy would make his way down to the rocky shores of Ithaca. There, perched on the same weathered boulder where fishermen mended their nets, he would stare out into the vast expanse of water, scanning the horizon for a black-hulled ship flying Ithaca's banner. The waves would lap against the stones beneath his feet, and the salt water would sting his eyes, but still he waited, hoping to see his father's ship come over the horizon at last. Whenever a merchant vessel or fishing boat pulled into port, its hull creaking against the wooden pier, young Telemachus would rush down from the palace, his chiton billowing behind him. Before the sailors had even secured their mooring ropes, the prince would be there, breathless and eager, asking for news of the war in Troy. The weather-beaten men, their skin darkened by years under the Mediterranean sun, would look down at this earnest child with his mother's dark eyes and fine features. They would tell him tales to make his young heart race. They spoke of gods walking among mortals, of Achilles fighting the river god Scamander himself, the waters rising up in fury to drown the Greek warrior. But every time, no matter how thrilling the tale, Telemachus only wanted to hear of one man, his father, Odysseus. When the sailors realized who they were speaking to, when they saw the boy's eager expression, they would shift their stance and lower their voices. "Your father," they would say, leaning in close enough that he could smell the wine and salt fish on their breath, "your father is the cleverest man in all the Greek army." They would tell him of his heroic tales, of how Odysseus's clever schemes had saved the Greeks countless times over. Soon, however, as autumn turned to winter and winter to spring, stories began arriving from across the sea that Troy had finally fallen. The Greeks, they said, were sailing home at last, their ships heavy with Trojan gold. Telemachus, just 10 years old, felt his heart soar. He would stand on those same weathered docks from dawn until dusk, his eyes straining against the glare of the sun, as he waited to finally meet the father who he had heard so much about, but had never truly known. But soon, days stretched into weeks, and weeks ground slowly into years. Ships arrived, bearing news from every corner of the Greek world. Menelaus and Helen had made it back to Sparta, while wise Nestor had returned with his sons to sandy Pylos, where he now spent his days telling stories of the war to anyone who would listen. There was only one man who remained missing, year after year, season after season, his father, Odysseus. At first, the merchants and traders who passed through Ithaca spoke hopefully of storms and delays, of the many islands between Troy and home where a man might stop to repair his ships. But as time wore on, their tone changed. Men started whispering in the harbour taverns that the king of Ithaca was dead, that his ship had been lost in a storm, or that he had fallen prey to pirates or sea monsters. At first, Telemachus refused to believe it. He would argue with these men until his face turned red, defending his father's reputation with all the fury a boy could muster. But as the years ground on, as his voice deepened and his shoulders broadened, even Telemachus began to doubt. On those same rocks where he had kept his vigil, he would sit in silence, no longer scanning the horizon, but simply staring at the endless, empty sea. It was then that the suitors began to appear at Odysseus's palace. They came first in ones and twos, the younger sons of minor nobles, testing the waters. Each man, convinced of Odysseus's death, looked to marry his wife Penelope and claim the throne of Ithaca for themselves. They would arrive at the palace gates, dressed in their finest robes, bearing gifts of gold and ivory, making pretty speeches about protecting a widow in her time of need. Penelope, still deeply in love with her missing husband, refused to accept that Odysseus was dead. She would stay faithful to him throughout those lonely years, though the weight of maintaining this hope grew heavier with each passing season. She would reject each suitor as they came, politely but firmly, always finding some excuse or delay. But soon, what had started as a trickle turned into a flood. The sons of every important noble on the island began to arrive, and then nobles from the neighbouring islands too, all hoping to secure their place on Ithaca's throne through marriage to its queen. Before long, the palace was overrun. The suitors, numbering over 100, installed themselves in Odysseus's own halls. They stayed day and night, treating the palace as their own personal tavern. They slaughtered Odysseus's cattle and sheep for their feasts, draining amphora after amphora of his finest wine, the vintage he had been saving for his return. The great hall, which had once hosted kings and heroes, became a scene of debauchery. Their demands for Penelope to choose one of them grew more insistent by the day. They would corner her in corridors, block her path in the courtyard, their requests turning to demands. She knew that she could not resist their pressure forever. A woman alone, even a queen, had little power against so many men who recognized no authority but their own desires. Penelope, however, had developed a cunning that nearly matched even that of her missing husband. To keep the suitors at bay, she announced that she would indeed choose a new husband, but only after she had completed a sacred duty, weaving a burial shroud for Odysseus's elderly father, Laertes. It would be impious, she declared, to remarry while this duty remains unfulfilled. When old Laertes dies, he must have a shroud worthy of a king's father. Every day she would sit at her great loom in the upper chambers, her fingers working the threads with extraordinary skill. The suitors would sometimes climb the stairs to watch her work, seeing the shroud grow longer and more elaborate with each passing day, its patterns depicting scenes of heroism and glory. They grumbled at the delay, but could find no fault with her reasoning. But every night, when the palace finally grew quiet and the suitors lay drunk and snoring in the hall, Penelope would creep back to her loom by lamplight. With tears running down her cheeks, she would unpick all the progress she had made, pulling out thread after thread until the shroud was no longer than it had been that morning. For 3 years she managed to maintain this deception, the suitors too drunk and careless to notice that the shroud never seemed to be near to completion. Until, finally, inevitably, she was betrayed. One of her own maids, Melantho, who had taken one of the suitors as a lover, crept up to the chamber one night and saw her mistress at her secret work. By morning, every suitor knew of the deception. They confronted Penelope in the great hall, their faces red with rage, demanding that she choose a husband immediately or face the consequences. With her deception uncovered, Penelope was at a loss. The suitors gave her until the next harvest moon to make her choice. It appeared that she would have to pick a new husband before the year was out, condemning herself to a marriage she despised and betraying the memory of a man she still believed, against all reason, might yet return. Telemachus, meanwhile, had almost given up hope entirely. It was now 10 years since Troy had fallen, 20 years since his father had left for war. The boy himself had become a young man, tall and lean, with his father's strength beginning to show in his shoulders and arms. Yet he felt powerless. The suitors were destroying his palace, devouring his inheritance day by day like locusts in a grain field. They treated him with open contempt, pushing him aside in his own halls, mocking him when wine loosened their tongues. All hope, it seemed, was lost. Unknown to Telemachus, however, he was not the only one thinking of Odysseus's return. Far above the mortal world, up on Mount Olympus, where the stars hung close enough to touch, a great debate was playing out in the golden halls of the gods. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, stood before her father's throne. Her grey eyes, the same colour as a storm-tossed sea, blazed with a barely contained fury. She had long held Odysseus as her favourite among all mortals. He represented everything she prized in herself: intelligence complemented by action, cunning paired with courage. She had protected him countless times throughout the long siege of Troy, and now she would come to his aid again. "Father," she cried to Zeus, king of the gods, "has Odysseus not suffered enough? For 7 long years now he has been trapped on that cursed island of Ogygia in the middle of the endless sea, held prisoner by the nymph Calypso. He sits on the shore each day, weeping as he stares toward home, separated from all his friends and desperate to return to the family he has not seen for 20 years. She stepped closer to the throne. "Remember how he sacrificed to you on the broad plain of Troy beside the black ships? Oxen with gilded horns, the finest portions of every feast, wine poured out upon the earth in your honour. Did these sacrifices go unseen? Did the smoke not rise up to Olympus? Why do you abandon him now in his hour of greatest need?" Zeus shifted on his throne, a seat carved from a single block of marble and inlaid with gold. Lightning flickered in his beard as he considered his daughter's words. "Nonsense, my daughter," he replied. "How could I forget Odysseus? He is not only the wisest man alive, with a mind sharper than any blade, but also the most generous in his offerings to the gods. No mortal has honoured us more faithfully." He paused, his expression darkening. "No, it is not I who keeps him from home, but my brother, Poseidon, lord of all the seas. For Odysseus blinded his precious son, the mighty Cyclops, Polyphemus, driving a burning stake through his single eye, and for that crime Poseidon keeps him trapped alone in the middle of the sea, turning every wave against him, every current into an enemy." The hall fell silent for a moment. Even the minor gods and goddesses who lined the walls dared not speak. The feud between Poseidon and Odysseus was well known among the immortals, a grudge as deep as the ocean trenches themselves. "But listen here, daughter," Zeus continued, leaning forward on his throne. "Odysseus has suffered long enough. And as it happens, Poseidon is away, gone to feast with the Ethiopians at the edge of the world. Let us come up with a plan to bring the wanderer back home while my brother cannot interfere." Athena's face transformed, her stern features softening into something approaching a smile. She bowed her head slightly, a rare gesture of gratitude from the proud goddess. "Thank you, Father. Your wisdom shines like the morning star." She straightened, her mind already working through the details of her plan. "Here is what we must do. Send Hermes, the messenger, down to Ogygia to release Odysseus from his prison. All the while I will visit his son Telemachus on Ithaca and breathe courage into the boy's heart. It will give him the strength needed to stand up to those parasitic suitors who are destroying Odysseus's home. Then I will send him off to the great cities of Pylos and Sparta to learn of his father's fate from those who fought beside him at Troy. Let him build a reputation of his own, so that when Odysseus returns, he will find not a boy, but a man ready to stand beside him." With that decided, Athena dove from Olympus, her divine form burning bright as she plummeted through the heavens towards earth. Like a falling star, she pierced the clouds, whistling past peaks where even eagles dare not fly, leaving a radiant trail of golden mist in the evening sky. The moonlit sea rushed up to meet her, and she pulled from her dive at the last moment, skimming across the silvered waves, scattering sparks of light across the water until the rocky shores of Ithaca rose before her. When she reached Odysseus's palace, she saw the depravity of the suitors firsthand. The great courtyard that had once been kept with such pride was now littered with the bones of slaughtered animals. Wine stains marked the walls like blood. Over 100 men lounged about as if they owned the place, their feet up on fine furniture, their greasy fingers pawing at the serving maids. And there, in a corner of what should have been his own hall, sat Telemachus, alone and dejected, his young face drawn with a weariness that belonged to a much older man. The goddess paused at the threshold, considering her approach. Then, in a shimmer of light, she transformed herself. Her divine radiance faded, her armor melted away, and in her place stood Mentes, an old family friend of Odysseus, a sea captain from Taphos, whom the family had not seen for years. She wore the simple woolen cloak of a traveller, carried a bronze-tipped spear, and bore the rugged look of one who had spent many years sailing the trade routes. She approached the boy, who, despite his depressed state, noticed the stranger immediately. Telemachus rose to his feet, and, to Athena's pleasure, he welcomed her into the palace with perfect courtesy. He offered her food and shelter, as the sacred laws of hospitality demanded, leading her to a seat far from the noise of the suitors, bringing water for her hands in a golden pitcher, then setting before her the best cuts of meat and the finest wine in the house. His manners immediately impressed the goddess, showing that his father's virtues lived on in him, despite everything. As they ate and drank together, Athena spoke to him of Odysseus. "You have grown handsome, young prince," she said, her voice carrying the gruff tones of the old sea captain. "The gods have been generous with their gifts. You have your mother's quiet dignity, but I see your father in your careful movements, in the way you observe before you act. Odysseus had that same look when he was young, before Troy called him away." But as they continued to talk, the peaceful moment was shattered by a roar of drunken laughter. One of the suitors had grabbed a serving maid, pulling her onto his lap despite her protests. Another was throwing bones at a cowering dog. Athena's eyes, even in her mortal disguise, flashed with divine anger. She turned to Telemachus, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "These men are a disgrace," she said. "They disrespect the gods themselves by violating the sacred laws of hospitality. They consume what is not theirs. They abuse those under this roof's protection. They turn a noble house into a common tavern. No self-respecting man would tolerate this. You must find your father, young prince. You must bring Odysseus home at once to deal with these suitors before they devour everything he built, before they force your mother into a marriage that would destroy her." Telemachus looked at the old captain, hope and despair warring in his young face. "I agree," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "but I have no idea what to do. I am only one man, barely tested in battle. They are over 100, many of them trained warriors. And my father, if he still lives, I do not know where to find him. The sea is vast, and I am just one young man with no ship, no crew, and no knowledge of where to begin." The goddess, disguised as Mentes, leaned forward, and for a moment Telemachus could have sworn he saw something else in those eyes, something ancient and powerful. "Listen well, young prince," she said, her voice carrying an authority that seemed strange coming from the weathered sea captain. "Tomorrow you must call an assembly. Summon every man of Ithaca to the harbour, where your father once held court beneath the old olive tree. Stand before them, with the morning sun at your back, and speak with the voice of a king's son." She grasped his shoulders, and Telemachus felt an unusual strength flow into him. "Tell the suitors publicly what they already know in their hearts, that they violate every law sacred to gods and men. Command them to return to their own homes, to seek their wives elsewhere. Let all of Ithaca bear witness to their shame." "But they will not listen," Telemachus protested, though already he felt something changing within him, a spark catching flame. "No," agreed the disguised goddess, "they will not. But the gods will hear, and the people will remember. After the assembly you must act swiftly. Find a ship, gather 20 trustworthy seamen, sail first for Pylos, where aged Nestor lives. He fought beside your father at Troy and may have news. From there continue to Sparta, to the palace of Menelaus and Helen. They were the last to leave Troy's shores and might know your father's fate." With that, Mentes moved toward the door. Telemachus rose to escort his guest, but in the space between one heartbeat and the next, the figure vanished. Where the old sea captain had stood, an eagle suddenly soared upward, its great wings casting shadows across the courtyard. The serving women cried out in amazement, and even some of the drunken suitors looked up in bewilderment. Telemachus stood transfixed. This had been no ordinary visitor, but one of the immortals themselves, come down from Olympus to guide him. The knowledge filled him with a courage he had never known. His back straightened, his chin lifted, and for the first time in years he looked like what he was, the son of Odysseus. That night, Telemachus barely slept. He lay on his bed, listening to the suitors' drunken songs echoing through the halls, planning what he would say when dawn came. When the first light crept across the eastern horizon, he rose and dressed in his finest tunic, one his mother had woven with her own hands. He strapped on his bronze sword, threw a cloak across his shoulders, and strode down to the harbour. The heralds went through the town at his command, calling every free man to assembly. By the time the sun had finally risen, the gathering place by the harbour was crowded. Old men who remembered Odysseus came leaning on their staffs. Fishermen left their nets. Farmers walked in from their fields. Even the suitors came, curious about what the boy had to say. Telemachus took his place at the centre of the assembly, standing beneath the ancient olive tree where his father had once dispensed justice. In his hand he held the speaker's staff, its polished wood worn smooth by generations of hands. The crowd fell silent, waiting. For a moment the young prince felt the weight of all those eyes upon him, and his voice caught in his throat. Then he remembered the eagle, the divine visitor in his hall, and strength flowed back into his limbs. "Men of Ithaca," he began, his voice carrying across the assembly with surprising force. 20 years ago my father sailed with your sons and brothers to Troy. Of all those who left, only he has not returned. We do not know if my father Odysseus lives or has perished somewhere on the vast sea, but I know this: what happens in his house brings shame upon our island." A murmur ran through the crowd. The suitors shifted restlessly, their hands moving to their sword hilts, but Telemachus continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. "These men," he said, gesturing towards the suitors, "have invaded my father's house like a plague. They feast on his cattle, drink his wine, and pursue my mother with shameless persistence. They consume in a day what should sustain a household for a month. They treat servant women as their playthings. They respect neither the gods above nor the laws of men below." Antinous, the most arrogant of the suitors, pushed forward through the crowd. He was a tall man with cold eyes and a cruel mouth. "Bold words from a beardless boy," he sneered. "Your mother has deceived us for 3 years with her weaving trick. If anyone brings shame here, it is Penelope, who promises to choose a husband, yet refuses to do so. Send your mother back to her father's house. Let her marry whomever he commands. Until then, we stay." Another suitor, Eurymachus, well-spoken and deceptive, stepped forward. "Come now, young Telemachus, we mean no true harm. We simply court your mother, as is our right. Any noble woman left so long without a husband must remarry. It is the way of things. Your father is surely dead. Accept this truth, and perhaps we can come to an arrangement. Choose one of us as your stepfather, and we will ensure you keep some small portion of your inheritance." The crowd murmured uneasily. Many thought Eurymachus spoke sense, though they feared to say so aloud. But Telemachus stood firm, the morning sun bright on his face, looking so much like his father for a moment that several of the old men gasped. "I will seek news of my father," he declared. "I sail tomorrow for Pylos and Sparta. If I learn that Odysseus truly is dead, then my mother will choose her fate. But if he lives, if there is even a chance he might return home, then I swear by Zeus himself that every man who has dishonoured his house will face his wrath." With that, he cast down the speaker's staff and strode from the assembly, leaving the crowd in shock. The suitors laughed uneasily among themselves, but something had changed. The boy they had dismissed and ignored for years had finally shown himself to be his father's son. Part 2. The Boy Becomes a Man. That evening, as the suitors returned to their feasting, Telemachus made his way down to the harbour alone. The old fishermen had long since pulled their boats onto the beach, and the only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against weathered wood. He stood there in the gathering darkness, wondering how he would find a ship and crew brave enough to follow him. "Prince Telemachus," a voice whispered from the shadows. A figure emerged, tall and strong, with grey eyes that seemed familiar, though Telemachus could not place them. It was Mentor, his father's old friend, who had been left in charge of the household years ago, though age had somehow not touched him as it should have. In truth, this was Athena once more, taking another mortal form to aid the young prince. "Your ship awaits," Mentor said, gesturing towards the harbour's edge where a sleek vessel sat ready, its black hull fresh with pitch, its sail furled and waiting. 20 good men from the outlying farms, loyal to your father's memory, have gathered to row you to Pylos. They wait only for your word." Telemachus stared in amazement. Earlier that day there had been no such ship, no such crew. Yet here they were, provisions already loaded, water jars secured, everything prepared for a journey across the open sea. A sailor beckoned him aboard, and Telemachus stepped onto the deck, his heart racing with anticipation. The crew took their positions at the oars. They pushed off as the full moon rose above the mountains of Ithaca. Athena, still in Mentor's form, stood at the stern and called upon the west wind, who came rushing down from the hills, filling their sail with his breath. All through the night they sailed, the stars wheeling overhead until the coast of Pylos came into view. The city was already awake, for this was a holy day, and King Nestor was sacrificing to Poseidon on the beach. Telemachus felt his courage falter as their ship ground onto the shore. Here was Nestor, the oldest and wisest of all who had fought at Troy, a man who had seen 3 generations of heroes rise and fall. How could he, an untested youth, approach such a legend? "Come," said Mentor, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "The old king values courtesy above all things. Speak truthfully, and he will help you." They walked up the beach towards where Nestor sat on a polished stone, his white beard flowing to his chest, his sons arranged around him like pillars supporting an ancient temple. Despite his 90 years, the old king's eyes were still sharp as a hawk's, and they fixed immediately upon the strangers approaching. "Welcome, friends!" Nestor called out before they had even reached him, his voice still strong despite his age. "Come, share our feast, and when you have eaten your fill, tell us who you are and what brings you to sandy Pylos." They sat on fleeces spread upon the sand, and ate the roasted meat, rich with fat that dripped onto the coals. When the meal was done and wine had been poured to the gods, Nestor turned to his guests with an expectant smile. "I am Telemachus," the young man said, "son of Odysseus, who ruled Ithaca before the black ships carried him to Troy. I seek news of my father. You fought beside him on the plains before those towering walls. Tell me, please, when did you last see him? Do you know his fate?" The old king's face grew sad, and he was silent for a long moment, his eyes seeing not the beach before him, but battlefields 10 years gone. "Ah, your father," he said at last, his voice heavy with memory. "The cleverest of us all, and perhaps for that reason the most cursed. We suffered 9 long years before Troy's walls, young prince. Your father's strategies saved us more times than I can count. When Achilles sulked in his tent, it was Odysseus who held the army together. When we needed to steal the Palladium from Troy's temple, it was Odysseus who crept through the darkness to seize it." Nestor paused, accepting a cup of wine from one of his sons. "But after Troy fell, after we had burned that great city to ash and divided its treasures, the gods in their anger scattered us like leaves before a storm. Your father and I quarrelled, I'm ashamed to say, about when to sail for home. I left immediately with my ships, while he remained with Agamemnon to make further sacrifices, hoping to appease Athena's wrath." The old king shook his head slowly. "That was the last time I saw Odysseus, standing on the beach at Troy. Since then I have heard nothing certain of his fate. Some ships, I know, were scattered by storms, others fell prey to misfortune on their journeys home. But of your father's path across the sea, I can tell you nothing, for no word has reached me these 10 long years." He grasped Telemachus's hand with fingers still strong despite their age. "But this I know for certain. If any man could survive whatever trials the gods have set before him, it would be your father. Never have I seen Athena favour any mortal as she favoured him. If she still watches over him, as I believe she must, then there is hope yet. The gods do not abandon those they love without purpose." The next morning, Telemachus, emboldened by the old king's words, set out for Sparta, home of Menelaus and Helen. Upon his arrival he found the palace in celebration, for Menelaus was marrying off both his son and daughter on the same day. The courtyard was full of dancers, whirling to the sound of lyres, acrobats leaping through hoops of fire, and tables groaning under the weight of roasted meats and honeyed cakes. Menelaus himself sat in the centre of it all, still powerful despite the grey in his famous red hair, his broad shoulders draped in a purple cloak worth a king's ransom. Beside him sat Helen, and Telemachus found himself unable to look away. 10 years had passed since she had returned from Troy, yet she seemed untouched by time, her beauty still capable of stopping conversations mid-word. There was something otherworldly about her, as if she were not quite mortal, not quite present, her beauty so absolute that men forgot to breathe when she turned their way. "More guests!" Menelaus called out warmly when he saw Telemachus approach. "Come and join our feast. There is meat and wine enough for all of Sparta, and more besides." The young man was bathed in a silver basin and given a fresh tunic of the finest Egyptian linen. Only after, when he had eaten his fill, did Menelaus lean forward, his keen eyes studying Telemachus's face with growing recognition. "You have the look of someone I once knew," the king said slowly. "The set of your jaw, the way you hold your head. If I did not know better, I would say you were the very image of my clever friend Odysseus." At the mention of his father's name, Telemachus could not stop the tears that suddenly burned his eyes. He tried to hide them, raising his cloak, but Helen saw it all. She rose from her seat and mixed wine in a golden bowl, adding to it a drug from Egypt that had the power to banish sorrow and anger, to make men forget their troubles for a time. "Drink," she said, her voice soft and measured. "Then let us speak of your father without tears, for he deserves better than sorrow." When they had drunk the enchanted wine and felt its warmth spread through their limbs, Menelaus began his tale. "Your father," he said, leaning back in his chair, "saved my life more times than I can count. But the last news I had of him came from an unexpected source." He paused, his eyes growing distant. "When we were returning from Troy, my ships were trapped for 20 days on the island of Pharos off the coast of Egypt. The winds had died completely, and we were running out of food and water." The king's voice dropped lower, drawing his listeners in. "In desperation, I ambushed Proteus, the old man of the sea, the shape-shifting prophet who knows all things that were, that are, and that are yet to come. I held him fast as he transformed from seal to lion, from serpent to tree, from running water to raging fire. But I did not let go, and finally he resumed his true form and agreed to answer my questions." Menelaus looked directly at Telemachus. "I asked about all our companions who had not returned home. Most, he told me, were dead. Agamemnon murdered by his wife, Ajax drowned by Poseidon's hand, but your father, he said, lived still. Proteus saw him on the island of Ogygia, in the halls of the nymph Calypso, daughter of Atlas, who holds up the sky. She keeps him there against his will, where he has no ship or crew to carry him home. Every day he sits on the shore, weeping as he looks toward Ithaca, but the nymph will not release him." Telemachus felt his heart race. His father lived, trapped, yes, but alive. "How long ago was this?" he asked urgently. 7 years past," Menelaus admitted. "But if Calypso holds him still, she holds him for a reason. The immortals do not easily give up what they claim as their own." That night, as Telemachus lay in bed, his mind churned with all he had learned. His father lived, but was imprisoned by a goddess. The suitors grew bolder by the day. Time was running short. He needed to return to Ithaca, but what could one young man do against divine will? As if reading his thoughts, that night, as Telemachus lay in bed planning his return, Athena appeared beside him, no longer disguised, but shining with her full divine radiance. "Take heart, young prince," she said. "Even now, my father Zeus sends Hermes to Ogygia to command Calypso to release your father. Odysseus will soon be free to attempt his journey home, but the sea is wide and Poseidon's anger runs deep. Your father's journey will be perilous, and he will need a strong son waiting when he arrives. Return to Ithaca. Prepare for what must come." When dawn came the next day, Telemachus rose and prepared to leave. Menelaus tried to persuade him to stay longer, offering gifts of horses and chariots, but the young prince would accept only what he could carry on a ship, knowing that time was now his enemy. As their chariot rolled away from Sparta's golden palace, an eagle suddenly swooped from the mountain, carrying in its talons a white goose stolen from the palace grounds. Helen, who had come to see them off, clapped her hands in delight. "A sign!" she cried. "Just as that wild eagle descended to take the goose, so will Odysseus return from his wanderings to take vengeance on those who feast in his halls. Mark my words, young prince. Your father comes home, and blood will flow when he arrives." With Helen's words filling him with hope, Telemachus set off and journeyed towards the coast, toward his ship, toward home. He had learned what he had come to learn. His father lived. The gods themselves were working to free him. And when Odysseus returned to Ithaca, he would not find a boy waiting, but a man ready to stand beside him, ready to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Part 3. Calypso. 10 years had passed since Troy fell. Of the 12 ships that had sailed from Ithaca, all were lost. Of the hundreds of men who had called him captain, all were dead. Now in the 10th year of his wanderings, Odysseus found himself trapped on an island at the very edge of the world, neither dead nor truly alive, held captive by a goddess who loved him. The island of Ogygia rose high from the sea, surrounded by waters so deep they appeared black even at noon, its surface thickly forested with cypress and alder trees. 4 clear water springs flowed from a central cave, and wildflowers grew in the meadows below. For any other man, it would have been paradise, but for Odysseus, it was prison. In the great cave that served as both a palace and a bedchamber lived Calypso, daughter of the Titan Atlas, who holds the heavens on his shoulders. She was beautiful beyond mortal description, with golden hair and a voice carrying the power of the sea. She had found Odysseus years before, washed up on her shores, the sole survivor of his last shipwreck, clinging to a piece of broken mast. She had nursed him back to health, fed him ambrosia and nectar, the food of the gods, and fallen deeply in love with the clever mortal who told such wonderful stories of the world beyond her island. But Odysseus, though he shared her bed each night, though he lived in comfort no mortal king could match, spent his days sitting on the rocky shore, staring east toward a home he could not see. Seawater mixed with his tears as he watched the empty horizon, searching for any sail, any sign that he was not forgotten by the world. Calypso would find him there each evening, his clothes soaked and his eyes red from weeping. "My love," she would say, her immortal hand on his shoulder, "why do you grieve? I offer you immortality itself. Stay with me and you will never age, never die. We will live here forever, beyond the reach of both fate and suffering." But Odysseus would only shake his head, his voice woeful when he replied, "Lady, you are more beautiful than any mortal woman, more gracious than my wife could ever be. Yet I would rather die attempting to reach Ithaca than live forever without seeing my home again. My son was a baby when I left. He would be a man now if he lives. My wife, Penelope, surely believes me dead. My father, old Laertes, may have already passed to the underworld, never knowing what became of his son." For 7 years this scene repeated itself. 7 years of golden days and lonely nights. Calypso's island provided everything except the one thing Odysseus truly wanted, a way home. But the gods, who had been silent for so long, finally took notice. Under Zeus's command, Hermes, messenger of the gods, flew to Ogygia's distant shores to deliver his message to Calypso. He found the nymph in her cave, weaving at her golden loom, singing in a voice that could charm the winds to stillness. When she saw Hermes at her threshold, his winged sandals still glowing after his flight, her immortal heart sank. Gods did not visit one another without purpose, and Hermes' expression told her this was no social call. "Calypso," Hermes said, accepting the nectar she offered him, as was custom between the immortals. "I bring word from Zeus. You must release Odysseus. Help him build a raft, provision him for the journey, and send him on his way. It is decreed that he will reach the land of the Phaeacians, who will honour him and send him home to Ithaca with gifts greater than any he would have won from Troy." Rage swept across Calypso's features. "You gods are cruel in your jealousy. Zeus himself has fathered countless children with mortal women. Poseidon beds whom he pleases across the earth and sea. But you cannot bear to see a goddess love a mortal man. When Dawn took Orion as her lover, you struck him down with Artemis's arrows. When Demeter lay with Iasion, Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Now you would take Odysseus from me, though I saved him from death, though I offered him immortality itself." But her protests were hollow, and she knew it. One does not defy Zeus and survive, not even an immortal. When Hermes departed that afternoon, Calypso went to find Odysseus at his usual spot on the shore. "Your wait is over, Odysseus," she said, though her voice broke with grief. "Your prayers have been heard. Tomorrow you will begin building a raft, and I will help you. You will leave this island to make your way home at last." Odysseus, after so many years of disappointment, could barely believe her words. He searched her face for deception, wondering if this were some new torment. "Lady, surely this is a trick. How can a mortal cross the vast sea on a raft? Even ships with 20 oarsmen fear these waters." Calypso swore an oath by the river Styx, the most binding oath any immortal can make, that she meant him no harm. Only then did Odysseus allow himself to hope. For 4 days he laboured with the tools Calypso provided. He felled 20 trees, tall alders and pines that would resist the salt water. He shaped them with an axe and fitted them together with skills learned long ago in Ithaca. On the 5th day, Calypso brought him to the raft, now loaded with supplies. She had prepared everything he would need: skins filled with wine and water, bags of grain and preserved meats to last for weeks. Finally, she taught him to navigate by the stars. "Keep the bear always on your left," she instructed, her immortal fingers tracing the constellations in the brightening sky. "Sail for 17 days, and on the 18th you will see the mountains of the Phaeacian coast." As Odysseus prepared to push off, Calypso embraced him one last time, her tears falling on his weathered neck. "I know your heart was never mine," she whispered, "but remember me, the goddess who loved you." Then Odysseus pushed his raft into the waves. The sail filled out with wind sent by Calypso herself, with his small raft carrying him away from paradise and toward the unknown. Behind him, Calypso stood on the shore, her golden form growing smaller until she was just a glimmer on a distant island that would soon vanish below the horizon. For 17 days, everything went as Calypso had promised. The winds were steady and the sea calm. Odysseus barely slept, his hand always on the steering oar, his eyes fixed on the bare constellation wheeling overhead. Dolphins raced alongside his raft, and seabirds circled overhead. On the morning of the 18th day, just as the goddess had predicted, he saw mountains rising from the sea, the land of the Phaeacians finally in sight. But Poseidon, travelling back from his Ethiopian feast, soon spotted the small raft sailing through his vast domain. The earth-shaker's rage erupted when he realized Odysseus had escaped Calypso's island. "So!" the god roared, his voice making the seas tremble. "The other gods conspire while I am away. They would let this mortal reach safety after he blinded my son? Never! Zeus may have decreed that he will survive, but I can still make him suffer." Poseidon gathered the storm clouds with his massive trident, stirring the sea into chaos. The winds attacked from every direction at once. The east wind fought the south wind, the west wind battled the north. Waves tall as mountains crashed over Odysseus's raft, tossing it around like driftwood. The sail tore away with a terrible sound. Then came a groan from deep within the mast itself, a sound that grew louder and louder until crack! The mast snapped and fell into the churning waters. The steering oar was ripped from his hands. All around him was the deafening chaos of the storm, wind that shrieked like the Furies themselves, and waves that boomed like war drums. A great current then lifted the raft toward the sky before smashing it down into the frothing waters. The logs, so carefully fitted, were torn apart. Odysseus was thrown into the sea, pulled down by his waterlogged clothing, the gifts from Calypso now threatening to drown him. He fought to the surface, gasping, only to see another mountain of water descending. He clung to a single log from his destroyed raft as waves tried to tear him loose. Salt burned his eyes and throat. His fingers, torn and bleeding, could barely maintain their grip. Several times he went under, sure that this was his end, only to burst back to the surface. But the fates had declared he would not die at sea. The sea goddess Ino, who had once been mortal and knew the terror of drowning, took pity on him. She appeared to him in the form of a seabird, landing on his log long enough to speak. "Poor Odysseus," she said, her voice somehow clear despite the howling wind. "Poseidon seeks your death, but cannot achieve it. Take this immortal veil, tie it around your chest. It will not let you drown. Swim for the Phaeacian shore. When you reach land, throw it back into the sea." With that, she gave him a shimmering veil, light but strong, then dove back into the waves. Odysseus, though suspicious of gifts from the immortals, had no choice. Another massive wave shattered his log, and he tied the veil around his chest and began to swim. For 2 more days he swam through the gradually calming waters, with Poseidon's rage finally spent. On the morning of the 3rd day, as he was near to passing out from exhaustion, the rocky coast of Scheria, homeland of the Phaeacians, finally came into view. But the coastline offered no beach, only ragged cliffs that threatened to tear him apart. He swam along the shore, his strength nearly gone, until finally he spotted the mouth of a river. "River god," he prayed, his voice barely a whisper, "whoever you are, I come to you for rescue. Pity a man who has suffered much." The river heard him and stilled its current, smoothing its waters to let him swim upstream. Odysseus dragged himself onto the muddy bank, every muscle aching. He untied Ino's veil and threw it back into the water with a prayer of thanks. Then, naked, exhausted, and caked with salt, he crawled into a grove of olive trees. He covered himself with fallen leaves, hundreds of them, until he had made a nest. There, hidden from sight, barely clinging to life, Odysseus fell into the deepest sleep of his life. Part 4. The Phaeacians. The island of Scheria was home to the Phaeacians, a people blessed by the gods who enjoyed plentiful harvests and had an expert knowledge of sailing. They were ruled by King Alcinous and his wise queen Arete, whose counsel the king sought in all matters of importance. The day after Odysseus's arrival, the gods set events in motion. Athena, seeking to aid Odysseus further, appeared in the dreams of Princess Nausicaa, daughter of Alcinous and Arete, taking the form of her closest friend. "Nausicaa," the goddess whispered, "your wedding clothes lie unwashed. How will you ever hope to marry with dusty linens? Go to the river tomorrow with your maids. Take the mule cart and wash everything clean." When dawn came, Nausicaa woke with the dream fresh in her mind. She gathered her handmaids, young women who giggled and sang as they loaded the cart with dirty clothes, olive oil for washing, and food for their midday meal. They drove the mules along the coastal path to where the river met the sea, where stone basins had been carved by generations of Phaeacian women for washing clothes. The girls worked through the morning, treading the clothes in the clear water, spreading them on the smooth rocks to dry in the sun. When their work was done, they bathed in the river and rubbed themselves with olive oil until their skin gleamed. They ate their meal on the riverbank, then began to play, tossing a leather ball back and forth, their laughter carrying on the sea breeze. But one throw went wild. The ball splashed into the water near a grove of olive trees, causing the girls to shriek in shock. Their cries woke Odysseus from his death-like sleep beneath the leaves. He stirred, confused, his body still caked with salt, his mind slowly remembering the storm, the swimming, the terrible exhaustion. Hearing female voices, he faced a dilemma. He was naked, covered only in dried mud and leaves, yet he desperately needed help. Breaking off a leafy branch to cover himself, Odysseus emerged from the grove like some wild creature of the forest. His hair was matted with brine, his skin was raw from salt water, his eyes were bloodshot from his ordeal. The sight of him sent the handmaids running down the beach, screaming in terror at this apparition from the woods. But Nausicaa stood her ground. Athena had given her the courage to stand firm. As Odysseus approached, he stopped at a respectful distance, holding his branch, and spoke with the persuasive voice that had once swayed warriors and kings. "Princess," he began, his voice hoarse, "are you a goddess or a mortal? If you are a goddess, you must be Artemis herself, so tall and beautiful you stand. If you are a mortal, then your parents are blessed to have such a daughter. I am a shipwrecked wanderer, cast up on your shores after 20 days at sea. I know no one in this land. I beg you for help, for some rag to cover myself, and directions to your city. And may the gods grant you everything your heart desires, a good husband, a happy home, and, most importantly, a marriage where you truly understand each other. Nothing could be better than that." Nausicaa, though young, recognized the refined speech of a nobleman despite his wretched appearance. "Stranger," she replied, "you seem neither evil nor foolish. Since you've come to our land, you won't lack for clothes or anything else we owe a traveller in need. This is the country of the Phaeacians, and I am the daughter of Alcinous, our king." She called her frightened maids back, scolding them gently. "This man is a shipwrecked wanderer. All strangers and beggars come from Zeus, and even a small gift is welcome. Give him food and drink, and let him bathe in the river where there's shelter from the wind." The maids brought Odysseus a tunic and cloak from the clean laundry, and a flask of golden olive oil. They showed him a sheltered spot in the river, then withdrew while he washed away the salt crust from his skin and hair. When he emerged, clean and dressed, Athena made him appear taller and more handsome, his dark hair restored to its natural curl. The transformation was so complete that when Nausicaa saw him, she whispered to her maids, "When he first appeared, he looked absolutely terrible. Now he looks like one of the gods themselves." Nausicaa gave him food and wine, which Odysseus consumed with the desperation of a man who had not eaten properly in days. Then, as the sun began to descend toward the western horizon, she prepared to lead him to the city. But, being a princess, she was careful to maintain appearances. "Stranger," she said, "follow my cart to the city, But when we reach the outskirts, wait in the sacred grove of Athena you'll find there. Let me go ahead to my father's house. We Phaeacians are proud and quick to gossip, and I would not have them saying I brought home a husband from the beach. When enough time has passed for me to reach the palace, enter the city and ask for King Alcinous's house. Anyone can direct you, even a child, for there is no other house like it. When you enter, go straight through the great hall to my mother. You'll find her sitting by the hearth in the firelight. Clasp her knees as a suppliant. If she looks upon you with kindness, you will see your homeland again." With that, she drove the mule cart toward the city, her maids walking alongside, while Odysseus followed at a distance. When they reached the grove of Athena, he stopped and prayed to the goddess, while Nausicaa continued home. As dusk fell, he made his way into the city, where Athena shrouded him in mist, so no one would challenge or question him. The palace of Alcinous was magnificent beyond anything Odysseus had seen since leaving Troy. The walls were bronze, from threshold to innermost chamber, with a frieze of blue enamel running around them. Golden and silver dogs, crafted by the god Hephaestus himself, stood guard on either side of the entrance, while inside 50 golden torch holders shaped like young men held burning torches to light the feasts. Odysseus walked through the hall, still invisible in Athena's mist, marvelling at the wealth and beauty around him. The Phaeacian nobles sat at their evening meal, pouring libations to Hermes as they talked among each other. When he reached the hearth, the mist suddenly dissolved, and Odysseus appeared before them, his hands clasping Queen Arete's knees in the traditional gesture of supplication. "Queen Arete," he said, "I come to your knees and to your husband after much suffering. May the gods grant all of you happiness, and may you pass on your prosperity to your children. But please, give me an escort to my homeland quickly, for I've been kept from my family too long, suffering hardships no man should be forced to endure." The hall fell silent at this sudden appearance. Then Echeneus, the oldest of the Phaeacian nobles, spoke. "Alcinous, it is not fitting that a stranger sits in the ashes by your hearth. Raise him up and seat him properly." King Alcinous took Odysseus by the hand and raised him from the hearth, seating him on a silver-studded chair beside his own. Servants brought water for his hands and food for his table. When he had eaten and drunk, Alcinous addressed the assembled nobles. "Tomorrow we shall feast this stranger properly and arrange his passage home, wherever that may be, but tonight let him rest." The nobles agreed and departed to their homes, leaving Odysseus with the king and queen. Arete, studying the clothes Odysseus wore, recognized them as her own handiwork. "Stranger," she said, "who are you, and where do you come from? Who gave you those clothes? Did you not say you came here wandering over the sea?" Odysseus, careful not to reveal his identity yet, told them he had come from the island of Ogygia, where he had been held against his will. He described the storm that had destroyed his raft and how he had washed up on their shore, before meeting Nausicaa by the river. He spoke warmly of the princess's kindness and good judgement, to the delight of her parents. "Tomorrow," Alcinous declared, "we shall feast in your honour. Then our finest crew will row you home in one of our swift ships. They can reach any destination in a single day, so skillfully do they navigate the seas." The next day dawned bright over Scheria. Heralds went through the city announcing a feast for the mysterious stranger. The Phaeacians, always eager for entertainment and stories of distant lands, gathered in great numbers at the palace. Alcinous sacrificed 12 sheep, 8 boars, and 2 oxen for the feast. The meat roasted over great fires, while servants mixed wine in silver bowls. As the feast began, Demodocus, the poet, was led into the hall. The Muses, the 9 goddesses who inspire all art and song, had given him a precious gift. They had taken his eyesight, but granted him extraordinary skill in music and poetry. He sat on his silver-studded chair, his lyre hanging on a peg above his head where he could reach it easily. When the feasting was done, he took down the instrument and began to sing. His first song told of a quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles at Troy, how the 2 greatest Greek warriors had exchanged harsh words at a feast, and how Agamemnon had rejoiced secretly, remembering a prophecy that Troy would fall when the best of the Greeks quarrelled among themselves. As Demodocus sang, Odysseus pulled his purple cloak over his head and wept, as he remembered all the friends he had lost. He tried to hide his tears from the crowd, but Alcinous, seated next to him, saw his distress and quickly called for dancing and a different song. Demodocus switched to a lighter tale, the story of how Hephaestus trapped his cheating wife Aphrodite with her lover Ares in golden chains. The crowd roared with laughter as he continued to sing, the mood in the hall having completely transformed. After the feast, when the wine had been flowing freely, Odysseus approached Demodocus. "Demodocus," he said, "you're the finest poet I've ever heard. You must be divinely inspired to sing so truthfully about the Greeks' fate. Now tell us about the wooden horse built with Athena's guidance, the trick that Odysseus used to smuggle warriors into Troy itself." The blind poet smiled and struck his lyre. He sang of how the Greeks had burned their camp and sailed away, while their best warriors hid in the horse's hollow belly. He sang of the Trojans debating whether to smash the wooden horse, throw it from the cliffs, or dedicate it to the gods. He sang of how the Greeks poured out in the night, and how Athena granted them victory in that terrible battle. As the poet sang, Odysseus wept openly now, his tears flowing as he heard his own story. Alcinous, seeing his guest's uncontrollable grief, raised his hand to stop the singing. "Demodocus, hold your song. Our guest does not enjoy this tale as we do. Since you began singing of Troy, he has not stopped weeping." The king turned to Odysseus. "But you, honoured guest, it is time to tell us truly. What is your name? What city do you come from? Where should our ships carry you? And why do you weep so bitterly when you hear of Troy's fate? Did you lose a kinsman there, a son or a brother, or perhaps a beloved companion?" The hall fell silent. Every face turned toward the mysterious stranger. Odysseus wiped his eyes, straightened his shoulders, and spoke at last with his true voice, the voice that had commanded 1,000 warriors. "I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, famous throughout the world for my cunning. My home is Ithaca, a small rocky island in the western sea that means everything to me. I've spent 10 years trying to return." A gasp ran through the hall. This was Odysseus himself, the architect of Troy's destruction, the cleverest of all the Greeks, sitting at their table. "Since leaving Troy's burning towers, I have wandered seas no Greek has sailed before, seen horrors beyond mortal imagination, lost every one of my faithful companions to monsters, storms, and divine wrath. Every attempt to reach my homeland has ended in tragedy, each disaster worse than the last." He looked around the silent hall, at the faces of those who stared back at him. "But you ask for my story," he said, settling back in his chair, accepting the wine cup a servant offered. "Then I will tell it all, from the day we sailed from Troy to the moment I washed up naked and alone on your shore. Listen, then, to the tale of my wanderings, and judge for yourselves whether any man has suffered more at the hands of the gods." Part 5. Lost at Sea. As Odysseus began his story in the great hall of Alcinous, the torches flickering against the stone walls, he recalled back to the last days of the Trojan War, 10 years prior. His 12 black ships sat low in the water, their hollow hulls loaded with Trojan gold looted from the city. His men, tired after a decade of war, yearned for nothing more than to feel Ithacan soil beneath their feet once more. The warriors sang as they pushed the ships into the surf, their voices carrying across the water a song of homecoming after 10 long years. They would first head north along the Thracian coast to look for supplies. Their stores were running low, the grain sacks nearly empty after the final weeks of the siege. After 2 days of sailing, they landed on the shores of Ismara. This was the home of the Ciconians, a fierce Thracian tribe who had sent warriors to fight alongside the Trojans, their cavalry famous throughout the region for their skill with both the spear and the bow. The raid began at dawn. Odysseus and his men swept through the city, overwhelming the drowsy sentries before they could raise an alarm. They gathered the supplies they desperately needed, loading their ships with amphoras of wine, sacks of barley, and fresh water from the city's wells. But Odysseus, knowing speed was essential, urged his men to leave quickly, to take what they needed and depart before the Ciconians could mount a counterattack. His words fell on deaf ears. The men, drunk on victory and Ciconian wine, refused to listen. They slaughtered cattle on the beach, roasting the meat over makeshift fires while passing wineskins from hand to hand. As the sun climbed higher and the shadows grew short, Odysseus watched the hills with growing unease. His fears proved justified. By afternoon, the surviving Ciconians had gathered their neighbours from the inland settlements, assembling a force that outnumbered the Greeks 5-1. The battle was fierce but brief. Spears clashed against shields, and the beach ran red with blood. 6 men from each of Odysseus's ships fell to the Ciconian assault, their bodies left behind in the hasty retreat as the Greeks fought their way back to their vessels. They pushed off from the blood-stained shore with Ciconian arrows still whistling overhead, splashing into the water around the ships as they made their escape. With their first landing already having turned to disaster, they sailed away in silence. Only when they were safely offshore did they break it, calling out the names of each dead companion 3 times, an ancient custom meant to ensure the souls could find their way to Hades despite their bodies lying unburied on foreign sand. Heading south, they would sail round the familiar shores of Greece, past headlands they knew by name and islands where they had stopped in happier times. The men spoke excitedly of home as they passed Euboea's long coastline, of wives they had not seen in a decade, and children who would not recognize their fathers' faces. They sailed through the night when the weather was fair, navigating by the stars that Greek sailors had used for generations. Then finally they turned north towards Ithaca, towards home. But as they neared those beloved shores, when they could almost see the fishing huts dotting the beaches, Zeus himself intervened. A great storm erupted from a clear sky, the kind of tempest that only the gods can summon. In moments their sails were gone, ripped away into the darkness. The ships groaned and cracked under the assault of waves that came from every angle, water flooding the decks faster than the men could handle. For 9 days and nights the storm raged without mercy. The men could do nothing but bail water and pray, clinging to the rigging as their ships were driven far from any course they knew. When the 10th day finally brought calm seas, They found themselves in waters no Greek had sailed before, approaching an island shrouded in mist, where strange white flowers grew down to the water's edge. Part 6. The Island of the Lotus Eaters. Lost and confused, with no stars they recognized in the foreign sky above them, Odysseus and his crew would drag their battered ships onto the island's sandy shore. The beach was unnaturally quiet, with no sound of seabirds or the breaking of waves, only a heavy, sweet fragrance that hung in the air like incense in a temple. The men stumbled from their ships on unsteady legs, their throats parched from days of drinking only the salty water they had managed to collect during the storm. They had not walked far inland when they encountered the island's inhabitants emerging from groves of strange trees. These people moved with an odd, dreamlike slowness, their faces bearing peaceful smiles that never seemed to change. Their clothes were simple white robes, stained purple at the edges from some unknown liquid. When Odysseus asked them for help and directions, hoping to find their way back to familiar waters, the islanders tilted their heads as if the question puzzled them. "Directions?" one of them said, his voice soft and distant, as if speaking from within a dream. "Why would you wish to leave? Here, taste this instead." They offered what was to them a sacred item, the fruit of the island's many lotus trees, holding out the strange blossoms with both hands, like priests making an offering. The lotus fruit was unlike anything the Greeks had seen before, white as ivory, with delicate petals that trembled in the breeze. 3 of Odysseus's scouts, sent ahead to investigate, took the fruit eagerly, their hunger overcoming caution. As they bit into the soft flesh, the juice ran down their chins, staining their beards purple. The effect was almost instantaneous. Their eyes grew heavy and unfocused, pupils dilating until they were black as the night. Smiles spread across their faces, the same unchanging expression worn by all the island's inhabitants. "Home," one of the scouts murmured, swaying on his feet. "What home? This is home. This has always been home." The lotus fruit, as Odysseus was soon to realize, contained a powerful drug that invaded the mind, making those who consumed it fall into a waking sleep, forgetting their past, their families, their very names, wanting nothing more than to stay on the island forever, eating lotus and dreaming empty dreams. As several more of his crew began to fall down around him, their eyes rolling back in their heads, Odysseus would realize the sinister nature of the fruit. He saw how the island's inhabitants wandered aimlessly through the groves, some sitting beneath trees for what might have been days or years, lotus juice dried on their clothes, their hair grown long and wild. "Stop!" he roared, striking the fruit from his men's hands. "Eat nothing! Touch nothing! This is a cursed place!" But for those who had already eaten, it was too late. They sat down where they were, weeping when Odysseus tried to raise them, begging to be allowed to stay and eat more lotus, to become another lost soul wandering the groves. Rescuing his sleeping companions became a battle in itself. Odysseus had to physically carry them to the ships, their bodies limp as sacks of grain, while they wept and pleaded, reaching out towards the lotus groves with trembling hands. Odysseus ordered the ships pushed off immediately, not even taking time to fill their water jars. They rowed hard, putting distance between themselves and that island of forgetfulness, with the sweet scent of lotus still clinging to their clothes. As the island disappeared into the haze behind them, the affected men finally began to wake from their stupor, remembering their names, their homes, weeping now with relief rather than loss. Part 7. The Cyclops. Odysseus and his fleet of 12 black ships had been at sea for longer than any of them had expected. The holds that should have been filled with Trojan gold now contained only empty amphorae and the last crumbs of stale bread. The men's stomachs cramped with hunger, and their lips were cracked from rationing water under the relentless Mediterranean sun. When they finally spotted land on the horizon, the exhausted sailors pulled at their oars with renewed vigor. Stopping at the first sheltered bay they came across, they dragged their ships onto the pebbled beach and collapsed on the shore, grateful for the solid ground beneath them. As the mist cleared, Odysseus spotted smoke rising from what appeared to be a shepherd's camp in the distance, nestled between limestone cliffs. Where there were shepherds, there would be food. Selecting 12 of his most trusted warriors, Odysseus set out to investigate. Taking several cases of strong wine to trade, gifts they had been saving for their journey home, the hungry crew climbed the rocky path that wound up from the beach. The scent of sheep dung and wood smoke grew stronger as they approached. They soon discovered a massive cave, its mouth yawning wide like an entrance to the underworld itself. Inside, their eyes widened at the sight before them. Wheels of cheese, each the size of a warrior's shield, were stacked along the walls. Pails of fresh milk stood in neat rows, their surfaces still covered with thick cream. Joints of smoked meat hung from wooden beams, and pens at the back of the cave held lambs being fattened for slaughter. The warriors looked to Odysseus, practically trembling at the sight of so much food. "Quick!" one of them urged. "Let us take what we need and return to the ships before the owner returns." But Odysseus, ever curious, ever confident in his ability to talk his way through any situation, wanted to meet this wealthy shepherd. Perhaps they could establish proper trade, secure supplies for the long journey ahead. Unfortunately, it would prove to be one of the few times his cleverness would fail him. The men helped themselves to the cheese and milk, grateful to eat after days of near starvation. They were still eating when the ground around them began to shake. Heavy footsteps, each one like a boulder dropping from a cliff, approached the cave. The sheep and goats outside bleated in recognition as their master returned. Through the cave mouth came the most terrifying sight any of them had ever witnessed. Polyphemus stood 10 times the height of a normal man. His single eye bloodshot with red veins set in the centre of his broad forehead. His arms were thick as ancient oak trees, his fingers like ship's masts. He drove his flock before him into the cave, the sheep flowing around his massive legs like a white river. Once all his animals were inside, the Cyclops reached for a boulder that 20 men could not have moved. Lifting it as easily as a man might lift a sack of grain, he sealed the entrance completely, trapping the Greeks inside with only the cooking fire for light. When Polyphemus noticed the strangers huddled against the cave wall, his massive eye narrowed with rage. "Who are you?" his voice boomed, shaking dust from the ceiling. "Thieves? Pirates come to rob me?" "Neither, great shepherd," Odysseus called out. Stepping forward with the confidence that had served him well in countless negotiations during the war. "We are traders, blown off course on our journey home from Troy. We come offering wine in exchange for provisions. The laws of hospitality, protected by Zeus himself, demand—" But Polyphemus cared nothing for the laws of hospitality or the gods who protected travellers. His massive hands shot out faster than seemed possible for something so large. He grabbed two of Odysseus's men, one in each fist. The warriors barely had time to scream before the Cyclops crushed them like ripe grapes, their bones snapping with sounds that would haunt the survivors forever. Blood ran between the giant's fingers as he brought the broken bodies to his mouth, devouring them entirely, armour and all, the bronze crunching between his teeth like nuts. The remaining Greeks stepped back, pressing themselves against the cave wall, paralysed with terror. They had faced the greatest warriors of Troy, but nothing had prepared them for this monster. Satisfied with his meal, Polyphemus lay down among his sheep and fell into a deep sleep, his snores rumbling through the cave as Odysseus and his men lay trembling in the darkness, afraid to make any move that might wake the giant. The next morning, when dawn's first light filtered through cracks around the boulder, Polyphemus rose, milked his sheep with surprising gentleness, then grabbed two more Greeks for his breakfast. He moved the boulder aside to let his flock out to graze, but immediately sealed it again once they had passed, trapping the survivors inside. This became the pattern of their nightmare. Each morning, 2 men for breakfast. Each evening, when the flock returned, 2 more for dinner. The cave floor became sticky with blood. Odysseus, the man whose cunning had brought down the walls of Troy, knew that pure strength alone would never defeat this monster. Even if all his remaining men attacked at once, they could never overcome the Cyclops. And even if, by some miracle, they killed him, they would die of starvation, trapped forever behind the immovable boulder that sealed the cave. Brute force had no place here. Only the cleverness of words and wine could save them now. On the 3rd night of their captivity, after Polyphemus had consumed 2 more companions, Odysseus approached the giant with a large ceramic jar. "Great Polyphemus," he said, his voice steady despite the gore still visible on the Cyclops' chin, "you have been feasting on my men, but you have not tasted the finest part of our cargo. This is wine from the vineyards of Ismarus, given to me by the priest of Apollo. It is strong enough that we mix 1 part wine with 20 parts water. Perhaps it would help wash down the taste of your meal." The Cyclops snatched the jar and drank deeply, the wine running down his beard as he did so. His single eye widened with pleasure. He had never tasted anything so potent, so sweet. "More!" he bellowed, and Odysseus obliged, pouring jar after jar of the unmixed wine down the giant's throat. "This is magnificent!" Polyphemus roared, already swaying slightly. "You are generous for one about to die. Tell me your name, little man, so that I might thank you properly. Perhaps I shall even give you a gift, a special honour." Odysseus bowed low, hiding his smile. "My name, generous host, is Nobody. Nobody is my name. Nobody is what my mother and father call me." "Nobody?" The Cyclops laughed, the sound booming off the cave walls. "Well then, Nobody, your gift is this. I shall eat Nobody last of all your companions first, then Nobody." He found this tremendously funny, laughing until tears ran from his great eye. The wine had done its work well. Soon the giant collapsed backwards among his sheep, unconscious, the liquid dribbling from his open mouth. Now Odysseus revealed the second part of his plan. Earlier, he had found an enormous olive-wood staff in the cave, as long as a ship's mast and thicker than a man could embrace. It was the Cyclops' walking stick, left behind that morning. Working quickly but quietly, Odysseus and 4 of his strongest men sharpened one end to a vicious point, then hardened it in the coals of the fire until the tip glowed red-hot. "Remember," Odysseus whispered to his men as they lifted the massive stake, "we blind him, but do not kill him. Dead, he is a mountain of flesh blocking our escape. Alive and blind, he is our key to freedom." They positioned themselves, the stake balanced on their shoulders like a battering ram. At Odysseus's signal, they charged forward and drove the burning point deep into the Cyclops' single eye. The sound was like a blacksmith plunging hot metal into water, a horrible hissing and bubbling. The stench of burning flesh filled the cave. Polyphemus woke with a scream that seemed to split the very rocks, a sound so terrible that the Greeks nearly dropped the stake in their terror. Blood and fluid poured from the ruined eye as the giant clawed at his face, trying to pull out the weapon that had destroyed his sight. His agonized roaring was so loud that Cyclopses from all across the island came running, gathering outside the sealed cave. "Polyphemus!" they called through the boulder. "What troubles you, brother? Is someone stealing your sheep? Is someone trying to kill you?" From inside came the pain-maddened reply, "Nobody! Nobody is killing me! Nobody has blinded me!" The Cyclopses outside exchanged puzzled looks. "If nobody is hurting you," one called back, "then this must be a sickness sent by Zeus. There is nothing we can do for divine ailments. Pray to your father Poseidon for relief." And with that they wandered away, leaving Polyphemus alone in his agony. Odysseus's trick had worked perfectly. But while the giant was now blind, groping around the cave with his massive hands, trying to catch his tormentors, there was still the problem of escape. The boulder remained immovable to mortal men, and Polyphemus, despite his blindness, would have to move it in the morning to let his flock out to graze. That night, as the Cyclops moaned and cursed in the darkness, Odysseus executed the final part of his plan. Using strips torn from the clothing of their dead companions, he and his men quietly tied themselves to the undersides of the largest rams in the flock. They bound themselves tightly beneath the woolly bellies, their fingers groping deep into the fleece. When dawn came, Polyphemus, still weeping blood from his destroyed eye, felt his way to the boulder. He was no fool, even in his pain. He knew the humans would try to escape with his flock. Standing in the entrance, he carefully ran his hands over the back and sides of each sheep as it passed, checking for riders. But he never thought to feel beneath them, never imagined that men would have the strength to cling to the undersides of his rams. One by one, the sheep carried the Greeks to freedom. Odysseus went last, tied beneath the largest ram, Polyphemus's favourite. Once clear of the cave, the men cut themselves free and ran for the beach, driving a good portion of the flock before them as payment for their suffering. They loaded the sheep onto their ships and pushed off from that cursed shore as quickly as their oars could take them. They should have sailed away in silence. They should have vanished beyond the horizon without a word. But Odysseus, the hero of Troy, could not resist one final boast. As their ships pulled away from the island, he stood at the stern and shouted back at the beach, "Cyclops, you fool! Did you think the men you trapped were helpless prey? You brought this on yourself. You dared to devour guests under your own roof, and now the gods have given you what you deserve." But this was not enough for Odysseus. As Polyphemus roared in rage, the hero called out again, "If anyone asks who blinded you, who bested you with cleverness and courage? Tell them it was not nobody. It was Odysseus, son of Laertes, sacker of cities, hero of Troy. It is Odysseus of Ithaca who has defeated you." From the shore came a roar of pure rage. Polyphemus, guided by the voice, hurled a massive boulder that landed just behind their ship, the splash nearly capsizing them. He threw another and another, each one falling closer as the Greeks rowed desperately for open water. But worse than the boulders was what followed. Polyphemus, son of Poseidon, faced the ocean and prayed to his father in the depths below. "Hear me, Earth-shaker, Lord of the seas. If I am truly your son, grant me this curse upon Odysseus of Ithaca. May he lose every one of his companions. May he wander the seas for years, lost and alone. And if the fates decree he must reach his homeland, let him arrive as a broken man on a foreign ship to find only sorrow in his own house." Far beneath the waves, Poseidon heard his son's prayer. The god's anger rose like a storm tide, and from that moment Odysseus was marked. The sea itself would become his enemy. Every wave would fight against him. Every current would pull him from his course. The journey home that should have taken weeks would stretch to 10 long years. All because Odysseus, in his pride, had to reveal who had truly bested the Cyclops. Part 8. Iolus and the Laestrygonians. Unaware of the curse that Poseidon had placed upon him, unaware that the very sea beneath his hull had become his enemy, Odysseus sailed on with his fleet. After days of rowing through calm waters that seemed almost suspiciously peaceful, they spotted something extraordinary on the horizon, an island that seemed to float above the waves. This was Iolia, the floating kingdom of Iolus, keeper of the winds. The king himself stood on the harbour to greet them, a figure both regal and strange, his robes constantly rippling as if touched by invisible breezes. His palace was unlike anything the Greeks had ever seen, built entirely of bronze that sang softly when the wind passed through it, creating an endless, haunting melody. For 10 days and 10 nights, Iolus entertained his guests with magnificent feasts. The hall was filled with the king's 12 children, 6 sons and 6 daughters who had married one another according to their ancient customs. Each evening, Iolus would regale them with stories of the winds themselves, how the north wind was proud and harsh, how the west wind brought rain and sorrow, how the south wind carried the heat of distant deserts. On the morning of their departure, as Odysseus's men loaded their ships with fresh supplies, King Iolus presented his guest with an extraordinary gift. It was a leather bag made from an ox hide, bound tightly with a silver cord. "In this bag," Iolus explained, "I have trapped every contrary wind that might blow you off course. I leave only the west wind free to carry you swiftly home to Ithaca. Guard this carefully, Odysseus. Do not open it until you stand on your own shore, or all the winds will rush out at once." Odysseus thanked the king profusely, storing the bag carefully at the stern of his ship, where he could watch it personally. Setting sail with the west wind filling their sails, the fleet made remarkable progress. For 9 days and nights, Odysseus did not sleep, his hand constantly on the steering oar, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The mysterious bag sat beside him, occasionally twitching and bulging as the imprisoned winds fought to escape. On the 10th day, exhausted but triumphant, Odysseus could see it at last. Ithaca. His homeland rose from the sea, its familiar mountains sharp against the sky. They were so close that he could hear dogs barking on the shore. Finally, overcome by exhaustion, convinced that safety was assured, Odysseus allowed his eyes to close. It was the moment his crew had been waiting for. For 10 days they had watched their captain guard that leather bag, never letting anyone near it. They had whispered among themselves during the night watches, convinced that Iolaus had filled it with gold and silver, treasures that Odysseus planned to keep for himself, while they, who had suffered equally at Troy, would receive nothing. "Look at him," muttered one sailor to another as they crept towards the stern. "He returns home with wealth, while we have only scars to show our families." "We deserve our share," agreed another, reaching for the silver cord. "Just a handful of gold each. Surely he won't miss that." The moment they loosened the cord, disaster struck. The bag erupted like a volcano, all the imprisoned winds bursting forth at once in a screaming gale that sent men tumbling across the deck. The north wind and the south wind fought each other in violent spirals. The east wind slammed into the west wind. The storm seized their ships and tossed them violently, masts snapping, sails tearing to rags. Men clung to whatever they could find as the fleet was hurled backwards across the sea, away from Ithaca, away from home, spinning helplessly in the tempest. Odysseus woke to find himself being dragged across the deck by the tempest. Through the spray and chaos, he saw Ithaca disappearing into the distance, becoming smaller and smaller until it vanished entirely. The despair that gripped him was so complete that for a moment he considered throwing himself into the churning sea. Only the thought of his men, screaming in terror as they fought to control their ships, kept him at his post. When the winds finally exhausted themselves, when the sea finally calmed, the battered fleet found itself back where they had started. The walls of Iolia rose before them once again, but this time no welcome awaited them. When Odysseus climbed the familiar path to the palace, he found the great bronze doors barred against him. "Go away!" King Iolaus called from the walls, his face cold as the north wind he commanded. "I know now what you are, Odysseus. No mortal could squander such a gift through mere misfortune. The gods themselves must despise you to have brought you back to my door. I will not help one whom the immortals have cursed. Leave my island immediately, or I shall unleash such winds as will tear your ships to splinters." With no choice but to obey, Odysseus returned to his men, the weight of failure heavy on his shoulders. They sailed away from Iolia in silence, rowing when the wind failed them, each stroke of the oars feeling like a condemnation. Still unaware that it was Poseidon himself who orchestrated their misfortunes, they pressed on through waters that grew stranger with each passing day. After 6 days of hard rowing, with their water running low and the men grumbling about their captain's leadership, they spotted land once more. It was a harbour unlike any they had seen before, perfectly circular, surrounded by tall cliffs that rose like walls on every side. The entrance was so narrow that the ships had to enter in single file. Inside, the harbour was eerily calm, the water completely still. It seemed safe, protected, a perfect place to rest and resupply. 11 of the 12 ships entered the harbour, tying up alongside each other in the still water. But Odysseus, made cautious by the recent disasters, kept his own ship outside, mooring it to a rock near the harbour's mouth, where he could make a quick escape if needed. He selected 3 of his most reliable scouts, men who had served him well at Troy, and sent them inland to learn about the inhabitants and perhaps trade for supplies. The scouts climbed the cliff path eagerly, glad to stretch their legs after days at sea. At the top, they found themselves on a broad plain with a road that led towards smoke rising in the distance. The first person they encountered was a young woman, tall and strong, carrying a water jar on her shoulder. She seemed friendly enough, smiling at their greeting and pointing them toward the town when they asked, but there was something unsettling about her size. She stood a full head taller than the tallest of them, and her arms were as thick as a man's thigh. Following her directions, they entered what they thought was a town, but quickly realized was something far more terrifying. The buildings were enormous, the doorways so high that the Greeks had to crane their necks to see the tops. And then they saw the inhabitants, giants, true giants, each one larger than any being they had seen before. The scouts ran, but they had been seen. The alarm went up, a horrible bellowing that echoed across the plain. The giants, the Laestrygonians, as they were known, came pouring out of their houses, hundreds of them, men and women alike, all massive, all hungry. For these were not just giants, but cannibals, and they had not tasted human flesh in many months. The three scouts sprinted back toward the cliffs, but only one made it. The other two were caught, their screams cut short as the giants grabbed them and bit through their armor as easily as biting through bread. The surviving scout tumbled down the cliff path, screaming warnings to the fleet below. But it was too late. The Laestrygonians had reached the cliff tops. Looking down at the trapped ships in the harbour, they saw a feast laid out before them. The giants began tearing huge chunks of rock from the cliff tops, boulders the size of ox carts, and hurling them down at the Greek ships below. The harbour that had seemed like such perfect protection now sealed their fate. The ships had nowhere to manoeuvre, packed together as they were in the narrow space. The first boulder struck a ship head-on, breaking it in half, men spilling into the water. Another boulder, then another, came crashing down. The giants' aim was deadly accurate, generations of this exact hunting method having made them expert marksmen. Ships splintered and sank. Men thrashed in the water, trying to swim for safety, but the Laestrygonians had come down to the water's edge now, spearing the swimmers like fish, pulling them from the water and devouring them while they still screamed. The harbour turned red with blood, littered with broken timber and the floating bodies of those the giants were saving for later. Odysseus, watching in horror from his ship outside the harbour, knew there was nothing he could do. Those men were doomed. With tears streaming down his face, he cut his mooring rope and ordered his crew to row for their lives. Behind them, the screams of their comrades grew fainter and fainter, until there was only the sound of the giants' laughter carrying across the water. Of the 12 ships that had escaped Polyphemus's island, only one remained. Of the hundreds of men who had survived Troy, only Odysseus's own crew of 45 souls still lived. As they rode through the night, exhausted and traumatized, each man wondered the same thing. What god had they offended to deserve such relentless catastrophe? Part 9. Circe. Days passed at sea as the men mourned their losses before they finally spotted another island. Odysseus's remaining ship, battered and leaking, desperately needed repairs. The men needed food and fresh water, but more than that, they needed hope. The island was called Aia, though they did not know its name yet, nor that it was home to Circe, daughter of the sun god Helios. Circe was a sorceress whose knowledge of herbs and potions was matched only by her beauty and her hatred of outsiders. Odysseus divided his remaining men into two groups. Half would stay with him to guard the ship and set up camp on the beach. The other group would explore inland and search for inhabitants. The men drew lots to see who would go, many of them trembling as they reached into the helmet, praying they would be allowed to stay with the ship. The unlucky group, 22 men led by Odysseus's trusted lieutenant, Eurylochus, set off inland with heavy hearts. They followed a path that wound through the forest between ancient oaks and pines. The further they walked, the stranger things became. They began to see animals watching them from between the trees, but these were not the deer or rabbits one might expect. Lions lounged in the undergrowth, their golden eyes tracking the Greeks' movement. Wolves sat calmly beside the path, their tongues lolling out as if they were dogs waiting for their master. The men gripped their swords tighter, expecting an attack at any moment, but the beasts made no aggressive moves. If anything, they seemed almost sad, whimpering softly as the Greeks passed. One wolf even approached Eurylochus, nuzzling his hand gently before slinking back into the forest. At the heart of the island stood a beautiful house built of polished stone that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. The walls were perfectly smooth, without seam or mortar, as if the entire structure had been carved from a single enormous rock. From within came the sound of singing, a woman's voice, so lovely that the men stopped in their tracks, enchanted by the melody. The voice sang of ancient things, of the time before Zeus ruled, when the Titans still walked the earth. The doors of the house stood open, and through them wafted the most incredible smells: roasting meat, fresh bread, wine spiced with cinnamon and honey. The men's stomachs, empty for days except for ship's rations, rumbled with desire. After a brief discussion, they called out a greeting. The singing stopped, and a woman appeared in the doorway. She was beautiful beyond description, tall and graceful, with dark hair that fell to her waist. She wore robes of silk that shifted and shimmered as she moved. This was Circe, though she introduced herself simply as the Lady of the Island. "Travellers!" she exclaimed, her voice warm with welcome. "How wonderful to have guests! You look exhausted and hungry. Please come inside. I have just prepared a feast, as if the fates themselves told me to expect company." All 22 men followed her eagerly inside. Only Eurylochus held back, some instinct warning him against trusting this mysterious woman. Perhaps it was the way the lions and wolves had behaved, or perhaps it was simply that they had encountered too many disasters to trust easy hospitality. He hid himself behind a pillar where he could peer through a window and watch what transpired within. The interior of the house was even more magnificent than the exterior. Furniture of silver and gold sat between tapestries that depicted the deeds of gods and heroes. Circe seated the men on beautiful chairs and benches, clapping her hands to summon previously unseen servants who brought plate after plate of food. There was barley meal mixed with cheese and honey, and strong wine in polished cups. The men ate ravenously, laughing and joking for the first time in weeks. But Eurylochus, watching from his hiding place, saw what the others did not. He saw Circe moving behind the feasting men, pulling a small vial from her robes and letting drops of clear liquid fall into each cup of wine. He saw her lips moving in a chant, though he could not hear the words over the men's cheerful conversation. And he saw her draw a long wand of polished wood from her sleeve, holding it ready. The effect was almost immediate. The men's eyelids began to droop. One by one they slumped forward, cups falling to the floor. Within moments, all 22 were unconscious, sprawled across the beautiful furniture where they had fallen. Circe stood among them, her beautiful face now wearing a cold smile. She raised her wand and spoke words in a language older than Greek, older perhaps than human speech itself. The air shimmered with power, and the sleeping men began to change. Their faces elongated into snouts. Their hands and feet hardened into hooves. Coarse bristles sprouted from their skin. Their armor fell away from bodies that were reshaping themselves into something no longer human. Within minutes, where 22 Greek warriors had sat, there were now 22 pigs, squealing in confusion and terror. But here was the cruelest part of Circe's magic. The men retained their human minds. Inside each pig was a man fully aware of what had happened to him, screaming internally, while only pig squeals emerged from his throat. They tried to speak, to plead, but only grunts came out. They tried to stand upright, but fell onto all fours, their new bodies refusing to obey their human instincts. Circe laughed, a sound that made clear she had done this many times before. "Come, my pretty pigs," she said, using her wand to herd them outside. "The sty awaits you. Acorns and slop will be your feast now, not wine and honey cakes." Eurylochus waited until she had driven the transformed men to a pen behind the house, then ran. He ran as he had never run before, crashing through the forest, ignoring the paths, taking the straightest route back to the beach. The docile wolves and lions watched him pass, and now he understood. They too had once been men, sailors from other ships, transformed by Circe's magic into beasts. He burst onto the beach just as the sun was setting, falling to his knees before Odysseus, gasping out the terrible tale between ragged breaths. The men who had remained with the ship listened in horror, many of them weeping for their transformed comrades. Odysseus listened to every word. When Eurylochus finished, the captain stood and buckled on his sword. "Where are you going?" Eurylochus gasped. "You cannot face her alone. She is a goddess or something close to it. She will transform you as she did the others." "Then I will die trying to free them," Odysseus replied. "I have lost too many men already. I will not abandon these as well." He set off through the darkening forest, following the path Eurylochus had described, but he had not gone far when a young man stepped out from behind a tree. The stranger was beautiful beyond mortal standards, with golden hair and winged sandals, carrying a staff entwined with serpents. Odysseus recognized him immediately and fell to his knees. This was Hermes, messenger of the gods. "Rise, Odysseus," Hermes said, his voice carrying amusement. "You show more wisdom in recognizing me than in walking alone to face Circe. Still, your courage has earned you aid. The witch's magic is powerful, but not insurmountable." The god reached into his travelling pouch and withdrew a plant with a black root and white flower. "This is moly," he exclaimed, "sacred to the gods and fatal for mortals who pluck it from the earth, but I give it to you freely. Eat it now, and Circe's potions will have no power over you." Odysseus took the herb gratefully, chewing the bitter root as Hermes instructed. "When she strikes you with her wand and sees her magic fail," the god continued, "she will be afraid. Rush at her with your sword drawn as if to kill her. She will beg for mercy and invite you to her bed. Do not refuse, for she can help you free your men and aid your journey home. But first make her swear by the river Styx to do you no harm and to restore your men, or she will rob you of your strength and manhood when you are most vulnerable." With that final warning, Hermes vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving Odysseus to continue on alone. When he reached Circe's glowing house, he called out, as his men had done. The sorceress appeared even more beautiful in the moonlight, clearly pleased to have another visitor so soon. "Welcome, stranger," she began. "Your friends are resting comfortably. Won't you join them for dinner?" She led him inside, serving him the same meal she had given his men. Odysseus ate heartily, showing no suspicion, even drinking the wine he knew to be poisoned. Circe watched him closely, barely concealing her eagerness. When he had drained his cup, she pulled out her wand with a triumphant smile. "Now, pig, to the sty with your friends." She struck him with the wand, speaking the words of transformation. Nothing happened. Odysseus stood slowly, drawing his sword and pressing its point against Circe's pale throat. The goddess's eyes widened in genuine shock. Never before had her magic failed. "Witch," Odysseus said, his voice hard as iron, "you will swear by the river Styx, the oath that even gods cannot break. Swear that you will restore my men to their true forms, and that you will work no more magic against me or my companions." Circe stared at him for a long moment. Then something changed in her expression. Wonder replaced shock, and she actually smiled. "You can only be Odysseus," she said. "Hermes told me long ago that a man would come who could resist my magic, and that his name would be Odysseus of Ithaca." She moved closer, despite the sword still pointed at her throat. "Come," she said, her voice suddenly warm and inviting. "Put away your weapon and let us go to my bed. Let us learn to trust each other as only lovers can do." "Not until you swear the oath," Odysseus replied, keeping his blade steady. "I know what you do to men when they are vulnerable." Circe raised her hands and spoke the binding words. "I swear by the river Styx that I will work no magic against you, that I will bring you no harm in my bed or anywhere else." Thunder rumbled in the distance as the oath was sealed. "Now, son of Laertes, sheath your sword and come with me." Only then did Odysseus lower his weapon. Circe led him to her chamber, where fine tapestries hung on every wall and the bed was spread with purple cloth. She was true to her oath, and when dawn came, she had her servants prepare a bath for him with warm water and fragrant oils. They dressed him in a fresh tunic and cloak, then led him to her hall where a feast was waiting. But Odysseus would not touch the food. He sat in silence, staring at the laden table. "What troubles you?" Circe asked. "Why do you sit like a man in mourning when I have given you everything a guest could desire?" "How can I eat?" Odysseus replied, "when my men are still grunting in your pigsty? If you want me to feast in your hall, first restore my companions to their true forms." Circe smiled and rose from her chair. "Your reputation for cunning is well earned." "Very well." She led him to the sty, where 22 swine crowded against the fence, squealing desperately when they saw their captain. Circe rubbed each pig with a different drug, and the magic reversed itself. Bristles fell away, hooves became hands and feet, snouts shrank back into human faces. The men stood before him, naked and confused but whole, actually looking younger and stronger than they had before their transformation. The reunion was joyful, with the men embracing each other and weeping. Circe, now bound by her oath, provided the men with clothing and food, real food this time, without any magical additions. She sent them back to the beach to fetch Odysseus's remaining crew, guaranteeing their safety. Circe was so taken with Odysseus's courage and cleverness that she invited him to stay as her guest, not as a pig in her sty, but as a man in her bed. For a full year they remained on Aea, recovering from their traumas, eating Circe's magnificent food, drinking her wine, and growing strong again. Odysseus spent his nights with the goddess, and from their union would eventually come a son, Telegonus, though Odysseus would not learn of his existence for many years. But as the year turned, the men grew restless. They had families waiting in Ithaca, wives and children who thought them dead. Finally, Odysseus too felt the pull of home and told Circe he must leave. The goddess was sad, but not surprised. "I knew this day would come," she said. "But Odysseus, your journey home will not be easy. The gods have placed many obstacles in your path, and you sail toward dangers that would break lesser men. Before you face them, you must seek knowledge. You must sail to the very edge of the world, to the entrance of Hades itself, and speak with the ghost of the prophet Tiresias. Only he can tell you how to survive what lies ahead." She gave him detailed instructions for the terrible journey, what sacrifices to make and what words to speak. As his men prepared the ship for departure, loading it with supplies Circe had provided, she pulled Odysseus aside one final time. "Remember, hero," she said, touching his face gently, "the sea itself is your enemy, though you do not yet know why. Every wave hides a danger, every calm conceals a storm. Trust nothing, question everything, and perhaps, just perhaps, you will see Ithaca again." As their black ship sailed away from Aea, Odysseus stood at the stern, watching the island fade into the distance. But not all his men were aboard. In the rush of departure, no one had noticed that Elpino, the youngest of the crew, was missing. The night before, Elpino had drunk heavily at the farewell feast. Seeking fresh air, he had climbed a ladder to Circe's flat roof and passed out, completely deaf to the world. When the morning came and he heard his companions calling to each other, preparing the ship for departure, Elpino woke with a start. Still drunk and confused about where he was, he stood up quickly and walked straight off the edge of the roof. It was not a great height, but he fell head first, his neck snapping against the stone courtyard below. His soul fled immediately to the house of Hades, travelling swifter than any ship, so that his ghost would arrive in the underworld before his companions, waiting there to beg Odysseus for the proper burial his body had been denied. They would not discover his absence until they were far out to sea, and by then it was too late to turn back. The men wept for their lost companion, another life claimed by this cursed journey, but they could only sail forward, preparing themselves for the descent to the very edge of the world that Circe had described. Part 10. The Underworld. Following Circe's precise instructions, Odysseus and his men sailed to the very edge of the world, where the sun never shines, and the river Oceanus meets the entrance to Hades. The water here was black as tar, and a thick mist clung to everything, so dense that they could barely see the prow of their own ship. No birds flew in this cursed sky. No fish swam in these dead waters. Even the wind seemed reluctant to blow here, forcing them to row through the still waters. They beached their ship on a shore of dark sand that crunched like bones beneath their feet. Before them lay the grove of Persephone, queen of the underworld, where black poplars and willows grew, their branches drooping toward the dead earth. These trees, sacred to Persephone, marked the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Beyond the grove, exactly as Circe had described, they found the place where two rivers of the underworld converged: Pyriphlegethon, the river of fire, and Cocytus, the river of lamentation, both flowing into Acheron, the river of woe. At this meeting point of the infernal rivers, Odysseus ordered his men to dig a pit. His hands shook slightly as he performed the rituals Circe had taught him. First, he poured libations around the pit, honey mixed with milk, then sweet wine, and finally clear water, sprinkling white barley over it all. Then came the blood sacrifice. 2 sheep, a black ram and a black ewe, were brought forward. Odysseus cut their throats, letting the dark blood flow into the pit, while speaking the prayers to the dead that Circe had whispered to him in the night. At once, the dead began to rise. Up from the earth, drawn by the scent of blood, came spirits who rose like smoke from cracks in the ground, translucent and grey. First came the young brides who had died before their wedding nights, then unmarried youths cut down in their prime. There were old men who had lived full lives, and young girls still mourning their lost futures. Warriors came too, their ghostly forms still bearing the wounds that had killed them, phantom spears protruding from their transparent chests. The dead pressed forward in crowds, thousands upon thousands, all desperate for a taste of the blood that would briefly restore their ability to speak and think clearly. Their moaning filled the air, a sound that chilled the living to their bones. Odysseus's crew cowered behind him, some weeping with terror, overwhelmed at the sight of so many spirits. Odysseus drew his sword, using it to keep the ghosts at bay, allowing none to drink until Tiresias appeared. But the first spirit to approach was not the prophet. It was Elpenor, his youngest crew member, whose body still lay unburied on Circe's island. Unlike the other ghosts who needed blood to speak, Elpenor could still talk clearly, for without proper burial rites his soul had not fully crossed into death. "Captain!" Elpenor's ghost cried, more solid than the others because his death was so recent. "How did you reach the house of Hades as fast as I, who travelled without a ship? My lord, I beg you, when you return to the world of the living, do not leave me unburied and unmourned. Return to Aea and burn my body with my armour. Build me a mound on the shore and plant my oar upon it, the oar I pulled when I was alive among my companions." Odysseus, his heart heavy with guilt, promised to fulfill these rites. Elpenor's spirit drifted back into the shadows, satisfied that he had been heard. Next came a sight that shattered Odysseus's composure entirely. From the grey masses of the dead emerged his own mother, Anticlea. When he had left for Troy, she had been alive and well, waiting for his return. Now here she stood amongst the spirits, reaching toward him with pale arms. Odysseus wept openly, realizing she must have died during his long absence. 3 times he tried to embrace her, and 3 times his arms passed through her form as if she were made of mist. But he held her back from the blood, despite desperately wanting to speak with her. Tiresias must drink first. Finally, the ghost of the Theban prophet appeared, still carrying his golden staff, even in death. Unlike the other spirits who wandered aimlessly, Tiresias moved with purpose, his blind eyes somehow seeing more clearly than those of the living. Odysseus sheathed his sword and stepped back from the pit, allowing the prophet to drink the dark blood. As the liquid passed his lips, awareness flooded back into Tiresias's features. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and strong, not the whisper of the other ghosts. "Odysseus of Ithaca, the prophet began. "You seek a way home, but the god who shakes the earth has made your journey bitter. Poseidon will not forget that you blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. Still, you may yet reach home if you can control yourself and your men." The prophet spoke, as if seeing terrible visions, as he continued, "You will come to the island of Thrinacia, where the sun god Helios keeps his sacred cattle. These golden beasts number 350, and they neither give birth nor die. If you harm even one of them, I foresee destruction for your ship and all your crew. You alone might survive, but you would return home on a foreign ship, broken and alone, to find trouble in your own house, arrogant men consuming your wealth and courting your wife." Odysseus listened intently as Tiresias described the trials that lay ahead, and when the prophet finally finished speaking and withdrew, Odysseus finally allowed his mother to approach the blood. As she drank, recognition dawned in her ghostly features. "My son," she said, tears forming in her eyes, "how are you down here in this darkness while still alive? Have you been wandering all these years since Troy? Have you not yet reached Ithaca or seen your wife or son?" Through his own tears, Odysseus told her of his trials. In return, she gave him news of home. His wife Penelope still waited, though she wept each night. His son Telemachus, just a baby when he left, was now grown to manhood. His father, old Laertes, had withdrawn from the palace to live like a peasant on his farm, grieving for his lost son. As for herself, she had died not of illness, but of longing, her heart broken by Odysseus's absence. Odysseus tried to embrace his mother, to feel her warmth one final time, but she slipped through his arms like smoke. "We are ghosts, my son, nothing more," she explained sadly. "Return to the living, and to your wife, who waits for you." After his mother withdrew, many other spirits came forward to drink. Odysseus saw queens and princesses of old, alongside heroes from ancient times. Then came a procession that filled him with both joy and sorrow, the ghosts of his comrades from Troy. First was Agamemnon, the great king who had led the Greek forces. He wept as he told Odysseus of his murder at the hands of his own wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover, struck down on the very day he returned home from war. "Trust no woman completely," the dead king warned bitterly, "though your Penelope was always wise and faithful." Then came Achilles, the greatest warrior who ever lived, still magnificent, even as a spirit. After drinking the blood, he recognized Odysseus immediately. "Achilles," Odysseus said warmly, "you had everything in life, fame, honor, and the respect of every Greek warrior. And look, even now you're a king amongst the spirits. Surely death is not so terrible for you." "Do not try to console me about death," Achilles replied bitterly. "I would rather be alive as the lowest slave to the poorest master than rule as king over the dead." The great warrior, who had chosen glory and death over a long but quiet life, now saw that choice had been wrong. Nothing in death was worth the simplest pleasures of being alive. As Odysseus continued speaking with his dead companions, the spirits began to grow more restless. More and more crowded forward, thousands of them, their moaning growing louder until it was like the roar of a terrible storm. They pressed closer and closer, no longer held back by his sword, their pale hands reaching, touching, grasping. "Back to the ship!" Odysseus shouted to his terrified men. They ran through the grove of Persephone, the twisted trees seeming to grasp at them with their skeletal branches. Behind them, the moaning of the dead rose to a horrible crescendo. They pushed their black ship into the water and rowed with all their strength, not daring to look back at the cursed shore. Having escaped the madness, Odysseus and his men sailed back across the ocean toward Aea, Circe's island, where they had one final task to fulfill. They found Elpenor's body exactly where it had fallen, still lying in the courtyard beneath Circe's roof, his neck bent at an unnatural angle. The men who had mocked him for his drinking now shed tears as they carried him to the shore. They built his funeral pyre high, burning his body with his armour as he had requested. When the flames died down and they had gathered his bones, they raised a mound over them and planted his oar on top, the oar he had pulled when he lived amongst them. Circe met them at her house, accompanied by servants carrying bread, meat, and wine. She had prepared a feast, knowing they would need strength for what lay ahead. As the men ate and tried to forget the horrors of the underworld, Circe drew Odysseus aside, leading him to a quiet corner where they could speak privately. "So you have been to the house of the dead and returned," she said, studying his face. "Listen carefully, for the journey ahead holds dangers that make the underworld seem peaceful. I will tell you exactly what you must do to survive, though I warn you now, not all your men can be saved." Through the night, as his exhausted crew slept, Circe detailed every horror that awaited them. She spoke of creatures and monsters, of impossible choices, where men would die no matter what path he chose. She taught him strategies and secrets, and when the next day came, she helped them load their ship with provisions. As they prepared to depart, Circe stood on the shore, her dark hair bound up for the morning breeze. "Remember everything I have told you," she called to Odysseus. "Trust nothing in the sea ahead, for Poseidon's rage follows you still." Then she sent a favourable wind to fill their black sail, the last gift she would ever give them. Part 11. The Sirens. They had been sailing for half a day when the wind that Circe had sent suddenly died. The sail hung slack, and the sea became perfectly still, not a ripple disturbing its surface. The men looked at each other uneasily. Such sudden calms were never natural, always the work of gods or monsters. Then they heard it, carried across the water, though there was no wind to bear it, singing. It started faintly, like voices from a distant shore, but grew clearer with each stroke of their oars. The melody was unlike anything mortal musicians could create, each note so perfect it made them forget everything else. Odysseus knew immediately what they faced. "The Sirens," he said to his crew, and several men went pale. Every sailor had heard tales of these creatures, though none had ever returned to describe them. They sat on their island, surrounded by the bones of men who had steered toward their voices, forgetting home, forgetting family, forgetting everything but the need to hear their song more clearly. "Quick!" Odysseus commanded, pulling out a wheel of beeswax Circe had given him. "Soften this in your hands and plug your ears completely. Let no sound through, no matter how beautiful." The men obeyed hastily, rolling the wax between their palms until it was soft enough to shape, then pressing it deep into their ears. The world went silent for them, even the splash of the oars now soundless. But Odysseus, driven by curiosity, wanted to be the first man to hear the Sirens' song and live to tell of it. "Bind me to the mast," he ordered his men, who could read his lips, though they heard no sound. "Use the strongest ropes, and no matter what I say or do not release me until we are far past the Sirens' island. If I struggle, if I plead, if I command you as your captain, only tie me tighter." They wrapped the rough rope around him and the mast, binding his arms to his sides, securing his legs so he could not move. Perimedes and Eurylochus, his most trusted men, stood guard beside him with more rope ready. As they rowed closer, the singing grew louder, and Odysseus finally heard the words clearly. "Odysseus, great Odysseus, clever king of Ithaca's shore, come and hear the truths that no man has heard before. Come closer, famed Odysseus, honoured by the gods above. We sing of war and wisdom, of glory and of love. All the secrets Troy concealed, all the mysteries of fate, rest here upon our island. Come, before it grows too late." The voices were beyond beautiful. They promised knowledge, understanding, answers to every question he had ever asked. They knew his name, his deeds, his deepest desires. Odysseus felt his mind clouding. He had to get closer, had to hear more. He struggled against the ropes, the coarse fibres cutting into his skin as he fought. "Release me!" he shouted at his men, but they rowed on, their faces set with determination, hearing nothing. He pleaded, he commanded, he threatened them with death for disobeying their captain. Perimedes and Eurylochus simply stepped forward and added more rope, binding him so tightly he could barely breathe. The song continued, each verse more enticing than the last. The Sirens sang of his cleverness at Troy, of the wooden horse that had ended the war. They sang of his future glory, of secrets only the gods knew. Tears streamed down Odysseus's face as he struggled, his wrists bleeding where the rope cut into them, his voice growing hoarse from shouting commands no one could hear. But gradually, impossibly, the island began to fall behind them. The song grew fainter, though Odysseus strained to hear every last note. Finally, when the island had vanished completely over the horizon and the men could see their captain had stopped struggling, they removed the wax from their ears and untied him. Odysseus collapsed to the deck, shaking. His throat was raw, his wrists and arms marked with rope burns. But he had heard the Sirens' song and survived, the first mortal ever to do so. What he did not know was that he would also be the last. For on their island the Sirens had fallen silent. An ancient prophecy had declared that if any mortal resisted their song, they must die. As his ship disappeared into the distance, the creatures threw themselves into the sea, their bodies washing up on the shore to join the bones of their countless victims. Part 12. Scylla and Charybdis. The relief of surviving the Sirens lasted only until the next morning, when Odysseus saw what lay ahead. The sea narrowed into a strait between two cliffs, with him realizing instantly that they had reached a passage Circe had warned him about. The cliff on the left was shrouded in a deep mist, and even from a distance they could hear the roar of Charybdis. 3 times a day, this monstrous whirlpool sucked down the waters, exposing the sandy seafloor littered with shipwrecks, then vomited it back up in a towering spout that reached to the clouds. Any ship caught in her pull would be dragged down to destruction, every soul aboard lost. Meanwhile, the right cliff rose sharply from the water, its face dotted with dark caves. Halfway up, in the largest cave, lived Scylla. Circe had described her in horrible detail, 6 heads on 6 long necks, each mouth filled with triple rows of teeth. Below them, 12 feet scratched at the rock, though her body remained hidden deep within the cave, never fully seen by anyone who lived to tell of it. She would snatch sailors from passing ships, 1 for each head, and devour them alive, as their shipmates watched in horror. Odysseus faced an impossible choice, exactly as Circe had warned. There was no path between the monsters, the strait was too narrow. He would have to choose which one to face. Charybdis would destroy them all, but Scylla would take 6 men, no more, no less. 6 men whose deaths would buy passage for the rest. He made his decision without telling the crew. Better they did not know until it was too late to be afraid. "Row toward the right cliff," he commanded, his voice steady though his heart was breaking. "Stay as far from the whirlpool as possible, but keep rowing no matter what happens." As they entered the strait, Charybdis began to suck down the sea. The men gasped in horror as they saw the whirlpool's throat, a spinning funnel that seemed to reach down to the foundation of the world. The current pulled at their ship, trying to drag them in, and they rowed desperately to keep clear. Every man watched the whirlpool, transfixed by the terrible sight. Which was why they did not see Scylla until it was too late. 6 heads shot down from the cave above, moving so fast they seemed to blur. Each grabbed a man from his rowing bench, lifting him high into the air. The victims had time for just one scream, calling out to Odysseus, their arms reaching toward him even as the heads retracted back towards the cave. The sound that followed was worse than their screams. The cracking of bones, the tearing of flesh as Scylla devoured them. Their companions could only row harder, tears streaming down their faces as the monster ate their friends above their heads. Blood dripped down onto the deck, yet still they rowed, because to stop was to mean instant death. When they finally cleared the strait, emerging into open water, the men collapsed over their oars, sobbing. 6 more companions gone, their deaths necessary for the survival of the rest. Odysseus stood at the helm. He had made the choice, Circe advised, the only choice that left any of them alive. But the faces of the 6 men Scylla had taken would haunt him forever. Storm clouds were already gathering on the horizon, black and ominous. The men had no time to mourn properly. They had to find shelter, and soon enough they spotted an island ahead. Thrinacia, the land of the sun. Part 13. The Cattle of the Sun. Odysseus knew this island the moment he saw it. The prophecy of Tiresias rang in his ears, the ghost's warning clear as day, "Touch not the cattle of Helios, or all your men will perish." He wanted to sail past, to avoid the danger entirely, but his crew was exhausted, traumatized, pushed beyond endurance. "Please, Captain," Eurylochus spoke for all of them, "we need rest. We need to mourn our dead. Just one night on shore, and we'll sail at dawn." Against his better judgment, Odysseus agreed, but he made them all swear a solemn oath. This island belongs to Helios, the sun god who sees all. His sacred cattle graze here, immortal beasts that must not be touched. Swear by the river Styx that you will only eat the provisions Circe gave us. Not one animal on this island must be harmed. They all swore, too tired to imagine they could break such an oath. They beached the ship in a sheltered cove and made camp, planning to leave with the morning light. But that night, Zeus sent a storm. It was no ordinary tempest. The south wind howled, driving waves the height of mountains against the shore. Lightning split the sky continuously, and rain fell in sheets so thick they could not see 10 feet ahead. The storm raged for a day, then a week, then 2 weeks. Their black ship would have been shattered to splinters if they had tried to launch it. At first, the men lived on the provisions from Circe, grain and wine and preserved meat. But as the storm stretched into its 3rd week, then its 4th, the supplies dwindled. They tried fishing, but the storm had driven all fish to deeper waters. They hunted birds, but found only a few scrawny seagulls. They gathered shellfish from the rocks, but it was never enough. Meanwhile, the cattle of Helios wandered the island in great herds, golden-horned and beautiful, their hides glowing with the light of the sun. 350 of them, each one perfect, neither aging nor breeding, as eternal as their master. They would walk past the camp, close enough to touch, their meat enough to feed the crew for weeks on end. By the end of the month, the men were skeletal, their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunk deep in their skulls. They chewed leather, they boiled grass. Some tried eating dirt to fill their empty stomachs, and still the storm raged on. Odysseus went alone to the interior of the island to pray to any god who might listen. Exhausted and weak from hunger, he found a cave sheltered from the wind and knelt to make his prayers. But the gods sent him sleep instead of answers, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. It was Eurylochus who spoke first amongst the men. "Brothers," he said, "all deaths are terrible, but starving is the worst. Better to die quickly at the hands of the gods than waste away to nothing. We'll kill the finest cattle and sacrifice them properly to the immortals. If Helios is angry, if he destroys us at sea, at least we'll die with full stomachs, like men instead of beggars." The starving crew needed no more encouragement. They chose the best cattle from the herd, beautiful beasts with golden horns and pure white hides. They performed all the proper rituals, making prayers and promises to build temples if they survived. Then they slaughtered the animals, butchered them expertly, and set the meat to roast over fires. The smell of cooking beef drifted across the island and reached Odysseus in his cave, waking him instantly. He ran back toward the beach, but even before he crested the hill, he knew what had happened. He could hear the sizzle of fat in the fires, could see the smoke rising into the dark sky. When he saw the spitted carcasses, the men gorging themselves on the sacred meat, he fell to his knees and wept. "You fools!" he cried. "You've killed us all! Those cattle belonged to the god who drives the sun across the sky, who sees everything that happens on earth. We are all dead men." But the crew was beyond caring. They had been starving for a month, and the meat was sweet beyond description. They feasted for 6 days, until, suddenly, on the 7th, the storm stopped. The wind died, the clouds parted, and the sea became calm once more. Even as they loaded their ship, strange omens appeared. The cattle hides crawled along the ground, as if alive. The meat on the spits began to bellow like living beasts, but the men were desperate to leave, to escape before even worse happened. They had barely cleared the island when Helios made his complaint to Zeus. "Father of the gods," the sun god raged, "the mortals have slaughtered my sacred cattle, the beasts I look down upon with joy each day as I drive my chariot across the sky. If they are not punished, I will drive my chariot down to Hades and shine among the dead instead of the living." Zeus could not allow the sun to abandon the sky. He sent a black cloud that rushed across the water faster than any natural storm. The men barely had time to lower the sail before the tempest struck. Lightning split the mast in half, sending it crashing down to crush the helmsman's skull. The thunderbolt that followed split the ship from stem to stern, opening it like a seed pod. The men were flung into the raging sea. They bobbed like seabirds for a moment, calling to each other, trying to grab floating pieces of the wreck. Then the waves took them one by one, pulling them under. These men who had survived Troy, the Cyclops, the Laestrygonians, Circe, the journey to the underworld, Scylla, all of them drowned in minutes, their bodies never to be found or given proper burial. Only Odysseus survived, clinging to the broken mast that he had tied to a beam from the wreck. For 9 days and nights he drifted, without food or water, burned by the sun and frozen by the night, delirious and close to death. On the 10th day, the currents carried him to an island forgotten by gods and men, where the beautiful nymph Calypso found him unconscious on her shore, more dead than alive. The prophecy had come to pass exactly as Tiresias had foretold. Every single one of his men was gone, and Odysseus was alone, cast up on a foreign shore with no ship, no crew, and no way home. Poseidon's curse had claimed them all, except the one man the god wanted to suffer most. Part 14. The Journey Home. "And so," Odysseus said, his voice hoarse from his long story, "Calypso found me on her shore. For 7 years she kept me on her island, offering immortality if I would stay as her husband. But I thought only of my home, of Penelope and Telemachus, the son I had never seen grow to manhood. Finally the gods commanded her to release me. She helped me build a raft, and I sailed for 7 days before Poseidon saw me and shattered my vessel with another storm. That was when your princess, Nausicaa, found me, naked and exposed on your beach, and brought me to this hall." The great hall of the Phaeacians had fallen completely silent. King Alcinous and Queen Arete sat transfixed, along with all their nobles. They had asked for his story, and Odysseus had given it to them in its entirety, from Troy to their very doorstep, every monster, every loss, every impossible choice. The torches had burned low during the telling, with the first rays of sunlight showing through the windows. "Never," said King Alcinous at last, "have we heard such a tale of suffering and endurance. You have convinced us utterly that you are indeed Odysseus, and we will keep our promise. Today you shall go home." The king was true to his word. The Phaeacians were master sailors, descended from Poseidon himself. They loaded a black ship with gifts, bronze tripods, golden bowls, and fine cloth, more wealth than Odysseus had lost from Troy. As the sun set, Odysseus boarded the ship. The Phaeacian crew made a bed for him on the deck, spreading out soft rugs and linen sheets. Exhausted from telling his story, and overcome by the knowledge that he was finally going home, Odysseus fell into the deepest sleep he had known in 20 years. The ship flew across the water under the guidance of its expert crew. All through the night it sailed, carrying the long-suffering man towards his homeland. Arriving at the shores of Ithaca, they ran the ship onto the sandy beach so gently that Odysseus never woke. Still deep in sleep, they lifted him from the deck and laid him on the sand, placing all the Phaeacian gifts beside him. Then, their task complete, they sailed for home. But Poseidon's rage was not finished. As the Phaeacian ship came within sight of their own island, the earth-shaker struck. He turned the ship and all its crew to stone just as it reached the harbour, fixing it forever as a rock in the shallow water, a warning to all who would help his enemies. Around their city he raised a ring of mountains, cutting them off from the sea they had mastered, ending their days as a nation of sailors. King Alcinous, watching from the shore, understood immediately what had happened. The prophecy his father had spoken years ago had come to pass, that one day Poseidon would punish them for ferrying strangers safely across the seas. The king ordered great sacrifices to the earth-shaker, 12 perfect bulls slaughtered on the beach, their blood soaking into the sand. The entire city gathered in prayer, begging Poseidon to show mercy. But the damage was done. The ship remained stone, and the mountains stood firm around their city, forever ending their days of free passage across the waves. Odysseus woke on the beach of Ithaca, but he did not know it. Athena, always watching over her favourite mortal, had spread a thick mist over everything. The harbour, the olive trees, even the very shape of the hills, all were hidden from him. After so many deceptions, so many false hopes, she wanted to prepare him properly for what lay ahead. He sat up on the sand, looking around at the unfamiliar landscape, his heart sinking with despair. The Phaeacians had tricked him. They had promised to take him home, but had abandoned him on some unknown shore. He checked the gifts. At least they were all there, the gold and bronze and fine cloth. But what good was treasure if he was lost yet again? "Another strange land," he said aloud, his voice bitter. "Are the people here savage or civilized? Do they respect strangers, or will I have to fight them? O Zeus, why have the Phaeacians betrayed me?" As he spoke, a young shepherd appeared through the mist, handsome and well-dressed, carrying a bronze spear. Odysseus approached carefully, ready for anything. "Young man," he called, "you are the first person I've met on this shore. Please tell me truthfully, what land is this? What people live here?" The shepherd smiled. "You must come from very far away, stranger, not to know this island. This is Ithaca, famous for its goats, visible even from the mainland." Odysseus's heart leapt. But 20 years of suffering had taught him caution. He would not reveal himself to the first person he met. Instead, he spun a careful lie about being a refugee from Crete, a man who had killed someone important and fled with his treasure. The shepherd listened to the entire false tale, then laughed, not a shepherd's laugh, but the bright, delighted laughter of an immortal. The figure shimmered and changed, growing taller, more graceful. The shepherd's clothes became a shining robe, the boyish face transformed into the beautiful, grey-eyed features of Athena herself. "Oh, Odysseus," the goddess said, still smiling. "Even now, standing on your own shore, you cannot stop yourself from lying and scheming. We're alike, you and I. You the cleverest of mortals, I the wisest of immortals. Did you not know I have been watching over you all this time? I could not openly oppose Poseidon, my father's brother, but I have helped where I could." She waved her hand, and the mist dissolved. Suddenly Odysseus could see everything clearly. The olive trees he had climbed as a boy, the mountain paths where he had hunted deer with his father, the very beach where he had said goodbye to Penelope 20 years ago. This was truly Ithaca. He was home. Overcome with emotion, Odysseus fell to his knees and kissed the ground of his homeland. Then, remembering himself, he turned back to Athena. "Goddess," he said, "if this is truly Ithaca, tell me, what has become of my house? Does Penelope still wait? What of my son Telemachus?" Athena's expression grew serious. "Your house is full of enemies. Over 100 suitors from Ithaca and the nearby islands have invaded your halls, eating your cattle, drinking your wine, pressing Penelope to choose one of them as her new husband. They believe you are dead. Your wife has held them off with clever delays, but her tricks are running out. Your son Telemachus has just returned from searching for news of you. He is brave but young, and the suitors plot to kill him." She paused, studying his face as it hardened with anger. "But you are not the man to rush in swinging a sword. You are Odysseus, the man whose cunning surpasses all others. Here, listen to my plan." The goddess explained her strategy. She would disguise him as an old beggar, so that he could enter his house unrecognized, observe his enemies, and determine who among his servants remained loyal. Telemachus would be brought into the plot, but no one else, not even Penelope, could know the truth until the right moment. She touched him with her golden wand, and Odysseus felt his body changing. His skin withered and aged, becoming that of a man in his 70s. His dark hair fell out, leaving only a few grey wisps. His strong shoulders bent, while his clear eyes dimmed. She dressed him in filthy rags, torn and stained, and gave him a beggar's staff and a worn leather pouch. "Go first to the swineherd Eumaeus," Athena instructed. "He remains loyal to you and still grieves for his lost master. Stay with him while I fetch Telemachus, who needs to know his father has returned. Trust no one else, not yet. The suitors have grown bold in your absence. They would kill you without hesitation if they knew who you were." She helped him hide the Phaeacian treasure in a nearby cave, rolling a great stone across the entrance that no mortal could move. Then she vanished in a cloud of smoke, disappearing before his eyes. Odysseus stood alone on the beach of Ithaca, a beggar in appearance, but a king at heart. His 20 years of wandering finally ended. But the hardest battle still lay ahead. Taking up his beggar's staff, he turned inland towards the hut of Eumaeus to begin his final journey. Part 15. Father and Son. The path to Eumaeus's hut led upward through rocky terrain, away from the cultivated fields and into the rougher land where the pigs were kept. 4 dogs rushed at Odysseus as he approached, fierce animals trained to protect the herd. He sat down quickly and dropped his staff, a trick he had learned long ago, for attacking dogs rarely bite a seated man. Even so, they might have torn him apart if Eumaeus had not run from his hut, shouting at them to back away. "Old man, the swineherd said, helping Odysseus to his feet. "You could have been torn apart, as if I don't have enough to worry about. Here I am, fattening pigs for men who don't deserve them, while my true master is lost somewhere far from home, if he's even still alive." He led Odysseus into his hut, a simple but clean dwelling with a warm fire burning inside. Eumaeus brought him bread, roasted pork, and wine, then gathered goatskins into a makeshift bed by the fire. As Odysseus ate, he watched his old servant moving about the hut. 20 years was a long time. The man's hair had gone completely grey, his face worn down by all those years of waiting for a master who never came home. But he still fussed over his guest with the same quiet care Odysseus remembered. "Tell me about this master you mourn," Odysseus said, maintaining his disguise. "Perhaps I have encountered him in my travels." Eumaeus shook his head sadly. "Many wanderers have come to Ithaca claiming to have news of Odysseus, hoping for rewards from his poor wife. She welcomes them all, weeps at their lies, and gives them gifts. But I know the truth. My master is dead. 20 years is too long. The sea has swallowed him, or wild animals killed him in some distant land." He continued to speak through the night about the old days, about Odysseus's kindness, his justice, how he had treated his servants like family. He told of Penelope's suffering, how the suitors consumed the wealth of the household, and how they plotted to kill Telemachus and divide the kingdom amongst themselves. "The young master tries to stand against them," Eumaeus said, "but he is one and they are many. He has his father's courage, but not yet his cunning. I fear for him every day." Odysseus slept that night on the goatskins, his fists clenched in anger at what he had heard, but he managed to keep his disguise. They spent 3 days together. Odysseus told false tales of his supposed life, carefully testing Eumaeus's loyalty with criticism of the absent king, with suggestions that Odysseus might never return. But he remained faithful, defending his master's memory, maintaining hope against all reason. On the 4th day, as morning came, the dogs outside began barking, not with aggression, but with joy, whining and wagging their tails. Footsteps approached, and Odysseus looked up from the fire to see a young man in the doorway, tall and well-built, carrying a bronze spear. His heart stopped. This was Telemachus, his son. The infant he had left behind was now a man. Odysseus had to grip the edge of his seat to keep from standing, from calling out. 20 years of imagining this moment had not prepared him for the reality. "My dear child," Eumaeus cried, jumping to his feet. "Telemachus! I fear the suitors had killed you on your journey. Come in, let me look at you, safe and sound." Odysseus watched his son embrace the swineherd with genuine warmth. When Telemachus asked about his mother, the concern in his voice made Odysseus's chest tighten. "Tell me, does my mother still resist the suitors? Has she chosen one to marry?" "She holds firm," Eumaeus assured him. "She weeps each night, but makes no choice. But tell me of your journey. Did you find news of your father?" "I learned he still lives," Telemachus said carefully. "Menelaus told me that Odysseus is held captive on a nymph's island, unable to sail home no matter how he might wish to. But whether that has changed, I cannot say." At that moment, Telemachus became aware of the stranger sitting by the fire. As his son's eyes landed on him, Odysseus had to force himself to remain hunched, to keep his head bowed and his manner humble. Every instinct screamed at him to reveal himself, but he mumbled a greeting befitting an old beggar. "I must go and tell your mother you have returned safely," Eumaeus said. She has been sick with worry." "Go carefully," Telemachus warned. "Tell only her, not the suitors." After the swineherd left, closing the door behind him, Odysseus felt Athena's power wash over him. His disguise melted away, his back straightened, and his withered skin grew smooth once more. His bald head sprouted thick hair, dark with threads of grey. The rags transformed into a clean tunic, and he stood before his son as himself for the first time in 20 years. "You are a god," Telemachus gasped upon seeing the transformation. "Please, whoever you are, have mercy on me." The spear in Telemachus's hand, raised in fear, nearly broke Odysseus's heart. "I am no god," Odysseus responded, his voice almost cracking. "I am your father, come home at last." "No," Telemachus shook his head, still gripping his spear. "My father is dead, or lost forever. You are some spirit trying to trick me, to give me hope only to crush it. No mortal can change his appearance like that." Odysseus understood. How many times had the boy dreamed of this moment? How many false hopes had he endured? "Athena changed me," Odysseus explained. "The goddess can make me young or old, strong or weak, as she wishes. But I am truly Odysseus. I am your father, for whom you have grieved. I have come back after 20 years of suffering." He reached out, unable to wait any longer. When Telemachus finally saw something in his face, some feature Penelope must have described 1,000 times, and threw himself into his arms, Odysseus felt complete for the first time since leaving Ithaca. He held his son, this stranger who was his blood, this man who should have grown up at his side. The years he had lost could never be recovered, but this moment, this embrace, was worth all the suffering that had brought him here. They wept together, father and son, 20 years of separation pouring out in their tears. When they could finally speak again, they sat close together, Telemachus unable to stop staring at his father, as if he might vanish again if he looked away. "How?" Telemachus asked. "How did you come here? Where have you been? Mother said you were clever, that you would find a way home, but 20 years." Odysseus told him everything, quickly but thoroughly. The war, the Cyclops, the curse of Poseidon, the years of wandering. He told him of Calypso's island, of the Phaeacians who brought him home, of Athena's plan. "Now," Odysseus said, his voice hardening, "tell me of these suitors. How many? Who leads them? What weapons do they have?" They spent hours planning. Telemachus described each suitor, their strengths and weaknesses. Antinous, the cruelest and strongest. Eurymachus, the smoothest talker, who acted polite while planning to kill them. The others who followed these two leaders like sheep. "Tomorrow," Odysseus instructed, "you return to the palace as if nothing has happened. I will follow later as a beggar. No matter what you see, if they strike me, if they humiliate me, you must not react. Show no sign that you know me." "Father, I cannot watch them abuse you." "You must. Our advantage is surprise. They believe I am dead. Let them continue believing until the moment we strike. When I give the signal, you must remove all weapons from the hall where they feast. Tell them you are storing them away from the smoke of the fire. Leave only enough for us. 2 swords, 2 spears, and 2 shields." Odysseus gripped his son's shoulders. "Listen closely, my boy. The only loyal servants are Eumaeus and the cowherd, Felicius, but even they cannot know yet. Not even Penelope can know I have returned. A secret shared is a secret lost, and if the suitors learn I live, they will kill us both before we can act. What of Mother? Telemachus asked. "She has waited so long, suffered so much. How can I look her in the eye and not tell her?" "Because you love her," Odysseus said firmly. "Her genuine grief, her true ignorance, these protect us all. When this is over, when the suitors lie dead, then she will know, but not before." As the sun began to set, they heard footsteps approaching, quickly. Athena's power washed over Odysseus. By the time Eumaeus entered, he was once again a pitiful beggar. He brought news from the palace. Penelope rejoiced at Telemachus's return, but the suitors were furious that their planned ambush of him had failed. They were debating whether to try another assassination or to force Penelope to choose immediately. "Then we have little time," Telemachus said. "Tomorrow I return to face them." "Be careful, young master," Eumaeus warned. "They grow desperate, and desperate men are dangerous." That night, as they shared a simple meal, Odysseus watched his son by the firelight. Despite everything, he smiled. His son had become a man he could be proud of. "Sleep well," Odysseus told him as they prepared for bed. "Tomorrow, we begin to take back what is ours." Part 16. Return to the Palace. Odysseus stood at the gates of his own palace, transformed once again into the old beggar by Athena's power. Telemachus had gone ahead as planned, and now Eumaeus led him toward the great hall, warning him to expect cruelty from the men inside. The swineherd had no idea he was escorting the king himself to reclaim his throne. As they approached the courtyard, Odysseus stopped. There, abandoned on a heap of mule dung that servants would later spread on the fields, was a dog. Ancient and skeletal, covered in flies and sores, the creature could barely lift its head. But Odysseus knew him instantly. This was Argus, the hunting dog he had raised from a pup, the one who used to sleep at his feet, who he had trained with his own hands before sailing to Troy. The dog's clouded eyes turned toward the approaching footsteps. Then something miraculous happened. Despite the disguise, despite 20 years of absence, Argus recognized his master. With tremendous effort, the dying dog tried to drag himself forward, but his legs would not obey. All he could manage was the faintest movement of his tail, trying so hard to wag, and a soft whimper that said everything. "You came back. I waited. You came back." Odysseus felt his throat close with grief. Tears burned behind his eyes as he watched his faithful friend struggle even to lift his head. He wanted to run to Argus, to hold him, to tell him what a good dog he had been, to thank him for waiting. But he could not. One word, one gesture, and his disguise would shatter. "Whose dog is that?" he managed to ask, his voice barely steady. "He must have been magnificent once." "That's Argus," Eumaeus said quietly. "He belonged to our lost king Odysseus, once the fastest, finest hunting dog in all of Ithaca. He could track a wounded deer for miles, catch any hare. But when his master never returned from Troy, everyone forgot about him. He should have died years ago, but somehow he's held on all this time, still waiting for Odysseus to come home." Odysseus forced himself to walk past, each step agony. He could not look back, he could not say goodbye. Behind him, Argus watched his master disappear into the palace. Then After 20 years of waiting, 20 years of refusing to die, the old dog finally closed his eyes and let go. His wait was over. His master had come home. In all his years of war and wandering, nothing had broken Odysseus's heart quite like this moment, walking past his loyal companion, who died the moment his vigil was complete. Inside the great hall, Odysseus saw what his home had become. Over 100 young men lounged on benches and chairs that had once seated honest guests. They shouted and laughed, throwing bones at each other, wine staining the floors where his father had once walked. Servants scurried between them, heads down, trying to avoid notice. "Look!" one of the suitors called out, spotting the beggar. "Eumaeus has brought us entertainment. Tell us, old man, have you come to compete for scraps with the dogs?" Laughter rippled through the hall. Odysseus kept his eyes down, playing his part, and began to move amongst them with his beggar's pouch, asking for charity as any wanderer might. Some gave him crusts of bread, amused by his presence. Others ignored him, but Antinous, the cruelest of them all, sneered when Odysseus approached. "Get away from me, you diseased old fool," Antinous said. "We have enough parasites in this hall without adding another." "Young lord," Odysseus replied mildly, "surely from such abundance you can spare a crust? You feast like kings in this house." "I'll give you something," Antinous snarled. He picked up a footstool and hurled it at Odysseus, striking him hard in the back. The blow would have knocked down an ordinary old man. Odysseus barely moved, solid as a rock, but quickly made himself stagger to keep up his disguise. The hall fell silent for a moment. Even amongst the suitors there were some who felt this went too far. Striking a beggar, a suppliant who had asked for bread, violated the basic laws of hospitality that Zeus himself protected. "That was poorly done, Antinous," one of the other suitors muttered. "What if he's a god in disguise? The immortals often test us this way." But Antinous just laughed, and soon the others joined in. Odysseus retreated to a corner, his back genuinely aching from the blow, memorizing Antinous's face for what was to come. As he sat in the corner, another figure entered the hall, another beggar, but this one well known to the suitors. Iris was his name, a large man who made himself useful to the young lords by running errands and fighting for their amusement. He saw Odysseus and immediately recognized a threat to his position. "Get out," Iris said, standing over Odysseus. "This is my territory. These nobles are my patrons. Find another hall to beg in, or I'll drag you out by your ankles." The suitors perked up, sensing entertainment. "A fight!" Antinous called out with delight. "Let these beggars provide us with sport. The victor shall feast upon the roasted goat's stomach, while the defeated shall be cast into the street." They formed a circle, pushing Odysseus and Iris into the centre. Odysseus rose slowly from the ground, as if his aged bones protested every movement, but as he stood his cloak fell open, revealing his arms and legs beneath. Gasps ran through the crowd. Beneath the weathered skin lay thick muscle, scarred from battles, still carrying terrible strength. The colour drained from Iris's face as he understood his mistake. "I am but an old man," Odysseus announced to the crowd. "I seek no quarrel with anyone, but if I must fight for my bread, then I shall fight." When Iris swung wildly at him, Odysseus held back. One real blow would shatter the man's skull and expose his disguise. He caught Iris with a controlled strike to the jaw, hard enough to convince the watching crowd, but gentle enough to leave the man alive. Instantly, Iris crumpled to the floor, blood streaming from his mouth. The suitors erupted with laughter and cheers. Suddenly warming to this formidable old wanderer, they pressed the promised food into his hands and filled his cup with wine, treating him like a victor in the games. Odysseus bowed and thanked them for their generosity, all the while studying each face and learning each name for what was to come. They laughed and drank around him, these dead men, who did not yet know they had already been condemned. As evening fell, word reached Penelope that a new beggar had arrived, one who claimed to have news of Odysseus. She sent word that she would see him, and Odysseus found himself climbing the stairs to the upper chambers where his wife waited. She sat by the fire, and even in the flickering light, even with 20 years of sorrow etched on her face, she was beautiful. Odysseus had to clench his fists to keep from going to her, from revealing himself immediately, but there were servants present, and any one of them might be loyal to the suitors. "Stranger, they say you have wandered far across the earth," Penelope said, measuring each word. "Tell me truly, have you heard anything of my husband? Does Odysseus still live?" Odysseus spun her a careful tale, mixing truth with fiction. He claimed to have met Odysseus years ago in Crete, describing him perfectly, the brooch he wore, the purple cloak she had woven for him, details only someone who had truly seen him would know. Penelope wept at these descriptions. Odysseus sat rigid on his stool, fighting every instinct to go to her. Here was his beloved wife, suffering before his eyes, and he could end it with a word. But still, he held to his disguise. "I have heard," he continued, choosing his words with care, "that Odysseus lives and is making his way home. His ships are lost, his men drowned, but the man himself survived. You will see him soon, my lady. Before this month ends, I believe." She looked at him sharply, hope and skepticism warring in her eyes. "Many have told me such stories. All have proven false." "This one is true," Odysseus said firmly. "Your husband will return and deal with these men who plague your house." Penelope studied him for a long moment, and something flickered in her expression, not quite recognition, but something. Then she called for the old nurse, Euryclea. "This stranger has brought me kind words," she said. "Wash his feet and prepare a proper bed for him. Treat him with the honour we once showed all guests, before this house forgot what hospitality meant." Euryclea brought a bronze basin filled with warm water. Time had aged her, but Odysseus knew those hands, the same ones that had held him as an infant, that had nursed his fevers and bandaged his wounds. This woman had raised him more truly than his own mother. As she knelt to wash his feet, Odysseus tensed. His thigh bore an old scar from a boar's tusk, a mark from his youth that Euryclea knew as well as her own palm. If she saw it, everything would unravel. He tried to turn away from the firelight, to keep his leg in shadow, but the old woman's hands were steady despite her age. As she washed his leg, her fingers found the scar and traced its familiar length. She knew it instantly. The bronze basin crashed to the floor, water spreading across the stones. Euryclea looked up at him, tears already forming, her mouth opening to cry out his name. Odysseus reached out quickly, his hand covering her mouth before she could speak. "Not a word," he whispered urgently. "Not a sound, dear nurse, or you'll destroy everything. Yes, I am Odysseus, but if the suitors learn this, they'll kill me and Telemachus and everyone loyal to this house." The old woman nodded. her hands trembling as she touched his face, assuring herself he was real. "My boy," she whispered. "My dear boy, home at last." "Tell no one," Odysseus repeated, "not even Penelope. Soon, very soon, this will end, but not yet." Euryclea composed herself with effort, cleared away the spilled water, and returned with a fresh basin. This time, as she washed his feet, every touch was a prayer of gratitude. Her lost king had come home. She left in silence when she finished, but Odysseus saw how her whole body shook with the effort of containing her joy. Penelope, who had been strangely distracted during all of this, looking into the fire as if lost in thought, turned back towards him. "Tomorrow," she said suddenly, "I will announce a contest. My husband's great bow hangs in the storeroom, the one only he could string. I will challenge the suitors to string it and shoot an arrow through 12 axe handles, as Odysseus used to do for sport. Whoever succeeds will become my husband. I cannot wait any longer." Odysseus's heart raced. Whether by divine inspiration or her own cleverness, Penelope had just given him the perfect opportunity. "That seems wise, my lady," he said carefully. "I believe Odysseus would approve. In fact, I'm certain he will be here before any suitor can string that bow." She looked at him again with that strange expression, as if seeing through his disguise, but choosing not to acknowledge it. "We shall see," she said softly, her eyes drifting to the window. Outside, the full moon cast silver light across the harbour, illuminating the very beach where a king once sailed to war. "We shall see." As Odysseus left her chamber and was guided to the room Euryclea had prepared for him, his mind was already working through the next day's plan. The bow contest would gather all the suitors in one place, focused on the competition. They would be unarmed except for their swords, with Telemachus having taken their spears as instructed. Tomorrow, the slaughter would begin. Tomorrow he would reclaim what was his. But tonight, he lay on a bed in his own house, listening to the drunken snoring of men who would soon be dead. Part 17. The Archery Contest. The next morning, the great hall filled with anticipation. Penelope descended the stairs, carrying Odysseus's bow, a massive weapon of polished horn that caught the morning light. Behind her, servants carried 12 axes and set them in a straight line, their handles planted firmly in the earthen floor, the rings at the top of each handle aligned perfectly. "Lords of Ithaca and the islands," Penelope announced, her voice reaching every corner, "I have delayed long enough. Today I will choose a husband. Here is the great bow of Odysseus. Whoever can string it and shoot an arrow through all 12 axe rings, as my husband used to do, that man I will marry." The suitors erupted in excited conversation. This was it, the prize they had waited years to claim. They cast lots to determine the order, yet it was Telemachus who stepped forward first. "I should try before any of you," he said. "If I can string my father's bow and make the shot, then my mother stays in this house as my guest, not as another man's wife." 3 times Telemachus tried to string the bow. On the 3rd attempt he nearly succeeded. The bow began to bend, the string approached the notch, but he caught Odysseus's watching gaze, saw the subtle shake of his father's head from the corner where he sat, and let the bow spring back. "I lack the strength," Telemachus said, though everyone had seen how close he had come. "Perhaps one of you older, stronger men will succeed." One by one, the suitors tried. First Leodes, the priest amongst them, whose soft hands were torn bloody by the bowstring before he gave up. Then others, each in turn, their faces growing red with effort, veins bulging in their necks as they fought to bend the ancient weapon. They ordered a fire built closer to warm the bow, thinking the horn might be stiff from disuse. They rubbed it with fat to make it supple. Nothing helped. The bow remained unbent, unconquered, as if it were waiting for its true master. While the strongest suitors prepared for their attempts, Odysseus slipped out to the courtyard, where Eumaeus stood with Felicius, a loyal cowherd who had served the house since before he had left for Troy. "Tell me honestly," he said to them quietly, "if Odysseus suddenly returned, would you fight for him or for the suitors?" Both men swore they would die for their true king, and Odysseus revealed himself, showing them the scar as proof. They were overjoyed and tried to embrace him, but he stopped them quickly. "There's no time," he said. "Here's what you must do. Eumaeus, bring the bow to me when the suitors have all failed. Ignore their protests. Felicius, bar the doors to the hall once I have the bow. Let no one in or out. Now go, and show no emotion when you return." Back inside, Eurymachus was straining with the bow, his handsome face twisted with effort. "This bow will be the death of us," he gasped as he gave up. "Not because we lose Penelope, but because we'll be shamed forever. Too weak to string the bow that Odysseus drew so easily." Antinous, saving himself for last, suggested they postpone the contest until tomorrow, after making proper sacrifices to Apollo, the god of archery. The others agreed, relieved to have an excuse for their failure. It was then that Odysseus spoke from his corner. "Noble lords, might a beggar try his luck with the bow? I was strong once, before suffering broke me. Let me see if any of that strength remains." The hall erupted in laughter. A beggar touching the bow? Competing with them? Antinous threatened to have him shipped off to King Echetus, who cut off men's noses and ears for sport. But Penelope intervened. "The stranger is my guest. He obviously cannot marry me, even if he succeeds. But if he strings the bow, I'll give him new clothes and safe passage anywhere he wishes to go." Telemachus then stood, playing his part perfectly. "Mother," he said firmly, "the bow is mine by inheritance. I alone decide who may try it. This is no longer your concern. Go to your chamber with your women and tend to your weaving. The bow is men's business now, and mine above all, for I am master in this house." Penelope stared at her son in shock. He had never spoken to her this way before, never claimed his authority so forcefully. The suitors, too, were surprised. The boy they had mocked was suddenly speaking like a king. She opened her mouth to protest, then closed it, her years of wisdom telling her that something had changed, though she didn't know what. With a long, searching look at the beggar, then at her son, she turned and climbed the stairs to her chamber. As soon as she had gone, Eumaeus picked up the bow and began carrying it towards Odysseus. The suitors shouted threats, demanding he put it down. Telemachus countered with threats of his own. In the confusion, Eumaeus reached Odysseus and placed the bow in his hands. At the same moment, Felicius quietly barred the doors. Part 18. The Suitors. Odysseus held his bow for the first time in 20 years. He turned it slowly, examining every inch, checking for worm damage or rot. The suitors laughed, mocking him for examining it like a merchant appraising goods. Then, as easily as a musician strings a lyre, Odysseus strung the great bow. The suitors' laughter died. He plucked the string, and it made a clear, sharp sound that vibrated through the hall. Outside, thunder rumbled overhead as Zeus showed his approval. Still seated on his stool, Odysseus fitted an arrow to the string. He drew, aimed, and released. The arrow, just as he had intended, flew true through all 12 axe rings before burying itself in the far wall. "The feast ends," Odysseus said as he rose to his feet. "Time now for a different sport." Before anyone could move, before anyone could speak, he had another arrow nocked. This one flew straight into Antinous' throat, just as the man lifted a golden cup to his lips. Blood poured into the wine, and Antinous toppled backward, his feet kicking over the table as he died. Confusion erupted through the hall. The suitors leapt up, searching the walls where weapons should hang, finding only empty pegs. Telemachus had done his work well. They had nothing but their eating knives and whatever swords they carried. "You'll die for this!" Eurymachus shouted. "You've killed the greatest noble in Ithaca!" In answer, Odysseus stripped away his beggar's rags, revealing himself in full. "Dogs! You thought I'd never return from Troy. You consumed my wealth, abused my servants, and courted my wife while I still lived. You feared neither gods nor men. Today, you learn the price of that arrogance." Terror drained the colour from every face. Eurymachus stumbled forward, hands spread as he tried to bargain, to blame the dead Antinous, to promise repayment for all they had consumed. His speech ended when Odysseus put an arrow through his chest. The man collapsed across the feasting table, his sword spinning away across the floor. What followed was pandemonium. Some suitors ran for the doors and found them barred fast. Others scrambled for the empty weapon pegs, unable to believe they held nothing. Tables were overturned to serve as shields. Men shouted orders that no one followed. Those with swords drew them, but in the confined space, surrounded by panicking bodies, they could barely move. Odysseus stood at his vantage point, shooting arrow after arrow. Each shot found its mark. Men fell clutching their throats, their chests, their bellies. Bodies began to pile near the exits as the desperate tried to escape. While his father continued his work, Telemachus slipped away to the storeroom. He returned with armour and spears for Odysseus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius, with the 4 of them standing together, properly armed at last. But the goat-herd Melanthius had also found his way to that storeroom. Loyal to the suitors who had fed him well, he managed to bring swords and spears to some of them before Eumaeus and Philoetius caught him making a second trip. They bound him tight and hauled him up to the rafters, leaving him hanging there for later judgment. When Odysseus's arrows were spent, 30 suitors lay dead, but 70 still lived. Now they had weapons, though they remained trapped in the hall. The suitors, desperate, threw spears in organized volleys, but Athena appeared, disguised as Mentor yet again, deflecting their weapons with a flick of her wrist. When Odysseus and his 3 companions threw their spears in return, every one found its mark. The suitors regrouped for one final charge, but Athena chose that moment to unleash her full divine power. Rising above them, she unfurled her aegis, the golden shield adorned with Medusa's horrific face. The suitors' minds shattered at the sight, panic consuming them utterly. They ran without purpose or direction, some falling to their knees, others trampling the wounded in their frenzy to escape. What followed was a massacre. Odysseus and his 3 companions moved through the hall without mercy. Every stroke found flesh, every thrust ended a life as blood pooled on the marble floor. Amidst the chaos, Leodes the priest fell to his knees and clasped Odysseus's legs, begging for mercy. He swore he had never touched a serving woman, that he had tried to restrain the other's worst excesses. Odysseus brought his sword down without hesitation, the priest's head rolling away, his lips still moving in a silent plea. Only 2 were spared, Phemius the bard and Medon the herald, and only because Telemachus vouched that they had served under compulsion, not choice. Then it was finished. The great hall stood silent, but for blood dripping from the walls and table edges. Bodies lay everywhere, piled like fish hauled onto a beach. Odysseus stood in their midst, drenched in gore, his chest heaving, the fury of 20 years finally spent. He called for old Euryclea. When she entered and saw the slaughter, she raised her voice to sing in triumph, but Odysseus cut her short. "No celebration over the dead," he said. "These men were destroyed by fate and their own wickedness. Now tell me, which of the servant women betrayed this house?" 12 maids had taken the suitors as lovers, mocking Penelope and dishonouring the household. Odysseus had them brought to clean the hall, to carry out the bodies of the men they had embraced. They wept as they worked, scrubbing blood from the floors and walls. After the hall was cleaned, Telemachus marched them to the courtyard. "You don't deserve a clean death," he said, remembering their cruelty to his mother. He denied them the quick death of a blade. Instead, he strung them up from a rope stretched between 2 pillars, sending them to join their lovers in the underworld. For Melanthius, a crueler fate awaited. They dragged him down from the rafters and into the courtyard, where justice would be served for his treachery. They removed his extremities one by one, first his hands that had armed the suitors, then his feet that had run to betray his master. They left him bleeding in the dirt to contemplate his choices as his life ebbed away. Finally, Odysseus had the hall purified with burning sulphur. As the smoke cleared, loyal servants emerged from their hiding places. When they recognized their true king beneath the blood and grime, they fell upon him weeping, kissing his hands and face. Odysseus wept with them, overcome by their faithfulness. They, who had remained true through 20 years of suffering. Part 19. Penelope. Euryclea ran to Penelope's chamber, where Athena had made sure that the queen slept through the slaughter. "Wake up, my lady!" the old nurse cried. "He's home! Odysseus is home! He's killed them all, every last suitor!" Penelope sat up slowly, her face sceptical. "Dear nurse, have the gods driven you mad? Why do you mock me with such cruel lies?" "It's true! The beggar was Odysseus all along. I saw the scar when I washed his feet, but he made me keep silent. Come and see." Even when Penelope came down and saw Odysseus sitting by the fire, no longer the aged beggar, but a man in his prime, though still covered in blood, she held back. She sat opposite him, staring at his face in the firelight, saying nothing. "Mother," Telemachus said impatiently, "your husband is home after 20 years, and you sit there like a stone? What other woman would be so hard-hearted?" "If this is truly Odysseus," Penelope said carefully, He and I will know each other. We have signs between us that no one else knows." Odysseus smiled slightly. "Let her be, son. She's right to test me. I'll bathe and put on clean clothes. Then we'll speak." When he returned, washed and dressed in royal robes, looking like a king again with Athena's help, Penelope still held back. She studied him for a long moment, then turned to the old nurse. "Euryclea," she said calmly, "move his great bed out of our bedchamber. Set it up for him elsewhere, with fine blankets and fleeces." "Move our bed?" Odysseus's composure shattered. He shot to his feet, his voice rising in disbelief. "What do you mean, move it? Who has dared to enter our chamber? That bed cannot be moved. I built it myself around the living olive tree. I shaped the trunk into the bedpost while it still grew from the earth, raised the room around it, inlaid the frame with gold and silver and ivory. To move that bed, one would have to cut through the tree itself. Tell me, Penelope, has someone destroyed it? Has someone defiled our chamber?" Penelope's face transformed with joy. "Odysseus," she cried, running to him, throwing her arms around his neck, "my husband, forgive me. I had to be sure. So many impostors have come claiming your name. Only the true Odysseus could know the secret of our marriage bed." They held each other, crying, neither able to let go. 20 years of separation, of loneliness, of doubt and fear and stubborn hope, all of it poured forth as they clung together. Penelope traced his weathered features with trembling fingers, finding beneath the new lines and scars the man she had married. Odysseus buried his face in her hair, breathing in her familiar scent, feeling her tears warm against his neck, knowing that he had found, at last, what Troy and all the seas had kept from him. He was home. They talked through the night, sharing their stories. Odysseus told her everything, the wanderings, the monsters, the gods, the losses. She told him of her tricks to delay the suitors, how she had woven Laertes' funeral shroud by day and unravelled it by night for 3 years, how she had never wavered in her faith that he would return, even when all of Ithaca declared him dead. As dawn approached, Athena held back the sunrise, extending the darkness as her gift to the couple who had endured so much. In their bed, built around the olive tree, the bed that could never be moved, Odysseus and Penelope found each other again, and for those precious hours, the rest of the world fell away. In the days that followed, Odysseus restored order to his kingdom. He made peace with the families of the slain suitors, guided by Athena's wisdom to prevent the cycle of vengeance from continuing. Old Laertes lived to see his son take his rightful place on the throne, and though Tiresias had prophesied one final journey that Odysseus must undertake in his old age, a journey inland with an oar on his shoulder, until he found people who knew nothing of the sea, that tale belonged to the distant future. For now, the war was truly over. The wandering had ended. The king and queen of Ithaca ruled together once more, their love having survived the ultimate test of 20 years apart. And so ends the Odyssey, the story of Odysseus, the man of many troubles, who saw the cities of many men and learned their minds, who suffered greatly on the seas, and who proved that neither gods nor monsters, nor time itself, could keep a determined heart from finding its way home. For 3,000 years, his story has been told wherever people gather, wherever ships sail, wherever wanderers seek their way back to those who wait for them. The journey of Odysseus had ended at last. But his story, like all great stories, will never truly end. I've been David Rintoul for Deep Dive History. Thank you for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.